Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
In one unusual day, the protagonist stirred from sleep to the jarring noise, awakening in an unfamiliar setting. Disoriented and feeling nauseous, he attempted to make sense of the commotion around him. As his eyes fluttered open, he was greeted by the sight of several individuals sharing the same surreal space, a room enclosed entirely by glass walls, the atmosphere reminiscent of outer space. He couldn't shake off the puzzlement of their shared confinement and the sudden company of these unknown individuals. Gazing through the transparent walls, the protagonist began to regain a semblance of reality amidst the bewildering setting. However, what seized his attention most was the sight below, an intriguing ground floor adorned with a foreign alphabet, its characters emitting a mesmerizing glow. Overwhelmed by his inability to comprehend the situation and the peculiar surroundings, panic began to well up within the protagonist. However, amidst the rising panic, an unexpected and astonishing sight unfolded before their eyes. A woman, emanating an ethereal glow that outshone everyone in the room, appeared as if materializing from the depths of a dream. The already bewildered group found their confusion escalating as a hulking creature, an amalgamation resembling an orc and a golem, pounded furiously against the barrier of their room. A sense of denial swept over them, encounters with angelic beings, strange surroundings, and now a monstrous entity could be anything but a bizarre illusion. Some members started to entertain the idea that this could all be an elaborate prank or a carefully orchestrated hoax. Despite the growing skepticism among some, the protagonist remained lost in bewilderment. His mind struggled to reconcile the stark contrast between the familiar comfort of his home just moments ago and the fantastical, otherworldly elements now confronting him. In the calm familiarity of his home before he was sent to an unusual place, the protagonist sat at the dining table, relishing a meal with his family. Mid-bite, the tranquility was interrupted by the abrupt buzz of his phone, signaling an incoming text. Perplexed, the protagonist furrowed his brow as he read the text message. Questions flooded his thoughts, wondering about the game in question, who might have sent the text, and why it lacked essential context. Considered with the possibility that it might be a newly released video game or some form of digital entertainment, the protagonist was willing to explore. With uncertainty clouding his understanding, he made a swift decision, choosing to respond affirmatively without a moment's hesitation, tapping the yes button on his phone screen. Instantly, the protagonist found himself thrust into an unexpected and distressing scenario, abruptly transported into an incredibly confined space. Surrounded by a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere was chaotic, filled with the clamor of people all around, indicating that everyone shared the same sense of urgency and desperation to escape this confining space. Amidst the chaos, one person stood out in their attempt to bring a semblance of calmness. This individual endeavored to restore a sense of order by initiating a conversation, seeking to jog everyone's memory about events preceding their current bewildering situation. Observing the protagonist's relative silence amidst the chaos, the person approached him, recognizing his calm demeanor amid the uproar. Unable to respond, the protagonist watched the individual leave, feeling frustrated by the inability to communicate amidst the pandemonium. Yet, after the encounter, it affirmed that this experience was starkly real, dispelling any doubts of it being fictitious or a dream. As the protagonist attempted to make sense of the situation, the ethereal figure, exuding an angelic presence, reappeared before them. To the group's astonishment and horror, the woman, once radiating a celestial aura, unleashed a display of fiery magic outside the glass confines. The powerful surge of fire magic had a specific purpose. It is to repel the monstrous threat attempting to breach their enclosed sanctuary. As the attention of everyone within the confined space fixated on the enigmatic figure, she welcomed them to the enigmatic realm known as the Otherworld, expressing gratitude for their acceptance of the invitation. However, despite her words, a lingering sense of confusion persisted among the group, since one of them could recollect accepting such an invitation. The goddess figure, in an attempt to clarify the situation, revealed their selection as chosen heroes destined to save a dying continent. However, her words sparked frustration as saviors for an entire land felt far too unrealistic. The goddess urged for calmness, pleading with the assembly to listen. She emphasized the necessity of understanding her guidance for their survival, since not everyone among them would have the chance to venture to the dying continent. The goddess further explained the criteria, stating that only those capable of clearing a tutorial would earn the chance to journey to the continent, which elicited a sense of unfairness among the people. The assembly began to listen attentively, their initial skepticism giving way to a reluctant acceptance of the gravity of the situation as the goddess repeated her instructions. The goddess reiterated the limited number of individuals who could proceed to the dying continent. Her words made some among the group couldn't contain their emotions and erupted in tears. However, among the distraught and emotionally shaken group, one individual was too calm. The goddess began by elucidating the environment they were in, labeling it as the start point, likening it to a waiting room designed as a pyramid with transparent walls. Within this space, essential supplies crucial for survival, such as food, water, and an array of weapons, were provided, aimed at aiding their journey in the other world. Continuing her explanation, she delved into the concept of special classes available to the individuals. These classes bestowed unique traits upon the players, offering them distinct abilities tailored to their individuality. In an instant, he realized that the world he now found himself in mirrored the fantastical realms he had only witnessed in video games and novels. As the goddess continued her elucidation, she introduced the hierarchical structure of ranks. She delineated the classification into common, rare, heroic, and legendary ranks, each representing varying degrees of rarity and power. Given their novice status, the goddess revealed that the initial provisions provided were of common rank. These encompassed basic weapons essential for survival and initial combat encounters where the protagonist chose a spear. In her concluding announcement, she tasked them with ensuring their safety and survival within the start point until a pivotal moment, the breaking of the pyramid's roof, as if struck by a colossal rock. As the protagonist scrutinized the impending event, he was taken aback to discover that the destructive force wasn't caused by a massive rock, but rather by colossal hands punching through the roof. Reality struck as the walls crumbled, and the group collectively realized that the goddess figure's mention of a tutorial wasn't a mere jest. In the midst of the chaos, the goddess explained the diversity among the gathered individuals, each harboring unique personalities. She emphasized that their current surroundings would play a pivotal role in their growth and development. Following the chaos and destruction, the goddess figure directed them to say the words "status window" to gain a clearer understanding of the information she wished to convey. Without hesitation, the entire assembly echoed the words "status window." The protagonist, although initially composed and nonchalant, found himself compelled to participate along with the rest. Upon summoning the status window, a radiant line materialized individually in front of each person. As the glow subsided, the complete status window materialized, displaying personal data such as name, age, and player class. For the protagonist, his name was Lee Ki-young, 25 years old. However, confusion clouded Ki-young's understanding as he examined the numerical values indicating his strength and stamina, both registering at levels 10 and 11, leaving him perplexed about whether these figures were considered favorable or unfavorable. Surprise etched across Ki-young's face as the status window system delivered a notification that he had acquired a trait. The anticipation, fueled by the goddess figure's earlier mention of unique traits, heightened Ki-young's excitement as he eagerly delved into his newfound ability. Opening the traits section, Ki-young discovered a skill named Mind's Eye, classified as a heroic rank, granting him the ability to inspect the status windows and hidden talent ranks of both himself and others. Ki-young's eyes darted around the room, and to his surprise, the power of his newly acquired trait, Mind's Eye, allowed him to clearly perceive the status windows of everyone present. The realization of this newfound ability, while potent, also brought a sense of unease and overwhelm to Ki-young. Curiosity propelled Ki-young to observe others and their traits, wondering what unique abilities each person had acquired. As Ki-young observed others and their traits, he was taken aback by the discovery that some had acquired more powerful abilities, such as growth limit. Intrigued, Ki-young noticed the overall rating feature on the status windows, revealing that some individuals possessed incredibly average talent. To his surprise, their ratings were only marginally better than his own. Eager to gauge the extent of his own potential, he directed his mind's eye toward his own status window, seeking to unveil the overall rating that would shed light on the convenience bestowed upon him. As Ki-young scrutinized his own status window, he felt a sense of disappointment and disbelief since the talent he had acquired advised him to limit his actions due to possessing the worst talent among the group. Ki-young's eyes fixated on the words emphasizing the severity of his predicament. The careful reading only accentuated the negativity embedded in the assessment, painting a stark picture of his perceived disadvantage. A sense of injustice swept over Ki-young as he perceived the system underestimating his capabilities. The feeling of unfairness resonated strongly within him, fueling a surge of frustration at how the system seemed to have dealt him an unfavorable hand. However, Ki-young wasn't alone in his displeasure. The room buzzed with a collective reaction as other players expressed their discontentment with the results they had received. Ki-young, grappling with the perceived disadvantage imposed by his trait, couldn't shake the feeling that the system had set him on a path where winning seemed elusive. After they checked their status window, the goddess figures call for their attention as the monsters breach the start point, the atmosphere tensed with imminent danger. In her final words, the goddess wished them all good luck, leaving the group to confront the daunting challenge that had unfolded before them. While chaos erupted around him, Ki-young remained rooted in his disappointment, his nonchalance unabated by the turmoil. As the skirmish unfolded, Ki-young's disheartenment kept him aloof, detached even as others engaged in the frantic struggle for survival. Amid the mayhem, one individual recognized the need to rouse Ki-young from his apathy, attempting to break through his detachment. The urgency in the person's voice penetrated Ki-young's indifference, emphasizing the imperative to arm himself against the encroaching monsters, echoing the guidance of both the status window and the goddess figure. Recognizing the need for collaboration and understanding the potential advantages granted by the status window, Ki-young swiftly turned his focus to inspecting the person's status window. With a calculated assessment, Ki-young sought to discern whether Dyaku possessed attributes or abilities that could be advantageous for their survival. Ki-young's surprise registered visibly as he perused Dyaku's status window due to his endurance level was an impressive 30, labeled as magic. Recognizing the potential synergy between his own unique trait and Dyaku's exceptional endurance, he glimpsed a pathway toward survival by making Dyaku his human shield. As the relentless surge of monsters continued, a palpable menace pervaded the once secure space. The majority of the players rallied to confront the imminent threat, however, not everyone proved fortunate, and some succumbed to the challenges of the game, meeting an unfortunate end. Urgent cries and advisories filled the air as these individuals urged everyone to arm themselves, emphasizing the crucial importance of grabbing a weapon to stand a chance against the encroaching monsters. In a strategic move, Ki-young opted to collaborate with Dyaku. Ki-young instructed Dyaku to lead the way, assuming the role of support in their collaborative effort. He understood that standing idly by wasn't an option, and it was crucial for them to proactively engage against the menacing monsters. Dyaku, witnessing Ki-young's resolute spirit and determination, was filled with admiration. In the midst of crafting their strategies, Ki-young and Dyaku remained vigilant, sensing the impending approach of a monster. Their anticipation heightened as a small creature, resembling a goblin with sharp fangs, surged toward them. Swift to react, Ki-young sprang into action, intercepting the oncoming threat before it could reach Dyaku. Ki-young, noticing Dyaku's lapse in vigilance, couldn't help but scold him for not keeping his guard up. Recognizing the importance of maintaining a heightened awareness, Ki-young took the lead while instructing Dyaku to run swiftly to avoid being caught by the encroaching monsters. As the duo moved forward, Ki-young and Dyaku remained sharp, attuned to their surroundings. Satisfied with having Dyaku as a companion, Ki-young felt a surge of happiness. He envisioned the possibility of Dyaku shielding him from the ferocious monsters that lurked in the other world. However, the sudden emergence of more mini-monsters disrupted their momentary peace. Ki-young found himself taking the lead once again, decisively facing the approaching threats. As Ki-young focused on dealing with the monsters in his line of sight, one cunning creature managed to approach from his blind spot, poised to strike. A stroke of fortune intervened, however, as Dyaku swiftly stepped in, employing his shield to thwart the impending attack and shield both of them from harm. Following the intervention, Dyaku, radiating a pleasant aura, genuinely inquired about Ki-young's well-being. Expressing his gratitude to Dyaku for the timely intervention, Ki-young couldn't shake the realization that he had acquired a valuable and useful companion in their perilous journey through the other world. The dynamic duo continued their relentless movement, running forward with the shared goal of avoiding any major adversaries that might threaten their survival. Their perseverance led them to an unexpected encounter. A glowing, imposing door adorned with a large symbol that held the promise of an exit, a potential escape from the tumultuous challenges. With the glowing door before them, Ki-young and Dyaku allowed a glimmer of hope to kindle within. However, their joy was abruptly cut short when a desperate cry for help pierced the air from behind them. Ki-young, now acutely aware of the looming threat behind him, felt the heavy weight of the pursuing monsters closing in. As the cry for help echoed behind them, Ki-young couldn't resist the urge to look back and witness the desperate scene unfolding. His gaze fell upon a fellow player, desperately seeking assistance and falling prey to the relentless assaults of the monsters. Despite the proximity of the exit and the pleas of concern from Dyaku, Ki-young's conscience weighed heavily on him. Despite Ki-young's practical nature and prioritization of survival, witnessing the stranger's desperate plea stirred a profound sense of pity within him. The stranger's cries and desperate pleas for salvation had a transformative effect on Ki-young, softening his resolve and eliciting a deep well of empathy. Without hesitation, Ki-young's compassion overrode his survival instincts. In a moment that weighed heavily on his conscience, Ki-young chose to prioritize his own survival over aiding the distressed individual. The stranger, taken aback and surprised by Ki-young's unexpected response, clung to a false hope that was swiftly shattered. Expressing the difficulty, he acknowledged that, no matter how agonizing, survival demanded certain sacrifices since the loot bag, representing a potential lifeline in the other world, became the focal point of Ki-young's determined escape. Running as fast as he could, Ki-young aimed to distance himself from the haunting cries of the stranger and the encroaching monsters. Dyaku, witnessing Ki-young's surprising decision, couldn't hide his astonishment at the turn of events. Despite his initial surprise, Dyaku, grappling with the harsh reality of the other world, reluctantly came to understand Ki-young's decision. Survival became the driving force, prompting him to run as fast as he could to catch up with Ki-young. But the poor man, he was left there all alone. He was desperate to be saved, but he was now devoured by these horrible creatures. Despite the heaviness in his heart and the unspoken remorse, Ki-young silently offered a quiet apology to the fallen player. In an effort to find solace, Ki-young chose to look at the brighter side of the situation. Expressing gratitude in an unexpected twist, he thanked the fallen player for the loot bag. Having successfully escaped the first round, Ki-young and Dyaku sought refuge in a cave, finding a momentary respite. As they found themselves in the cave, Dyaku turned to Ki-young, seeking guidance on their next steps. However, to Dyaku's surprise, Ki-young's mind, much like his own, was crowded with uncertainty. Ki-young's surprise mirrored Dyaku's as he discovered that the seemingly imposing and big-hearted Dyaku also sought direction and leadership. Acknowledging the need for a strategy, Ki-young proposed that they first determine the nature of the place they were in an attempt to gain some clarity. He asked Dyaku if he had any familiarity with video game settings. Ki-young, perceptive and quick-witted, began to sense a striking familiarity in the other world's settings, akin to elements found in video games like the status window, stats, title, and equipment classes. Ki-young explained to Dyaku that the key to progress and survival lies in leveling up by confronting and annihilating monsters to enhance their stats and obtaining valuable classes that would empower them in their ongoing battle. Ki-young conveyed a resolute belief that their path forward necessitated getting stronger. Grateful for the provisions they had managed to secure like food, water, weapons, and a shield, Ki-young acknowledged that, compared to other less fortunate players, they were relatively well-equipped. In the midst of contemplating the chaos surrounding them, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a monster sensed their location in the cave where they sought momentary refuge. The element of surprise gripped both Ki-young and Dyaku. Contrary to their expectations, the creature made no attempt to launch an attack. Utilizing his newly acquired ability, Mind's Eye, he discovered that the creature before them was a low-ranked monster, characterized by poor eyesight, low intelligence, and a reliance solely on instincts. Recognizing their stroke of luck with the monster's poor eyesight, Ki-young swiftly formulated a plan. He gestured to Dyaku, urging him to remain silent to avoid alerting the creature to their presence. With careful and deliberate movements, Ki-young reached for his weapon, fully aware of the need for stealth and precision. Feeling a profound sense of nervousness, Dyaku found himself at odds with Ki-young's conviction that the low-ranked monster must be annihilated. Seizing the moment without a hint of hesitation, Ki-young's decisive nature came to the forefront, as he aimed his weapon at the creature with precision and fearlessness. In stark contrast, Dyaku remained unsettled, grappling with the unfolding situation and the intensity of Ki-young's actions. Ki-young's unleashed rage appeared to stem from a reservoir of bottled-up emotions, manifesting within the game as he confronted the low-ranked monster. Caught off guard by Ki-young's swift and fearless counterattack, the low-ranked monster found itself unable to react effectively. In the end, with Dyaku offering his support, Ki-young emerged victorious, defeating the surprised creature. As the battle concluded, Ki-young took a moment to catch his breath, the intensity of his moves taking a toll. The status window, however, brought a glimmer of reward, granting Ki-young an additional point for his strength. Meanwhile, Dyaku, unable to contain his admiration, continued to commend Ki-young for his courage and effectiveness in the face of adversity. Ki-young couldn't help but cringe at the genuine intensity of Dyaku's stare. Recognizing the need to ease the atmosphere, Ki-young approached Dyaku, offering a reminder that if his own seemingly fragile body could stand against a monster, then Dyaku, with his strength, had the potential to excel even further. As a camaraderie formed between them, Dyaku, seeking to solidify their newfound connection, decided to ask for Ki-young's name. Ki-young, while introducing himself, retained the mindset of someone prioritizing survival in the harsh reality of the other world. In response, Dyaku introduced himself and, expressing a desire for a more familial connection, asked if he could address Ki-young as an older brother, granting Dyaku the freedom to address him however he liked. But first, Ki-young diverted their attention to a makeshift solution. Confusion clouded Dyaku's face as Ki-young suddenly began disassembling an embroidered piece of cloth that lay on the ground before them. However, Ki-young's ingenuity became evident as he revealed that the torn cloth was meant to serve a purpose, that is to provide them with at least one endurance point, strengthening their resilience. The gesture, born out of Ki-young's resourcefulness, touched Dyaku, prompting admiration for his newfound companion's intelligence. With Dyaku expressing his commitment to follow Ki-young's lead, the duo prepared to take the next step in their journey by breaking free from being classless. However, their plans took an abrupt turn when an intense vibration resonated through the ground. It prompted both of them to remain alert for the possible arrival of another monster. Adding to the complexity of the situation, a fellow player was in desperate need, being chased by the formidable monsters. The disturbance was not caused by a lone monster, but by a trio large and menacing. With Dyaku by his side, he contemplated a strategic retreat, acknowledging the challenge of handling a pack of monsters. Despite the impulse to escape, Ki-young couldn't help but feel a curiosity about the monsters, and more intriguingly, about the identity of the girl being pursued by these creatures due to the chaotic situation they found themselves in. While sprinting alongside Dyaku, Ki-young activated his mind's eye skills once again, attempting to glean more information about the girl. The revelation unfolded as Ki-young discovered that the girl was named Young-hae Nim, with stats that predominantly fell under the rare category. However, one particular stat caught Ki-young's attention, and that is Haeun's magic power, a level 10 attribute, was classified as legendary. The astonishing nature of this discovery left Ki-young momentarily halted in his tracks, causing surprise in Dyaku. The revelation that Young-hae Nim possessed a legendary ranked stat, specifically in magic power, left Ki-young in a state of profound astonishment. Recognizing the invaluable potential that Young-hae Nim brought to their team, Ki-young made a heartfelt request to Dyaku, asking for his assistance in saving Haeun from the pursuing monsters. Dyaku, however, expressed concern about their ability to overcome the challenging task, considering the trio of monsters they would have to face. As Haeun exerted herself to sprint away from the relentless pursuit, she eventually caught sight of Ki-young. In response, Ki-young, opting for a stealthier approach, minimized his voice and guided Haeun to run towards their location. Understanding the urgency and the need for cooperation, Haeun swiftly grasped Ki-young's guidance. With Young-hae Nim now hidden alongside Ki-young and Dyaku, the trio braced themselves for the impending approach of the monsters. As the creatures drew near, it was Dyaku who first attracted their attention, being at the forefront of their group. Reacting swiftly, Dyaku took the lead and drew his shield, positioning himself to block the oncoming monster. Meanwhile, seeing Dyaku engaged in the struggle, Ki-young decided to take decisive action, joining the effort to support Dyaku and fend off the encroaching monsters. With swift precision, Kyung seized the opportunity to jump as high as possible, positioning himself midair with the intention of delivering a precise and powerful counterattack to the ferocious creature. The execution of this well-coordinated plan brought a sense of relief to Dyaku. He found himself astonished once again by Kyung's exceptional skills in combat. Kyung submitted to pour all his efforts into the fight against the monster in order for their survival. A determined look in his eyes, Kyung conveyed the unwavering resolve that survival was paramount. However, their perilous situation escalated as a second monster entered the scene, intensifying the challenge they faced. In a timely twist of fate, another player, appearing well-versed in the intricacies of the other world system, entered the fray. This mysterious player exuded a sense of professionalism, handling the situation with ease. To Kyung's surprise, the newcomer swiftly and effortlessly annihilated the second monster with just a single hit. Kyung, still grappling with the events that transpired, sought to comprehend the swift and efficient actions of the mysterious player who had come to their aid. The newcomer approached them with an aura that resonated strength, exuding a sense of familiarity with the challenges posed by the monsters within the other world. Nonchalant and experienced, the mysterious player seemed accustomed to the rigors of combat against the creatures that roamed the realm. Despite his handsome appearance, the weariness in his eyes hinted at the toll that continuous battles had taken on him. As the mysterious player faced Kyung, a moment of silent tension hung in the air, none of them taking the initiative to break the silence and initiate a conversation. Intrigued by the enigmatic prowess and aura of the mysterious player, Kyung found himself compelled to unravel the identity of this skilled individual. Utilizing his mind's eye ability once again, the status window revealed the name of this formidable ally, Kim Hyun-sung, who displayed stats painted a picture of remarkable prowess, with most of Hyun-sung's attributes ranking either heroic or legendary. Kyung's intrigue deepened when he noticed a unique skill in Hyun-sung's repertoire, one called Regressor of Altanus. The unfamiliarity of this skill prompted Kyung to speculate that it might involve the manipulation of time. While Kyung immersed himself in examining the details of Hyun-sung's status window, Dyaku, displaying politeness, took the initiative to introduce himself and inquire about Hyun-sung's name. Kyung reviewed Hyun-sung's overall rating and was astounded that the system deemed having someone of Hyun-sung's caliber in the team a significant privilege, recognizing his extraordinary talent. The evidence was compelling. Hyun-sung's luck stat, standing at level 23, bore the prestigious rank of hero. Kyung couldn't deny the invaluable contribution Hyun-sung could make in battles, considering his legendary ranked stamina stat, also at level 23. Despite the acknowledgement of Hyun-sung's exceptional abilities, a sense of impossibility lingered in Kyung's mind because he, lacking such innate talent, found it challenging to fathom how someone like Hyun-sung could receive such blessings. As Kyung's gaze remained fixed on Hyun-sung, he became increasingly convinced that Hyun-sung was no newcomer to this perilous game. Hyun-sung, curious about the dynamics within the group, turned to Dyaku and inquired about Kyung, expressing interest in their connection. With unbridled enthusiasm and a touch of pride, Dyaku introduced Kyung to Hyun-sung, wrapping his arms around Kyung and boasting of his combat prowess. Intrigued by the revelations, Kyung decided to delve into Hyun-sung's traits. To his surprise, he discovered that Hyun-sung possessed the legendary ranked trait of swordsmanship expertise. This unique skill granted advantages in all actions related to the sword. As the trio continued to interact and get to know each other, Kyung found himself grappling with a growing sense of jealousy towards Hyun-sung. In contrast, Hyun-sung appeared somewhat awkward and remained silent. This led Kyung to overthink and keep his guard up, since he couldn't shake the feeling that Hyun-sung might have noticed his scrutiny of Hyun-sung's stats. Amidst this, Haein, having overcome the trauma of being chased by monsters, tentatively tried to join them. Recognizing Hyun-sung's strength, Kyung opted to be as amiable as possible, expressing gratitude for the assistance and attempting to foster a positive rapport within the group. Hyun-sung revealed to Kyung that, at the moment, he was actively gathering survivors in the game and had prepared a camp as a suitable place for them to stay. Intrigued, Kyung inquired about the number of people Hyun-sung had already gathered. Hyun-sung shared that he had gathered around 30 individuals, though he wasn't certain about their combat capabilities, but he expressed his hope that both Dyaku and Kyung would join him. While Hyun-sung extended a kind gesture, Kyung, maintaining his guarded stance, couldn't shake the assumption that Hyun-sung might be too trusting, possibly making him vulnerable. Despite his reservations, Ki-young found himself admiring Hyun-sung's unique skill, the regressor of all tennis. Recognizing the potential significance of Hyun-sung's unique trait, the regressor of all tennis, Ki-young saw an opportunity for valuable insights or knowledge about the unusual world they found themselves in. Fueled by the desire to navigate the chaotic landscape of the other world, Ki-young made a conscious decision to maintain a positive relationship with Hyun-sung and follow his lead in their journey. As Deok-gu and Hyun-sung exchanged words about their respective traits, Ki-young had a moment of reflection when it dawned on him that he had saved Haein from the pursuing monsters earlier. Observing her lingering shock and isolation in a corner, Ki-young extended a comforting hand, hoping to provide solace to Haein in the midst of the unsettling circumstances they all faced. In Haein's eyes, Ki-young radiated a comforting aura as he reassured her that he and his companions were there to help. Despite the terrors surrounding them, Ki-young's presence provided a sense of comfort to the terrified and delicate Haein, who was delighted to have companions in the midst of the horrors. Hyun-sung, observing Haein standing up, felt a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if he had known her before. Intrigued by this revelation, Hyun-sung was surprised and excited, eager to initiate a conversation with Haein. As Haein introduced herself, it became apparent that she had never met Hyun-sung before. Nevertheless, Hyun-sung displayed the most bright and cheerful smile upon meeting her for the first time. This unexpected enthusiasm from Hyun-sung puzzled Ki-young, who couldn't fathom the reason behind Hyun-sung's sudden cheerfulness. Given Haein's difficulty in trusting others, she sought comfort in Ki-young's presence, clinging to him as she engaged in a conversation with Hyun-sung. While Hyun-sung recognized Haein's emotional struggle, he assured her that she could openly share any concerns or reservations with him. Haein, despite reassurances, still appeared terrified and insisted to Hyun-sung that she was fine. This reaction heightened Ki-young's skepticism, as he found Haein's response to be somewhat peculiar when faced with Hyun-sung. Ki-young's thoughts raced with suspicion, considering the possibility that someone as powerful as Hyun-sung might be seeking Haein for a specific reason. He contemplated the idea that Hyun-sung, with his evident capabilities, had witnessed the unfolding events of the world. And in an effort to alter the impending chaos, Ki-young couldn't shake the suspicion that Hyun-sung's interactions were driven by a larger mission, one that involved acquiring everything beneficial for his own objectives. Ki-young, piecing together the clues and recognizing the power that Haein possessed, began to understand that she might be one of the perfect candidates that Hyun-sung was seeking. Haein, trying to lighten the awkward atmosphere, decided to act all cutacy and express her desire to be close to Ki-young. Haein expressed her gratitude for being saved, but acknowledged that it was getting late. Ki-young responded with a cheerful smile, assuring her that saving her wasn't a problem. He made an effort to maintain politeness, hoping to create a comfortable atmosphere for Haein. However, beneath the surface, Ki-young couldn't ignore the realization that he had gained a powerful ally in the form of Haein. Especially when Ki-young recognized the tremendous potential held by Haein, a person with latent magical abilities, and Hyun-sung, a seasoned veteran on his second regression. Viewing them as beacons of light in the darkness of this unfamiliar world, Ki-young considered them invaluable allies. The thought of having such powerful individuals in his team brought a grin to his face. And deep down, he harbored the hope that they could stay together until the journey's end. Encountering Hyun-sung and witnessing the camp he had established, Deok-gu couldn't contain his positive energy. Upon arriving at the camp, the survivors appeared either engaged in their routines or fatigued and seeking relaxation, but Deok-gu stood out as the sole individual brimming with positive spirit. Despite the weariness evident among the survivors, Deok-gu marveled at the fortunate discovery of the campsite by Hyun-sung. While Hyun-sung modestly claimed it was a coincidence, Ki-young couldn't shake the suspicion that Hyun-sung might have known about this location beforehand. As they joined the camp, a charming woman, seemingly an ally of Hyun-sung, greeted his return. With evident happiness, radiating sweetness, and care as she inquired about Hyun-sung's journey. Hyun-sung affectionately called the woman Ji-hai, prompting Ki-young's curiosity about the seemingly fond interaction between them. As Hyun-sung explained that Ki-young and his allies would be joining them, Ji-hai expressed surprise at Deok-gu's towering stature. Intrigued, Ki-young decided to inspect Ji-hai's status window to assess her worth as an ally. To his surprise, he found that Ji-hai was still a newbie, lacking a title, class, or notable progress. This discovery left Ki-young puzzled, especially considering Ji-hai's informal reference to Hyun-sung as a big brother, despite the mere 7-year age gap between them. Ki-young was taken aback by Ji-hai's behavior, finding it unusual for someone her age to act a bit childish. His surprise continued when he discovered that Ji-hai's stats were labeled as common. It made him frustrated when the system suggested that he found his soulmate simply due to both of them being unfortunate. As Ji-hai inquired about Dyaku's name, Ki-young couldn't help but wonder about the meaning behind her trait, selfish ambitionist. Despite his frustration, Dyaku maintained his politeness and introduced himself and Ki-young. Meanwhile, Heian remained shy and struggled to trust others as she introduced herself. It seemed that Ji-hai was a bit judgmental, displaying a cold attitude towards Heian for no apparent reason. Ki-young found it ironic that someone like Ji-hai was quick to measure people's worth based on superficial traits. He observed that Ji-hai was friendly towards Dyaku, likely due to his strong and imposing physique, which earned him a passing grade in Ji-hai's eyes. However, Ki-young sensed that Ji-hai might be cold towards Heian because of her limping leg, making her rely on Ki-young for assistance in movement, and this situation resulted in a failing grade for both Heian and Ki-young. It appeared that Ji-hai had her own survival tactics, attempting to get close to the strong ones like Dyaku by acting sweet and cute. Dyaku's enthusiastic response about Ki-young's value caught Ji-hai's attention. She gave Ki-young a thorough look, reassessing him after Dyaku's statement. Surprisingly, Ji-hai's attitude shifted from being cold to adopting a cutesy and friendly demeanor, seemingly trying to befriend Ki-young. Ji-hai took charge, instructing that she would guide them to their respective living spaces, with separate accommodations for males and females, thus, Heian will come with Ji-hai. Ji-hai then gave Ki-young a bright smile and expressed her hope that he would take care of Heian. Observing Ji-hai's behavior, Ki-young started to see similarities between her personality and his own, like there seemed to be common ground between them. To his surprise, as Ki-young and his allies entered their living space, they were met with gazes from the other survivors. The survivors seemed genuinely happy to welcome additional fighters, assuming that Ki-young and his allies would be their protectors. They were all enthusiastic and happy to have another fighter in their living conditions. Ki-young recognized that Hyun-sung indeed had established a safe space, but it is primarily designed for those who couldn't actively participate in fights, not for individuals like Ki-young and his allies who were more capable. As he contemplated the situation, Ki-young pondered the possibility of taking a leadership role in future battles, especially since Dyaku, while physically strong, seemed to have a softer nature. The next day arrived, and everyone in the camp was doing their best to settle in. As Ki-young attempted to get some sleep, he was disturbed by a commotion nearby. Upon waking up, he noticed that Hyun-sung was checking on Dyaku to ensure he slept well in the camp. Seizing the opportunity, Ki-young took the initiative to discuss an important matter with Hyun-sung. Expressing his observation, Ki-young addressed the fact that the majority of people in the camp didn't seem prepared for combat. Ki-young inquired about the maintenance of the camp, but Hyun-sung honestly admitted that the current situation couldn't be considered good. He highlighted the struggles the majority of survivors were facing due to limited supplies of water and food for 30 people. Hyun-sung expressed concern, especially considering the potential growth in the number of survivors they might rescue. Ki-young concurred, stating that the provisions they brought would soon be depleted. He pointed out the additional challenge that individuals incapable of fighting were contributing to the strain. Hyun-sung was taken aback when Ki-young referred to these non-combatants as baggage. Ki-young clarified that he and his friends weren't volunteers, underscoring that they were all striving to survive. Dyaku, feeling the tension of the conversation about survival. Nervously, he sought clarification if Ki-young was suggesting they should leave the camp. Ki-young, however, assured Dyaku that he wasn't proposing such an egoistic decision. Instead, Ki-young emphasized that staying in the camp without making progress wouldn't lead to favorable outcomes. This pragmatic perspective made Hyun-sung, who seemed to take the leadership personally, feel a sense of sadness. Acknowledging the practicality of their conversation, Ki-young made an effort to lighten the atmosphere. Both he and Dyaku assured Hyun-sung that, despite the challenges, they would continue to give their best in the fight alongside him. This assurance lifted Hyun-sung's spirits, grateful to have reliable fighters by his side. In a sincere conversation with Hyun-sung, Ki-young acknowledged that he comprehended Hyun-sung's desire for everyone to survive and escape the horrors of the other world together. Despite this understanding, Ki-young admitted a lack of empathy, acknowledging that he often prioritized his own well-being. Attempting to bridge the gap, Ki-young made an effort to explain that his actions, driven by a focus on survival, might be perceived as selfish. However, to Ki-young's surprise, Hyun-sung clarified that he fully understood Ki-young's practical approach, recognizing that survival often demanded decisions that might be viewed as self-centered. Although Ki-young was surprised by Hyun-sung's understanding. But the truth lingered beneath the surface, since what he really wanted was to ensure that in times of crisis, Hyun-sung wouldn't consider sacrificing him in combat. With a newfound sense of civility and mutual understanding, Ki-young decided to abandon veiled intentions and become more straightforward. He saw an opportunity to address a crucial matter regarding Hyun-sung's plans for the future. Without beating around the bush, Ki-young proposed that regardless of Hyun-sung's plans, he and his allies were willing to actively participate and contribute. Hyun-sung, taken aback by Ki-young's bold proposal, he couldn't help but sport a slight grin as it dawned on him that Ki-young, beneath his seemingly self-centered demeanor, possessed wits and a fundamental understanding of the game they found themselves in. Reflecting back to the beginning, Ki-young had an epiphany regarding the goddess's instructions and concluded that she had given them two choices. Ki-young realized that the options were to either attack and survive, a daunting task, or find an alternative approach. Understanding the limitations of their resources, he suggested that they must minimize their group size, as attacking with limited resources and personnel would be impractical, emphasizing the importance of quality over quantity in their quest for survival. Ki-young, recognizing the potential harshness of his proposal, aimed to make Hyun-sung envision that while they might avoid monster attacks, the trade-off could be starvation due to limited resources. Hoping to convey a clearer perspective, Ki-young awaited Hyun-sung's response. He clarified that his intention was to ensure everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. To Ki-young's satisfaction, Hyun-sung extended his hand, signaling agreement and a willingness to collaborate on their shared plans. Ki-young was delighted that Hyun-sung agreed to his point of view. However, as he gazed at Hyun-sung, he couldn't shake the feeling that Hyun-sung might have changed the way he looked at Ki-young. Ki-young was aware that Hyun-sung noticed he wasn't gifted with physical strength, but had talent and wits. More specifically, Hyun-sung viewed Ki-young as someone akin to an analyst or administrator type of person. Later that night, the three of them ventured into the other world, where active monsters roamed around. In the heat of the other world, Dyaku showcased his combat prowess, skillfully wielding a shield, which he transformed into an asset weapon. In the midst of the battle, Dyaku called for Hyun-sung's assistance, recognizing the need for their leader's strategic input. Without hesitation, Hyun-sung swiftly joined the fray. He showcased not only leadership, but also remarkable agility and precision. The monster was caught off guard by Hyun-sung's speed and precision. In a single, well-timed strike, Hyun-sung eliminated the creature. Hyun-sung's fierceness radiated as he engaged the monsters with his sword, showcasing not only strength, but also skill in the heat of battle. The unfortunate creatures hardly stood a chance against his relentless assault. The victory was clear, and after the last creature fell, Hyun-sung struck a pose, embodying the strength and prowess of a seasoned warrior. Ki-young, observing the display, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction where his mind's eye skill had proven invaluable once again. Recognizing Hyun-sung's formidable combat abilities, they agreed that he would engage and hold off the approaching monsters while Dyaku and Ki-young seized the opportunity to gather essential resources. As Dyaku diligently gathered provisions, Ki-young took a moment to share his observations to Dyaku that the starting point area had fewer monsters than he initially anticipated. Pondering this, Ki-young speculated that Hyun-sung might have been proactively clearing the area in advance. However, not wanting to reveal the true extent of his abilities, Ki-young casually suggested to Dyaku that it could be a strategic move on Hyun-sung's part, or perhaps an inherent effect of his character class. Ki-young's mention of character classes triggered a wave of disappointment in Dyaku since they hadn't unlocked their classes yet. Observing the shift in Dyaku's mood, Ki-young was startled because it was unusual to see the usually upbeat Dyaku feeling down about something. Concerned, Ki-young approached him. He assured Dyaku that the unlocking of their character classes was just a matter of time and that they would soon gain new abilities and advantages. In an attempt to uplift Dyaku's spirits, Ki-young humbly downplayed his own contributions, noting that he didn't do much physical work as Hyun-sung handled most of it. However, he emphasized that Dyaku's role was invaluable because if it weren't for Dyaku's efforts, their survival would be far from guaranteed. Touched by Ki-young's wholesome words, Dyaku found his eyes sparkling with appreciation for his thoughtful friend. The moment of camaraderie, however, was abruptly interrupted when a status window materialized in front of them unexpectedly. Both Ki-young and Dyaku were taken by surprise, the timing of the appearance seeming rather peculiar. As they stared at the window, Ki-young's character class had finally been unlocked as it presented with the option to choose between becoming a warrior, archer, mage, or a commander. Delight painted Ki-young's expression as he realized that the process of unlocking his class had been quicker than he anticipated. But what intrigued him was the commander class, which is classified as rare. Ki-young eagerly delved into reviewing the details of the character classes he had unlocked. The first one to capture his attention was the warrior class. Typically serving as the tank in a team, Ki-young discovered that he had attained a common rank within this class. Moving on, he explored the archer class, responsible for long-range attacks. Much to his initial excitement, he found that he had acquired a common rank in this class as well. As Ki-young delved into the details of the mage class, responsible for magic uses, he found himself designated with a common rank once again. Despite this, Ki-young maintained a positive perspective, acknowledging that each class could be a great asset in combats, providing unique advantages to the team. However, it was the commander class that truly intrigued Ki-young, classified as a rare rank. This class required a person to be in the front lines and take on a leadership role. While immersed in choosing their character classes, Dyaku and Ki-young were so engrossed in their decisions that they didn't notice Hyun-sung approaching. Ki-young explained to Hyun-sung the details of the character classes he had unlocked in his status window. But when he revealed that he had obtained the rare ranked commander class, Hyun-sung's initial intrigue gave way to an undelighted expression, as if like something about the commander class didn't sit well with him. Skeptical, Ki-young shared his reservations, suggesting that the commander class might be a trap or a trick orchestrated by the system. Ignoring the suspicions that Ki-young and Hyun-sung harbored, Dyaku joyfully envisioned Ki-young as a commander, believed that Ki-young was a perfect fit for it. To him, it was a natural fit, as Ki-young's personality from the beginning of the game reflected the traits of an effective leader. Dyaku's ambitious vision of Ki-young as a commander encountered a momentary setback when Hyun-sung, practical and grounded, reminded them that certain benefits might only be gained from choosing specific classes. Ki-young, perceptive as ever, sensed that Hyun-sung might be subtly discouraging him from selecting the commander class, while Dyaku felt a compelling urge to advocate for Ki-young to choose the commander class. Hyun-sung, in his practical approach, suggested that being an archer might suit Ki-young better. Dyaku, however, firmly believed that the commander class would bring out Ki-young's great qualities. Amidst the ongoing debate, Ki-young tried to think through his options. The continuous back and forth between Hyun-sung and Dyaku made it challenging for him to arrive at a decision. Despite the chaotic discussion, Ki-young remained calm, understanding the significance of the decision at hand. Feeling the tension between his two friends, Ki-young couldn't help but sense the awkwardness in the air as they remained steadfast in their respective stances. Unsure of how to ease the intensity of the debate, Ki-young pondered the best course of action. Rather than getting entangled in the ongoing argument, Ki-young chose to carefully review the details of each character class. As he sought a decision that would be efficient and complement both his strengths and the team's needs, he finally made up his mind. After thorough consideration, Ki-young, without a moment's hesitation, clicked the Yes button to acquire the character class that he believed would best serve the team. The moment Ki-young accepted the class, an ethereal aura enveloped his body, as if he were slowly absorbing its power. Hyun-sung and Dyaku were surprised that Ki-young already made a decision. Hyun-sung and Dyaku rushed forward, their curiosity piqued. Eager to know which class Ki-young had chosen, they exchanged hopeful glances, silently wishing that he had opted for the class they each had advocated for. Dyaku and Hyun-sung, their excitement palpable, were eager to learn which class Ki-young had chosen. Ki-young, hesitating for a moment, took note of the intensity of their prior debate. But eventually, he admitted that he had chosen the magician class. A sense of disappointment clouded his expression when he envisioned Ki-young as the team's leader. Respecting Ki-young's decision, Hyun-sung diplomatically inquired about the reasoning behind choosing the magician class. In response to Hyun-sung's respectful inquiry, Ki-young awkwardly explained that his decision was based on following his intuitions. Privately, Kyung acknowledged that the archer class didn't align well with his physical capabilities, and while the allure of being a commander was tempting, it offered limited benefits to his stats. Choosing the magician class, Kyung strategically aimed to boost his intelligence stat, recognizing the importance of thorough thinking in their perilous situation. Additionally, the decision granted him a significant increase of 3 points in his mana, a previously unfamiliar territory for Kyung, but one that now held substantial merit. Kyung's wise decision not only expanded his knowledge of basic magic, but also saw a commendable increase in his mana stat by 3 points. As Kyung embraced the power surging within him, it felt like intelligence was filling up his brain. Curious about the progress he had made, he summoned his own status window, only to be advised that he needed to work a little harder to earn a title for himself. Undeterred, Kyung summoned his stats, discovering with surprise that 2 out of 7 were now labeled as heroic rank. Summoning his overview, the system described his progress as somewhat alright, acknowledging the challenges he had faced at the start of the game. However, a note of caution came with the information. The game, in its usual cryptic manner, warned Kyung not to get his hopes too high as a magician, hinting at potential challenges and limitations that lay ahead. Despite the cautionary notes from his own status window, Kyung chose to focus on the brighter side, finding solace in the progress he had made. Shifting his attention to Dyaku, who still seemed saddened by the earlier choice, Kyung inquired about the class Dyaku had picked. Dyaku, grappling with the decision between a shieldman and a priest, admitted the difficulty he was facing in making a choice. Almost instinctively, both Hyunsung and Kyung, synchronized in their response, suggested that Dyaku should choose the shieldsman class. However, a subtle conflict brewed within Dyaku, who harbored a desire to be a priest despite the external suggestions. Hyunsung and Kyung, without uttering excessive words, advised Dyaku to choose the shieldsman class. Responding to their synchronized suggestion, Dyaku made a swift decision and chose the shieldsman class without delay. Seeking reassurance, Kyung asked Dyaku about his chosen class. In response, Dyaku offered a genuine and pure smile, expressing contentment with his decision. Embracing the positive energy, Dyaku wholeheartedly swore to be a shieldsman from that point onward. Kyung, while outwardly expressing satisfaction with Dyaku's choice, harbored a deeper sense of relief, knowing that someone would now serve as his meat shield. After a while, Hyunsung congratulated the two of them and suggested returning to the camp. Before heading out, he contemplated dividing the looted food. To his surprise, Hyunsung discovered that Kyung and Dyaku had managed to loot and gather a substantial amount of food during their venture. Hyunsung's surprise at the abundance of food gathered, Kyung simply conveyed that they were more than willing to share the gathered food with others. Hyunsung's eyes sparkled with appreciation upon witnessing Kyung's generosity, recognizing the selflessness behind the act despite their differing survival mindsets. Grateful for the gathered food, he hugged the looted bags tightly, expressing his gratitude to Kyung and Dyaku. Prepared to return to the camp, Hyunsung bowed his head, a gesture of respect and appreciation towards both Dyaku and Kyung. Upon returning to the survivors' camp, the atmosphere was subdued despite the sunny day, as hunger took its toll on the residents. Eager for Hyunsung's return, one of them inquired about his arrival to Jihai. The person expressing impatience hoped for Hyunsung's swift return, sounding somewhat demanding. In the absence of Hyunsung, Jihai suggested they eat some of the leftovers or whatever remained in their storage to alleviate the hunger. Jihai got distracted as some man approached her. A man approached her with a desperate look, expressing a strong desire for just one bite of the bread she was eating. Moved by compassion, Jihai decided to share, cutting the bread in half to provide some relief. Jihai's act of sharing turned out to be mean and rude, as she only shared half of the bread with the woman she had been talking to. The man, who was already starving, received only crumbs. Despite his desperate hunger, he had no choice but to say thank you, even though Jihai's behavior came across as narcissistic and unkind. To Jihai's surprise, the atmosphere shifted as Hyunsung, Dyaku, and Kyung made their presence known. The survivors, starving and eager for their return, were genuinely happy to see them with bags filled with looted supplies. Despite her previous behavior, Jihai adopted a two-faced demeanor, acting sweet and cutesy as she approached Hyunsung upon his return. Jihai, with audacity, took the initiative to handle the loots as if she would take charge of them. Despite her earlier behavior, Hyun-sung appeared oblivious to Ji-hai's true nature, trusting her with this responsibility. On the other hand, another survivor attempted to approach Ki-young, expressing his intention to take care of the loots in Ki-young's possession. To the survivor's surprise, Ki-young responded with a cold stare, contrary to the warmth and trust usually associated with Hyun-sung. The shock stemmed from the expectation that Ki-young would exhibit similar leadership qualities as Hyun-sung. Deok-gu, perplexed by Ki-young's decision not to share the loots, followed him and sought clarification. Ki-young reiterated that they weren't volunteers, expressing concern that sharing too much might result in a bad reputation among the camp residents. Ki-young believed that risking their well-being for others was not viable. He speculated that Hyun-sung might have recruited them not just for their skills, but to inspire the camp residents to take a more active role. As Ki-young continued walking, he couldn't help but observe Ji-hai's sudden transformation into a sweet and generous person. Her demeanor had shifted entirely, leaving Ki-young intrigued by the apparent change in her behavior towards the camp residents. With a discerning eye, Ki-young considered the possibility of Ji-hai taking charge in the absence of Hyun-sung. Despite Ji-hai's sweet and appealing facade, Ki-young recognized her as someone who exhibited strength towards the weak and weakness towards the strong. Drawing a parallel to a ruler, Ki-young concluded that Ji-hai acted like a king when Hyun-sung wasn't present, wielding influence and authority in her own way. As Ki-young surveyed the camp, he observed a spectrum of experiences. While some seemed to be enjoying themselves, others were engaged in laborious tasks, creating a stark contrast in the overall atmosphere. Ki-young's attention was drawn to the laborious tasks being carried out in the camp, and to his surprise, he noticed someone familiar among the workers. It was Haein, diligently involved in stocking up rocks to fortify their camp's defenses. However, Ki-young observed a less than ideal situation for Haein. Some of the workers appeared to be unkind, criticizing Haein for what they perceived as sluggish work while carrying rocks. Colleagues warned those involved in the labor that their productivity determined their share of resources, implying that those who worked harder would receive more. Observing Haein's struggles served as a wake-up call for Ki-young. The unfair treatment she received due to her delicate and soft nature prompted Ki-young to take action. Ki-young then calls for Deok-gu to talk about Haein. Ki-young inquired if Deok-gu remembered her as the woman they had saved earlier. Expressing concern for Haein's well-being, Ki-young requested that Deok-gu give Haein his loots and watch over her. Deok-gu, misinterpreting Ki-young's intentions, got the wrong idea that Ki-young might have a romantic interest in Haein. Despite this misunderstanding, Deok-gu assumed the role of a supportive friend and promised to fulfill Ki-young's favor. While Deok-gu made this commitment, Haein continued to exert herself, working hard in the laborious task assigned to her. Ki-young, observing her efforts, couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. Understanding that Haein likely expected him and Deok-gu to be the ones looking out for her. Ki-young contemplated that if he could make Haein understand their helpful nature, she might rely on them more for support. Meanwhile, Deok-gu, maintaining a positive spirit, approached Haein. To their surprise, as they expected potential bullying or pity towards Haein, an unexpected individual approached her. Contrary to their concerns, this person displayed genuine kindness, offering his bread to Haein. He seemed genuine and nice as he handed his bread to her. Ki-young's curiosity was piqued by the kind and generous man who offered his bread to Haein. However, as he observed this stranger, a sense of caution washed over him. Ki-young found himself consumed by curiosity and a hint of jealousy regarding the kind man who approached Haein. The thought that this stranger might take away his perceived precious treasure occupied Ki-young's mind. Skeptical of the man's intentions, Ki-young pondered whether there was more to his seemingly generous act. He held the belief that someone who barely had enough food for themselves and gave it away might have ulterior motives beneath their outward kindness. While Ki-young grappled with these suspicions, Deok-gu faced his own dilemma. Ki-young, after some contemplation, signaled to Deok-gu that it was still acceptable to give the loots to Haein. Without questioning, Deok-gu obediently followed Ki-young's directive. Deok-gu approached Haein and her new acquaintance, who had kindly offered her bread. The man explained that the bread was from Ji-hai, subtly implying a connection with her. He insisted that Haein should accept the entire loaf. Haein, initially shy and overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, hesitated to accept the offered bread. However, the kind man insisted, believing that she deserved a reprieve from the challenging tasks she was undertaking. Grateful for the gesture, Heian eventually accepted the bread and expressed her thanks to the man for looking out for her. As she enjoyed every bite, her thoughts turned to Ki-young and Dyaku. The memories of being saved by Ki-young lingered in her mind, and she couldn't help but think of him fondly. Ki-young's image dominated her thoughts, and she found herself envisioning his handsome face as she savored the moments of respite provided by the bread. Heian couldn't suppress a blush that crept onto her cheeks as she found herself lost in thoughts of Ki-young. As Heian continued to daydream about Ki-young, it seemed that the kind man harbored a crush on her. He approached the situation cautiously, asking if it was all right for him to be close to her. Heian, still appreciative of his gesture with the bread, agreed, thinking of him as a kind person. However, the atmosphere shifted unexpectedly. The man's initial kindness took a different turn as he caressed Heian's hand, catching her off guard. The situation became more complex as the man suddenly became romantic. Heian asked him kindly to let go of her hands. Heian, perplexed by the sudden shift in the man's behavior, couldn't understand why his kindness had vanished. However, her confusion deepened as the man, disappointed by her rejection, turned mean. Expressing his dissatisfaction, he made Heian feel as though she had done something wrong. Clarifying that he didn't intend to perform acts of charity for her benefit, the man crossed a line. He went on to advise Heian to repay favors or kindness. The man then tightened his grip on Heian's delicate wrists. As the man continued to act out of line, he delivered a message to Heian, suggesting that fitting in required being on his good terms. Unable to tolerate the man's behavior any longer, Dyaku decided to intervene. He warned the man that if he didn't want to face consequences, he should release Heian's hand. However, the man, seemingly confident and disrespectful, disregarded Dyaku's warning. Faced with the man's rudeness and unwillingness to back down, Dyaku felt compelled to take action to protect Heian. Swiftly and decisively, Dyaku smacked the man's hand, causing him to release his grip on Heian's delicate wrists. Dyaku, asserting his authority, clarified that he hadn't hit the man too hard, but insisted that he needed to stop his inappropriate behavior. Taking matters into his own hands, quite literally, Dyaku picked up the man. Heian, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Dyaku ensured that the man was kept at a safe distance, preventing any further harm to her. The commotion caused by Dyaku's intervention had grown so loud that it attracted the attention of Jihai and the other survivors in the camp. The noise reverberated, stirring curiosity among the survivors who began to gather, eager to understand the source of the disturbance. Observing the unfolding situation, Ki-young chose to remain a bystander for a while, gauging the extent to which the events would escalate. Meanwhile, the man involved in the disturbance overreacted dramatically. Just because of the nosebleed, it made him appear like a crying baby in the eyes of the onlookers. Heian, attempting to prevent further escalation, intervened and tried to calm Dyaku. She reassured him that she was fine, hoping to diffuse the tension and redirect the attention away from the overreacting man. Jihai, aiming to quell the commotion. She stepped in, offering comfort to the man named Syaku. She sternly addressed Dyaku, emphasizing that violence was strictly prohibited within the camp. Dyaku, standing his ground, explained that he had witnessed Syaku attempting to harass Heian, prompting his intervention. In an attempt to get to the bottom of the situation, Jihai turned her attention to Syaku and inquired about the validity of Dyaku's claims, only to be met with denial from Syaku. Syaku skillfully fabricated a narrative, asserting that the hand-grabbing incident was an accidental misunderstanding that Dyaku misinterpreted. This manipulation infuriated Dyaku, who saw through Syaku's attempt to portray himself as the victim in the situation. Syaku continued, stating that he merely wanted to be close to Heian, emphasizing her positive response to his actions. Jihai, seeking clarity, turned to Heian, scolding her and urging her to speak up about the truth. However, the attention placed on Heian made her feel pressured. Amidst the confusion, the camp inhabitants quickly jumped to conclusions, assuming that the confrontation between Dyaku and Syaku was merely a dispute over a girl. The crowd began to judge Heian, labeling her as a flirt in the midst of the predicament. She felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The accusatory gazes and hasty assumptions made her teary-eyed, especially considering that she hadn't done anything wrong. The harsh scrutiny made her question whether the other world was any different from the judgment she faced on Earth, where it seemed like no one was on her side. Overwhelmed, Heian couldn't contain her emotions any longer and began to cry. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, she reluctantly admitted that what Syaku said was true, even though the truth was far more complex. Despite Heian's emotional struggle, she bravely detailed Siaku's actions, expressing the fear they had instilled in her. However, as the pressure mounted, Jihai appeared unwilling to comprehend Heian's perspective. Instead of trying to see the wider view, Jihai sighed in apparent frustration. In a turn of events, Jihai placed the blame squarely on Heian, emphasizing that she was in the wrong for agreeing to be close with Siaku. Heian, desperate to explain her innocence and lack of understanding regarding Siaku's true intentions, attempted to justify her actions. However, Jihai, lacking empathy, questioned whether Heian was a child, dismissing her tears as ineffective in solving the situation. Jihai continued to assert her authority, calling out Diaku for resorting to violence, emphasizing that saving a girl doesn't justify breaking the rules prohibiting violence in the camp. Despite Heian's plea for the situation to stop and her sincere apology, she was filled with pride as Jihai openly sided with Siaku. Jihai, unmoved by the distress she caused Heian, insisted that apologizing to her wouldn't resolve anything. However, her biased perspective became evident as she pressured Heian to apologize to Siaku, portraying him as the victim. Heian, shocked by the unjust demand, found herself in a dilemma. Jihai was waiting for Heian to apologize and beg as if like she's pressuring her. Pressure from Jihai weighed heavily on her, leaving her trembling with fear while Diaku, witnessing this unfair treatment, grew increasingly disgusted. Heian couldn't get the words out of her mouth, especially when she's not even at the wrong. Ki-young, observing the escalating tension and unfair treatment, decided it was time to step in. With confidence, Ki-young walked into the center of the commotion and approached Heian. People's eyes were fixed on him as he confidently walked in. Ki-young took charge, determined to address the situation due to the unfair judgment unfolding. As the center of attention, Ki-young, flanked by Heian and the others, found himself unexpectedly surrounded by intrigued onlookers. Though he knew the unfolding situation had nothing to do with him, he couldn't ignore the fact that Heian was unjustly cornered. Jihai, confident that Ki-young would align with her, was taken aback when Ki-young dismissed her, stating unequivocally that she had lost her mind. In no uncertain terms, Ki-young scolded Jihai, emphasizing that the camp was not a playground for her power games. Ki-young, not content with just scolding Jihai, extended his warning to the entire camp, cautioning them about the potential danger of attracting monsters with their loud voices. The realization prompted the camp members to become more conscious, lowering their voices to avoid drawing unwanted attention. In an attempt to salvage her position, Jihai started to explain the situation, but Ki-young, already aware of the events, cut her off. He highlighted Jihai's own words about not knowing the true nature of the conflict, emphasizing that the roles of victim and assailant had yet to be determined. Ki-young's boldness in pointing out the unfair judgment resonated through the camp, leaving Jihai in shock and Heian visibly terrified. Jihai, trying to save face, attempted to justify her actions, blaming Heian. However, Ki-young interrupted her again, asking a crucial question, that whether she was absolutely certain of Siaku's innocence. Caught in her own deception, Jihai stood speechless and visibly ashamed as Ki-young skillfully exposed her complicity in Siaku's guilt. Ki-young, sensing his triumph, knew that Jihai's confirmation of Siaku's innocence would ultimately place the responsibility squarely on her shoulders. Seizing the moment, Ki-young emphasized the unpleasantness of ganging up on a single person, warning that such actions would undoubtedly disappoint Hyun-sung, who held a higher authority in the camp. The onlookers, now feeling the weight of their actions, shared in Jihai's shame, realizing the potential consequences if Hyun-sung were to discover the truth. Turning his attention to the distraught Heian, Ki-young approached her with a reassuring demeanor. As he consoled her, he couldn't help but feel certain that, in his eyes, Heian was not capable of leading men astray. Touched once again by Ki-young's unwavering support, Heian found solace in his defense amid the growing opposition. Jihai, unwilling to concede defeat, challenged Ki-young's assurance in Heian's innocence, questioning their short acquaintance. In response, Ki-young painted a vivid scenario. Drawing a parallel between meeting someone in school and seeking friendship, he emphasized that camaraderie didn't equate to ill intentions or the right to be malicious. Jihai, frustrated and silenced by Ki-young's reasoning, couldn't deny the logic that befriending someone shouldn't be grounds for victim blaming. Initially aligned against Heian, the collective sentiment turned against Jihai, now seen as unjustly accusing Heian for merely being friendly. Ki-young's perspective resonated, prompting a broader understanding among the camp members. As the tables turned against her, Ji-hai began to feel the weight of the pressure she had so readily applied to Haein. Desperate to salvage her position, Ji-hai turned to Ki-young in an attempt to talk her way out of the escalating situation. To her shock, she found herself trapped, realizing that there was no easy escape from the predicament she had created. As her gaze met Ki-young's, the power dynamic shifted, and Ji-hai felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Ki-young's assertiveness and the camp's collective disapproval had stripped Ji-hai of the control she once wielded. A silent acknowledgement passed between Ki-young and Ji-hai, a recognition that the imagined throne of authority in the camp had shifted. The once untouchable controller found herself far from the position of control she had grown accustomed to, realizing that her reign had come to an abrupt end. Ji-hai remained silent, humbled by the broader perspective that Ki-young had presented, exposing the true wrongdoings. Haein, overwhelmed with gratitude, sought to express her thanks, but Ki-young redirected the attention. He prioritized Siakwu's well-being, instructing the crowd to ensure he received necessary treatment. Surprisingly, the first volunteers were from Ji-hai's own followers, indicating a subtle shift in allegiance. Ki-young then emphasized the importance of cleaning up before Hyun-sung's arrival and assigned Deokgu the task of patrolling, highlighting the potential dangers posed by people, not just monsters. Deokgu, exuding positivity, accepted the responsibility with enthusiasm, ready to contribute to the camp's well-being. With the immediate crisis settled, Ki-young requested a private meeting with Haein. She agreed without hesitation, appreciative of Ki-young's support in the tumultuous situation. Although the camp was now aware of Siakwu's true nature, some continued to criticize Haein, but despite this, Ki-young hoped that the judgments wouldn't affect her, knowing she was someone special to him. As the camp settled into an uneasy peace, Ji-hai, left powerless, pondered on how she could reclaim her lost influence. In a quieter moment, Ki-young led Haein to a more secluded space for their conversation. Showing respect, he gestured for her to sit, signaling the beginning of a private discussion. Shy and apologetic, Haein approached Ki-young, worried that she might have burdened him with the recent events. Ki-young, however, reassured her, making it clear that he didn't place any blame on her, but he simply wanted to hear her perspective without any pressure. Ki-young's approach eased Haein's anxiety, and a spark returned to her eyes as she felt a renewed sense of safety. Wiping away her tears, she steeled herself to share the full details with Ki-young. Though hesitant at first, the comfort she felt in Ki-young's presence allowed her to open up. Taking a seat, Haein began to recount the events involving Siakwu. As Haein began to share her experience, Ki-young listened attentively, adopting a gentle demeanor. Haein, recounting the distressing incident with Siakwu, described how he had forcibly held her and berated her. Sympathizing with her pain, Ki-young aimed to validate her feelings. However, Haein's emotions ran deep, making it challenging for Ki-young to fully comprehend the extent of her turmoil. The nuances in her speech made it a bit difficult for him to grasp the entirety of her emotions. Despite this, Ki-young recognized the importance of empathy in this situation. As Haein continued to share her story, the comfort she felt in speaking to Ki-young allowed her to release the pent-up emotions. Grateful for Ki-young's support, Haein extended her thanks, but Ki-young, ever humble, clarified that he was merely attempting to provide a broader perspective on the situation. However, Haein, appreciative of Ki-young's belief in her, emphasized that his trust meant a great deal to her. As Haein reflected on the various instances of kindness she had received from Ki-young since their meeting, she couldn't help but wonder about his motivation. Ki-young, opening up a bit about himself, admitted that he did what he believed was right. He revealed a personal connection to the situation, sharing that he had a younger sister in the real world around the same age as Haein. While acknowledging the contrast in personalities between Haein and his own chaotic younger sister, Ki-young expressed genuine empathy towards Haein. Curious about Haein's life beyond the other world, Ki-young inquired about her situation in the real world, in which Haein revealed the distressing fact that she had lost contact with her two older sisters. As the conversation delved into more personal territory, Ki-young asked about Haein's parents, and she disclosed that they were also absent in the real world. Seizing the moment, Ki-young opened up, acknowledging the similarities in their situations. As Haein blushed at the realization of their shared experiences, Ki-young was satisfied to have a connection with her. But deep down, he thought of this as a perfect timing to empathize with her. Recognizing the opportunity to deepen their connection, Ki-young suggested that they talk more comfortably. As Ki-young suggested they talk more comfortably, acute panic swept over Haein, realizing that her crush was actively seeking to know her better. Her shyness grew more pronounced in Ki-young's presence. Ki-young, seemingly satisfied with the impact he had on Haein. He then summoned his mind's eye to check her recent stats. To his discovery, Haein hadn't chosen a character class yet, unlike Dyaku and himself. Despite her lack of confidence, the system hinted at Haein's latent potential, indicating a capability for a formidable mage level. With the newfound knowledge about Haein's potential as a mage, Ki-young contemplated the idea of training her to become the best in that class. However, he wondered if he should initiate a conversation with her about magic. As they engaged in conversation, Ji-hai interrupted by knocking, drawing Ki-young's attention. Instantly, he became serious, detecting her presence, and inquired about her intentions. Surprised by Ji-hai's sudden intrusion, Ki-young and Haein exchanged glances. Ki-young, caught off guard, hadn't anticipated Ji-hai's approach to be so swift. Recognizing the need for privacy, Ki-young gently asked Haein to step aside momentarily. Haein, looking uncomfortable, complied, awkwardly passing through, while Ji-hai couldn't help but notice the unease in Haein's demeanor. Alone now, Ki-young, wanting to assert control over the situation, put on a fierce expression and questioned Ji-hai about her intentions. Unable to maintain eye contact, Ji-hai apologized for causing a disturbance. Ki-young, taking a mature stance, apologized as well for any perceived sensitivity on his part. However, Ji-hai, perceiving Ki-young's actions as the right thing to do, indicated that she believed his actions were justified. Despite the apologies, it was clear that Ji-hai desired further conversation and made Ki-young thought that she might not be aligning with the established dynamics, wondered about her intentions. Ji-hai then requested to handle the situation between Haein and Siakwu, expressing her remorse for the turmoil caused. Ji-hai appeared reluctant to relinquish her leadership. Ki-young, perhaps realizing that overstepping his bounds, let Ji-hai take charge, acknowledging her role in the camp. Ji-hai, sensing the gravity of the situation, wanted to clarify that her intentions weren't what Ki-young might have assumed. Ki-young, maintaining an intimidating demeanor, warned Ji-hai that he preferred not to be involved in such matters as he did earlier. As Ki-young's gaze remained fixed on Ji-hai, he reflected on the similarity between them, that two seemingly untalented individuals forced into the political dynamics of the camp for survival. He hoped that Ji-hai wouldn't overstep the boundaries he had just set, but then he was surprised as Ji-hai suddenly stood up. However, instead of asserting herself, she unexpectedly sat down next to him. Softly holding Ki-young's arms, Ji-hai promised that she wouldn't cross the line again, expressing regret for causing him trouble. It appears that Ji-hai and Ki-young clicked in terms of their own survival mindset. The unexpected turn of events had Ki-young feeling heated and uncertain, struggling to read Ji-hai's true intentions. However, the tension dissipated as Ji-hai revealed that she admired ambitious people. She confessed her fondness for Ki-young and expressed her hope for a positive relationship between them. Ji-hai acknowledged that Ki-young's actions might have been driven by a desire to impress Haein. In return, Ji-hai promised to look after Haein, recognizing the challenges she faced within the camp due to the dislike from some members. Ji-hai's candid words brought a smile to Ki-young's face, creating an unexpected connection between the two. The surprising connection between Ki-young and Ji-hai deepened as they confessed their similarities and shared mindsets. In a moment of unexpected intimacy, they shared a kiss, and Ki-young realized that the system had been accurate when it hinted that Ji-hai was his soulmate. In the aftermath of the turmoil, the camp organized a stage where Siakwu was required to kneel and offer a loud, clear apology for his reprehensible actions. The sincerity in his voice resonated as he expressed his deepest remorse to everyone, particularly to Haein. However, as the crowd absorbed the apology, rumors began to circulate. Whispers suggested that Ji-hai's alignment with Ki-young might be the reason behind Siakwu's public apology, and that Ki-young's influence had grown. The rumor mill also churned out discussions about Ki-young's apparent concern for Haein, leading to assumptions of higher authority attributed to him. Despite the public display of Siakwu's apology, skepticism lingered in some quarters. Some doubted Haein's innocence, speculating that she might be feigning her soft and innocent demeanor for attention. In the midst of these swirling rumors, Ki-young chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding dynamics within the camp. Ji-hai got nervous that she laughed, awkwardly being addressed as the big sis. In the present, Ki-young reflected on his decision to align with Ji-hai, recognizing her proficiency in navigating the political landscape of the camp. However, this newfound alliance came with its own set of challenges, including having to listen to Haeun's complaints about various circumstances throughout the day. Haeun, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief in sharing her grievances with Ki-young, finding solace in expressing the negativity that had accumulated within her. Despite the challenges, Ki-young appreciated the opportunity to learn and grow together, realizing that it was the best way to foster closeness. After Haeun had vented, Ki-young shifted the conversation, inquiring about her progress in using basic magic. Ki-young, eager to teach Haeun, demonstrated the use of basic magic by pointing his finger. As he summoned a tiny fire on the tip of his finger, Haeun was visibly impressed. Her face lit up with happiness at witnessing Ki-young's magical prowess. However, behind the scenes, Ki-young was also occupied with his own magical training, working alongside Deokgu and his shieldsmen to enhance their abilities for battles. He advised Haeun on the importance of imagination and chanting while casting spells, emphasizing that these aspects were crucial for mages to enhance attribute magic. Despite his demonstration, Ki-young acknowledged the mediocrity of his own magic skills. That's why he hoped that Haeun would surpass him. Ki-young informed her about the upcoming hunting trip with Hyunsing and Deokgu, expressing his hope that they would continue practicing. Haeun, filled with positivity and determination, promised to do her best in training. After the consultation, Ki-young decided to call it a day. Before he could leave, Haeun approached him, seeking further guidance on something she still couldn't understand. Ki-young, happy to assist, listened as Haeun shared that her mana had recently increased. Intrigued by her progress, Ki-young, while looking at Haeun, contemplated using his mind's eye to gauge her development, considering that she might soon be able to choose her own character class. Excitement filled Ki-young as he used his mind's eye to examine Haeun's progress through her status window. To his surprise, Haeun now had a class and a disposition of pure advocate, but the system, however, advised her to work hard to gain her own title. Ki-young, reading through Haeun's status window, felt a sense of confusion. His gaze fixated on Haeun's class, a mage, which was ranked as common. His surprise heightened as he delved further into the overview of Haeun's status window, which indicated that she had acquired a perfect understanding of foundations and basic knowledge regarding magic and mana. Ki-young was astonished to realize that Haeun had already achieved the status of a mage, challenging his previous assumptions about her learning progress. He couldn't reconcile the image of the sweet and innocent girl with the fact that she seemed to have lied about her magical abilities. Haeun, who had always radiated sincerity, straightforwardly informed Ki-young that she didn't know how to use her mana yet. However, Ki-young, aware of the information he had gleaned from her status window, realized that her statement was a lie. Ki-young's gaze lingered on Haeun, trying to reconcile the innocent and kind image he held of her with the newfound knowledge that she was capable of lying. Haeun, perceptive to Ki-young's prolonged stare, prompted him to explain himself nervously, and he quickly brushed it off, claiming he was lost in thought about something else. Despite knowing that Haeun was already proficient in using her mana, Ki-young chose to go along with her pretense, maintaining the facade that he was genuinely willing to teach her. As he looked at Haeun's status window, he was surprised to find that the system labeled her class as a mage with a heroic rank, which made him wonder why Haeun would pretend to struggle with understanding her own mana. While Ki-young played along, he couldn't help but ponder the reasons behind Haeun's charade and what her true plans might be. Ki-young took the initiative to teach Haeun how to summon a flame through the tip of her finger. To his surprise, after just one instruction, Haeun managed to summon a tiny flame effortlessly. However, her next move, she pretended as if she couldn't hold the flame for much longer. This left Ki-young in with disbelief, knowing that Haeun could definitely pull off some magic. Haeun, feigning vulnerability, acted as if she didn't grasp Ki-young's teaching, though Ki-young was convinced she did it intentionally. Haeun, eager to learn more, asked Ki-young for further instruction. However, Ki-young, having other commitments, decided to conclude their training session for the time being. Despite this, they compromised on resuming their training the next day, until Ji-hai's underling interfered with their session. This underling was revealed to be Park Ha-young. She is Ji-hai's lackey, as well as the connection Ji-hai sent after the incident with Seokwu. Ki-young had noticed Ha-young frequently around after the incident with Seokwu, but he couldn't fathom why she was summoning him now. To provide some privacy, Ki-young bid farewell to Haeun, intending to address whatever matter Ha-young had brought to his attention. Filled with joy, Haein expressed gratitude for Ki-young's assurance that they would resume their training together on another day. Observing Haein as she walked away, Ha-young couldn't help but notice a hint of insecurity in her demeanor, possibly due to her association with people connected to Jihai. As Ki-young questioned Ha-young about the sudden conversation, she hesitated to cut to the chase. Instead, she inquired about the members Ki-young planned to announce for the upcoming hunting trip. Ha-young then expressed her desire to be included in the expedition, wondering if it wasn't too late. However, before Ki-young could approve her request, he decided to analyze Ha-young's potential contribution and assess whether she could be an asset in the next hunting trip. Ki-young, analyzing Ha-young's stats, was impressed to find that her constitution stat was ranked rare, while her strength stat was even higher, ranked heroic despite not having a class. When Ki-young straightforwardly informed Ha-young that he might consider recommending Haein first, Ha-young asserted her belief that those chosen for the hunting trip should be capable fighters. She exuded confidence, convinced that she was more suitable than Haein, although Ki-young, in his mind, disagreed, recognizing Haein's untapped potential. Considering asking Hyun-sung instead, Ha-young sought advice from Ki-young. However, Ki-young cautioned her not to get her hopes up, hinting at the challenges she might face in convincing the camp leader. After some deliberation, Jihai, Hyun-sung, Ki-young, and Deokgu gathered in front of the camp to make a special announcement about who would participate in the upcoming hunting trip. As Jihai called for Hyun-sung to make the announcement, an air of intrigue filled the camp, and murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Hyun-sung, taking the stage, delivered a speech emphasizing the challenges posed by the system and the necessity for willing survivors to participate in the upcoming hunting trip. Even before the official announcement, rumors circulated among the crowd, speculating that Haein would likely be included due to her rumored status as Ki-young's favorite, perceived by some as unfair. In the face of judgmental words from others, Haein chose to cover her ears, seeking solace in thoughts of her crush, Ki-young. In those moments, she felt a sense of assurance that Ki-young was the only person she could truly rely on within the camp, providing her with a source of comfort. Deep down, Haein grappled with a sense of guilt for lying to Ki-young. However, she believed that revealing the truth could strengthen their connection, prompting her to consider coming clean about her abilities. Taking some alone time during the announcement, it was in this reflective moment that she unexpectedly crossed paths with Ha-young, which startled the both of them. Observing Haein's behavior, Ha-young called her out, sensing that she was waiting for Ki-young. Assuming a hint of jealousy, Ha-young couldn't resist being straightforward, suggesting that Haein sometimes pretends to be clueless. Teasingly, Ha-young remarked on how obvious it was that Haein had feelings for Ki-young. As Ha-young took a closer step, Haein became numb, feeling a sense of discomfort. The tension heightened as Ha-young questioned the possibility of Ki-young reciprocating Haein's feelings, leaving Haein with a sense of unease. In response to Haein's inquiry about her behavior, Ha-young explained that she wanted to ensure Haein wasn't being delusional, especially since they would be on the same team for the upcoming hunting trip. Offering a word of advice, Ha-young claimed to understand the type of person Ki-young was. Straight to the point, Ha-young expressed her belief that Ki-young was the type of person who doesn't trust easily. Once Ki-young no longer found convenience in someone, he would discard them without hesitation. Haein, feeling anxious, resisted believing Ha-young's words. Ha-young, perceiving Haein's vulnerability as a potential point of manipulation, warned her that Ki-young might eventually tire of someone like her and cast her aside. Getting personal, Ha-young speculated that perhaps all the nice people in Haein's life had left her, leading her to cling to Ki-young, who had been kind to her. This statement triggered vivid memories for Haein, recalling her two older sisters who had criticized her for depending on them too much. Ha-young seemed determined to push Haein to her limits, suggesting that unless she gave her best effort, Ki-young might lose interest. Ha-young insinuated that people like her were more suited to be on Ki-young's team than someone like Haein. The tension escalated until Hyun-sung announced the first two members of the hunting trip, revealing that Ha-young and Haein were selected. Ha-young expressed delight at being chosen. Busy with her own agenda, Ha-young decided to walk away, leaving Haein alone to grapple with the unsettling conversation they had. As Ha-young disappeared from view, Haein found it challenging to shake off the impact of Ha-young's real talk. Struggling to process the conflicting thoughts, Haein faced a dilemma of whether to believe Ha-young's warnings about Ki-young's nature. Despite the doubts planted by Young, Haein clung to her belief that Young was a kind man. Recalling the promises Young had made to her about hunting and practicing their skills together every day, Haein chose to hold on to the image of Young as a trustworthy companion. Despite Young's warnings, Haein was confident in her perception of Young as an understanding man who considered her part of his family. In her eyes, Young was different from the person Young had described. Haein believed that Young valued her despite her perceived lack of wisdom and speed. As Young was called upon to join the stage and be welcomed as part of the hunting team, Haein dismissed every negative word Young had uttered as lies. In her unwavering faith, Haein looked forward to proving Young wrong and strengthening her bond with Young. Despite her outward resolve, deep down, Haein harbored a fear of being cast aside. The unsettling conversation with Young had triggered a cascade of thoughts, leading Haein to entertain the possibility that Young might harbor negative feelings towards her. In the midst of these anxious thoughts, Haein began to experience hallucinations, hearing imaginary negative words suggesting that Young might hate her. The internal struggle intensified as Haein fought against these hallucinations, realizing the emotional toll they were taking on her. The mixture of jealousy and overthinking further complicated Haein's state of mind, creating a turbulent internal landscape as she grappled with her fears and insecurities. The sight of Young shaking hands with Young felt like a breaking point for Haein. The weight of Young's words, especially the assertion that she was better suited for Young, overwhelmed Haein. In that moment, it seemed like Haein's world was crumbling around her. A few minutes earlier, before the emotional turmoil reached its peak for Haein, Hyun-sung had taken the stage to address the camp about the challenges they faced. He highlighted the scarcity of resources, particularly food and water, in comparison to the growing number of survivors. To tackle this issue, Hyun-sung suggested that some survivors must undergo training outside the camp. Following Hyun-sung's speech, he called upon Young to continue addressing the camp. Young, showcasing his proficiency as a mage, summoned a flame through the palm of his hands. He surprised the audience with his abilities. Seizing the attention, Young explained that the other world they now inhabited operated in a manner far more fantastical than their familiar Earth, resembling the dynamics of a video game. Despite acquiring some skills, Young remained humble, acknowledging that he, like many others, began as a fearful beginner hiding from monsters. Sharing his experience, Young advised the survivors that facing fear head-on and fighting without hesitation would lead to strength and eventual triumph. He stressed the importance of everyone working hard together to escape and survive in the other world. Young's motivational speech resonated with the camp, sparking enthusiasm and a collective determination to face the challenges ahead. Even Hyun-sung, surprised by the positive reception, acknowledged that the camp's reaction to Young's words was preferable to the grim alternative of starving to demise. After Young's inspiring speech, Hyun-sung announced Young and Haein as the chosen members for the upcoming hunting trip. The crowd erupted in cheers as Young made her way to the stage. As she extended her hand, hoping for good cooperation in the team, Young tightly held Young. In a subtle move, Young took a closer step, conveying a message discreetly. Young couldn't help but feel a shiver down her spine as Young confronted her about shoving Haein. The confidence she once exuded wavered as she stood close to Young, who emitted an aura of intensity. Young acknowledged the incident, but made it clear that this was just a cautionary measure and that such behavior wouldn't be tolerated. Young gave her a glare, a stare that indicated how serious he was if ever Young tried to bully Haein again. His glare bore into Young, leaving her unable to meet his gaze directly, and she sensed the seriousness behind his words. After the serious warning, Young's mood suddenly shifted, becoming more upbeat as he expressed hope for a successful collaboration. As Young walked away, visibly affected by the encounter, Young's mind was filled with thoughts about saving Haein from bullies and growing closer to her. However, as he scanned the crowd for Haein, Young was surprised to find her, as she looked so gloomy and unpleased during the positive ceremony. A closer look revealed the toll of negative words on Haein, suggesting that she might be on the verge of breaking down from the emotional weight she carried. Young, despite being known for his intelligence, found himself feeling intimidated by the unexpected demeanor of the usually sweet and kind Haein. This unfamiliar sense of intimidation left him unable to comprehend its origin, and his gaze remained fixated on Haein. Diaku, noticing Ki-young's discomfort, approached him with concern and suggested that Ki-young should focus on taking care of himself. He expressed his worry that Ki-young might be feeling unwell, perhaps due to the food they had consumed earlier. As Ki-young glanced back at Haein, he noticed her calm demeanor as she waved at him from the stage. Ki-young, feeling a sense of unease and confusion, awkwardly waved back. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Haein. Meanwhile, Ha-young, still shaken from Ki-young's warning, couldn't escape the nagging feeling that she had messed something up. The image of Ki-young cautioning her against bullying Haein lingered in her mind, making her nervous. She realized that Ki-young's perceptiveness could pose a challenge, and she wondered how her actions might have affected her standing with him. Ha-young, struggling with the weight of her mistake and the potential consequences, found herself contemplating the consequences of a single misstep. She had worked hard to secure her position, leveraging her connection with Jihai. She even avoided laborious tasks by becoming one of her underlings. As she snaps back to reality, her attention was called by Jihai. Jihai, once the undisputed leader, now advised Ha-young to excel in the upcoming hunting trip and take good care of Ki-young. This unexpected submission to Ki-young's influence left Ha-young unsettled, realizing that the dynamics within the camp were evolving and the roles were shifting in ways she hadn't anticipated. Ha-young, recognizing the importance of connections and alliances in their challenging situation, acknowledged Jihai's advice about having reliable people around. However, she was keenly aware that her recent misstep with Ki-young had put her in an unfavorable position. Watching Ki-young being comforted by Hyun-sung and Diaku, Ha-young realized that he was not someone to be underestimated. Despite her dislike for Haein, Ha-young decided to set aside her pride since she needed to mend her relationship with Ki-young. Ha-young knew she had to adapt to the changing landscape to secure her place. With a newfound determination, Ha-young resolved to do whatever it took to earn Ki-young's favor. The next day marked the commencement of the hunting trip, with Hyun-sung and Diaku positioned at the vanguard. Hyun-sung, assuming the role of the leader, directed Ki-young and Haein to support from the rear, emphasizing the importance of their roles in the impending battle. In addition, he urged Ha-young and Haein to be vigilant, acknowledging that it was their first battle, and he also hoped that Diaku and Ki-young would also be present at assisting the two. As Hyun-sung conveyed the instructions, Haein attentively absorbed every word. Meanwhile, Ki-young found his attention divided. Although Hyun-sung's voice faded into the background, Ki-young's gaze remained fixated on Haein. Ki-young found himself questioning whether he was imagining things or simply overanalyzing Haein's behavior, especially after witnessing her express anger for the first time. His prolonged gaze caught her attention. Haein immediately shot him the sweetest smile. Caught off guard, Ki-young, unsure of Haein's intentions, decided to maintain a guarded demeanor. Meanwhile, Ha-young, determined to prove herself as a valuable subordinate to Ki-young, observed the dynamics unfolding within the group. After all the instructions were provided, Hyun-sung turned to face the entrance of the designated location for their hunting trip. With a final conclusion, he declared that it was time to depart. As they pressed forward, Ki-young found himself taken aback by the intensity of the journey that unfolded before them. Upon their entrance, a diverse array of monsters awaited, poised to counter the group. Hyun-sung wasted no time and initiated the offensive, swiftly engaging some of the creatures. Diaku and Ki-young followed suit, their combined efforts aimed at neutralizing the immediate threat. As the trio showcased their combat prowess, Ha-young, a novice in battle, struggled to conceal her nervousness. Ki-young, wielding his spear with unwavering determination, poured all his might into the fight. However, unlike Ha-young, whose fear was palpable, Haein watched in awe as Ki-young displayed a newfound level of bravery and masculinity in combat. The aftermath of the intense battle left a field of defeated monsters, courtesy of the formidable trio. However, Diaku couldn't shake off his curiosity about the abundance of smaller monsters, but Hyun-sung, ever cautious, urged him to maintain his vigilance. As Diaku began to ease his guard, a well-timed warning shattered his sense of relief. He turned swiftly, only to face a colossal monster, prepared to unleash its wrath upon them. With instinctive speed, Diaku drew his shield, positioning himself as the frontline defender against the looming threat. Summoning all his might as a shieldsman, Diaku squared off against the gigantic monster. The colossal monster, initially surprised by the audacity of this seemingly insignificant human, found itself immobilized under the unexpected strength of Diaku. In its desperate state, all the creature could muster was a resounding roar that echoed through the other world. Sensing the impending struggle, Dyaku urgently called for reinforcements, realizing that he couldn't maintain his hold on the massive monster for much longer. Amidst the crisis, Kyung, always strategic, saw an opportunity for the newcomers to gain valuable combat experience. He beckoned Ha-young to join the fray with her spear. The once so overly confident Ha-young trembles in fear to do the task, but she has no choice because this is the way to impress Kyung. As Ha-young mustered her strength, the monster glared at her with an intimidating gaze. As the critical moment unfolded, Ha-young succumbed to her fears, frozen in place rather than showcasing the toughness she once projected. Kyung was deeply disappointed, but he recognized the urgency of the situation and approached her, understanding that their survival depended on swift action. Kyung took Ha-young's trembling hand, guiding her to properly wield the spear. While Kyung hoped for Ha-young's growth, he issued a stern warning. He made it clear that if she reverted to such paralyzing fear again, she's a goner. For Ha-young, this encounter marked another unfortunate impression on Kyung as tears welled up in her eyes. Kyung took it upon himself to guide Ha-young, teaching her to channel all her strength into her arms. With Kyung's assistance, they managed to execute a coordinated strike, piercing the ferocious monster in an instant. As Ha-young panicked at the monster's continued presence, Kyung offered calm guidance, advising her not to lose her grip on the spear. He encouraged her to visualize the monster as mere meat, a tactic to enhance her focus and execution. With Kyung's steady support, the monstrous threat was finally annihilated. The once imposing creature stumbled to the ground without a second to spare. Overwhelmed by the intensity of her first battle experience, Ha-young found herself kneeling on the ground. She catches her breath as the adrenaline slowly subsides. Kyung, patient and observant, waited for her to calm down, allowing her a moment to recover from the rigorous encounter. While extending assistance to Ha-young during the battle, Kyung vowed that it would be the last time he offered such aid. He made it clear that the self-reliance during hunting trips, emphasizing that dependence on others could prove detrimental in their survival. However, he acknowledged that, for today, he would let the reliance slide as part of the newbies' training for adaptation. With a stern expression, Kyung reiterated that in the face of future challenges, they would be solely responsible for their own actions. Ha-young vividly remembered her previous taunts towards Haein, predicting that Kyung would eliminate those deemed a disadvantage. But now, she realized that those words seemed to be aimed at her. Ha-young felt like she's just digging her own grave since she kept disappointing Kyung. As Kyung approached Ha-young and gently tapped her shoulders, it was a conflicting moment for her. Ha-young couldn't stop being nervous around Kyung, knowing that she might be ousted if she kept messing up. Observing the interaction, Haein couldn't help but keep her eyes fixed on Kyung. Haein began to show her intimidating stare out of jealousy. As a respite from their arduous journey, the group of 5 decided to take a break, kindling a fire for warmth. Haein and Hyun-sung took on the responsibility of standing guard, ensuring the safety of the group, while the rest indulged in a much-needed nap. After a considerable time on guard duty, Hyun-sung, displaying remarkable stamina, suggested that Dyaku take over for Haein so she could get some rest. Dyaku acknowledged Hyun-sung's endurance, a compliment underscoring the leader's commitment to the group's well-being. While the others recharged their energy, Kyung found it challenging to relax. Despite the heaviness of his eyelids, an intense restlessness prevented him from succumbing to sleep. The looming thoughts of the aftermath of their hunting trip weighed on him. He pondered the paths he would need to traverse to ensure his survival once the hunt concluded. He questions about the mysterious continent. He also wondered the nature of the other world nagged at him, and he wondered what happened to Earth. In the midst of his contemplation, Kyung's curiosity fixated on Hyun-sung being a regressor, leading Kyung to wonder about the extent of Hyun-sung's knowledge about the other world. As Kyung's mind remained captivated by the mystery that shrouded Hyun-sung, a relentless curiosity drove him to ponder the events of Hyun-sung's past that led to his journey as a regressor. The repetitive nature of his contemplation eventually bored Kyung. Without a conscious acknowledgement, Kyung succumbed to his exhaustion. Kyung felt cozy as he finally took a nap. Awakening from his nap, Kyung's initial curiosity about the time quickly. He then took a survey of the room, keen on assessing the progress and atmosphere. To his surprise, his eyes fell upon Haein, who was already awake, standing alongside Ha-young. as Ki-young rubbed and squinted his eyes, attempting to discern whether he was seeing things correctly. Haein, typically known for her cutesy nature, was now on the verge of a breakdown, her widened eyes casting an unsettling aura while looking at Hae-young. Ki-young, himself feeling a sense of fear, grappled with the implications of Haeun's intense expression, questioning the intentions that lay behind her unsettling demeanor. Despite the unsettling atmosphere and the fear creeping through Ki-young, he decided to dismiss the disturbing encounter with Haein as mere drowsiness-induced hallucinations. He convinced himself that Haein, known for her sweet and kind nature, couldn't possibly harbor any evil intentions. However, in the midst of his attempts to rationalize, Haein approached him. Standing by his side, she appeared different, as if a shift had occurred in her usual demeanor. Without saying a word, she gently stroked Ki-young's hair. Despite the earlier disturbance, her admiration for him and a sense of fondness seemed to emanate. As Haein observed Ki-young peacefully asleep, a gentle blush adorned her cheeks. Haein found herself consumed by an obsessive fixation on Ki-young, with his image dominating her thoughts. A slight grin played on Haein's lips as she reveled in the intensity of her emotions. In the quietude of the room, she made a silent promise to herself that echoed with an eerie determination. As she gently patted Ki-young's head, she vowed never to let anyone take him away from her. The following day, Ki-young, displaying signs of sleep deprivation, yawned with a gloomy aura surrounding him. Hyun-sung, observant of Ki-young's condition, expressed concern, prompting Ki-young to dismiss it with a casual assurance that he was fine. As the group geared up for the next hunting trip, Ki-young's gaze fixated on Haein. In the current moment, she appeared calm and her usual self, engaging in light-hearted banter with Deokgu. However, despite her apparent normalcy, Ki-young struggled to shake off the disconcerting image of Haeun's unsettling stare from the night before. Meanwhile, Hae-young occupied herself with thoughts of showcasing her talents to Ki-young, a determination evident in her actions. In the midst of their preparations, Ki-young couldn't help but ponder the possibility that Haeun's unsettling behavior stemmed from jealousy. As the group settled in, Hyun-sung emphasized the importance of closing in on their objective, but also suggested a strategic retreat if needed. Everyone readily agreed with the plan, acknowledging the wisdom in Hyun-sung's approach. As the group advanced, Ki-young, with a plan forming in his mind, aimed to uncover Haeun's true feelings. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone remained vigilant. Ki-young, strategically assessing the dynamics, observed Hae-young and contemplated ways to draw closer to her, curious to see if Haeun would react with jealousy. Seizing what he perceived as a perfect opportunity, Ki-young discreetly used a small rock, strategically placing it in front of Hae-young to prompt her to trip. As Hae-young stumbled, Ki-young swiftly moved to catch her, offering gentle words to ensure her well-being. But Hae-young found herself caught off guard by Ki-young's unexpected actions. Ki-young, satisfied with the success of his plan, glanced back to gauge Haeun's reaction. To Ki-young's surprise, the reappearance of Haeun's death stare confirmed his suspicions regarding her jealousy. The intensity of her aura sent a shiver down his spine. A sense of nervousness gripped him as he faced the unexpected consequence of his actions. Ki-young, initially seeking a simple brotherly connection with Haeun, found himself uncomfortable with the intensity of her reaction. Ki-young's unease was so obvious that Hae-young beside him began to notice how strange he acts. But Hae-young misinterpreted his expression, mistakenly perceived it as Ki-young attempting to manipulate her. Fueled by frustration, Hae-young transformed her emotions into motivation, determined to prove herself and halt Ki-young's underestimation. As the group advanced, a growing darkness enveloped the atmosphere, creating an eerie backdrop. Ki-young, maintaining vigilance, scanned his surroundings, sensing an unsettling presence as they drew closer to their destination. The feeling of being watched lingered, intensifying the tension in the air. In response, Ki-young, perceiving a potential threat, cautioned the team to lower their voices, suspecting that the creatures ahead might be sensitive to human sounds. As they pressed forward in the ominous terrain, Ki-young's nerves were on edge. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Ki-young promptly alerted his team to the heightened awareness he felt in their surroundings. Hyun-sung, attuned to the nuances of the other world, shared his insights, detecting an unusual and weak magical presence that hinted at a potential impending attack. As a shieldsman, Deokgu's excitement showed, but Ki-young, ever the strategist, cautioned him against reckless enthusiasm. As they cautiously advanced to unravel the intriguing mystery ahead, Deokgu and Kyung were taken aback by the startling sight that unfolded before them. Before them stood a spiral staircase leading downward into the unknown. The group couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity, pondering what secrets might lie hidden in the depths of the basement. Hyunsung, ever insightful, shared his suspicion that the staircase was a setup, hinting at the presence of something significant concealed below. However, Kyung, familiar with Hyunsung's tendencies, couldn't shake the feeling that the leader was dropping hints rather than genuinely speculating. Regardless, Kyung attentively listened as Hyunsung alluded to the possibility that the stairs might serve as the entrance to the tutorial dungeon. Deokgu's suggestion to hunt monsters in their current area found favor with Hyunsung, who deemed it a perfect plan, considering the potential risks of initiating an attack outright. Hyunsung further proposed that they explore the area, reserving the journey to the basement entrance for a future expedition, focusing instead on the more distant surroundings for the day. As the group began their quest to locate monsters, their senses heightened when they detected an approaching presence. In front of them emerged 3 creatures. This prompted Hae-young and Hyeon to prepare for the imminent threat. Seeing the encounter with the monsters as an opportunity to prove herself, Hae-young resolved to show Ki-young that underestimating her was a mistake. Hyunsung swiftly organized their strategy, assigning Ki-young and Deokgu to engage the monsters while tasking Hae-young and Haein with delivering the final blows for practice. Not even a single hesitation in Deokgu and Ki-young was in their formation to counter the 3 monsters. Deokgu launched his shield with precision, resembling a boomerang. The shield struck one of the monsters, rendering it incapacitated in an instant. The remaining 2 creatures, incensed by the sudden assault, turned their fury towards the members of Hyunsung's team who dared to challenge them. With the 2 monsters standing their ground, they awaited the next move from Hyunsung's team. Deokgu and Ki-young coordinated in their efforts, and Deokgu, silently hoping his shield was made of vibranium for added durability, skillfully redirected the creature's attention. Ki-young, drawing upon his mage abilities, began chanting a spell named Blaze. A burst of flames enveloped his weapon as he prepared to strike. With unparalleled speed, Ki-young took the monster by surprise, using his magically enhanced spear to deliver a powerful blow. The monsters, now facing an unexpected onslaught, found themselves even more astonished as Hyunsung, previously overseeing the battle, entered the fray. With a sword in hand, Hyunsung effortlessly dismantled the remaining monster, his nonchalant expression betraying the ease with which he dispatched the creature. With 2 monsters now defeated, only one adversary remained. Deokgu, in a supportive role, used his shield to hold back the remaining creature, providing an opportunity for the team to plan their final moves. Recognizing that this was their last chance, Hyunsung called upon Haein and Hae-young to deliver the decisive blows. However, when they looked back, only Haein remained in the room. Ki-young and the others were left surprised and puzzled as Hae-young had seemingly vanished without a trace. Haein, equally bewildered, confirmed that just moments ago, Hae-young had been standing right beside her. Hyunsung considered the option of searching for Hae-young, but Ki-young, confident in her return, argued against it, expressing concerns about falling behind if they engaged in additional activities. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted as a spear suddenly flew through the air, targeting the monster. The team was taken aback when they realized Hae-young had been hiding behind them all along. However, the poorly aimed throw failed to affect the creature, and the monster, regaining its composure, retaliated by tossing Deokgu aside, who had been holding it off. Ki-young's attention immediately shifted to the thrown shieldsman. As the battle unfolded, the monsters shifted their focus to target Ki-young, catching him off guard. In a moment of peril, Hyunsung's swift reaction saved Ki-young and the rest of the team by annihilating the monster. Once the immediate danger passed, Hyunsung inquired about the well-being of his team. However, their relief was short-lived as a woman's scream echoed through the air, leaving them all startled. The team fell into a tense silence as they recognized the voice as Hae-young's. She soon apologized, explaining that she had fallen while trying to follow the rest of the team. Hae-young's explanation about her attempt to help only added to the confusion, particularly for Hyein, who had been with her just moments before. Hae-young justified her actions, citing an imperfect spear throw in her attempt to contribute to the battle. However, Ki-young, keenly perceptive, saw through Hae-young's motives in his eyes. It became evident that Hae-young was sabotaging the team. Furious at this revelation, Ki-young realized that Ha-young's screams had attracted the monsters, putting the team at risk. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Ki-young promptly advised the team to retreat. Yet, Ki-young's words triggered something within Han. In the midst of the chaos, Ha-young reveled in the satisfaction of the turmoil she had caused. Witnessing Ki-young's humility and fear brought her joy, as it served her purpose of proving that Ki-young wasn't the king of this world. In her eyes, the camp could function without her, and Ki-young's perceived arrogance was unwarranted. Ha-young firmly believed that the circumstances revealed Ki-young's limited value in the group. As the team made their escape, Ki-young turned to Han, advising her to run as fast as she could. However, Han seemed to be in another world, as if experiencing a troubling episode amidst the turmoil of their hasty retreat. With the urgency of the situation pressing upon them, Ki-young remained highly alert, hoping to guide everyone to safety. However, their attempt at escape led them straight into the path of 3 monsters. Hyun-sung, demonstrating leadership, volunteered to act as bait to divert the creature's attention, allowing his team an opportunity to find temporary shelter. Yet, Ki-young couldn't help but be surprised by Haen's calm demeanor in the midst of the chaos. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he urgently called out to Ha-young and Haen, instructing them to move swiftly. As Han turned to relay the urgency to Ha-young, expecting a sense of responsibility, she was met with Ha-young's unapologetic gaze while lifting her middle finger. As the group sprinted away, more monsters closed in on them. Ki-young couldn't help but question the decision to bring Ha-young on the hunting trip, given her fragile ego. Despite this, he remained grateful for the presence of Deokgu and Hyun-sung. Halting in his tracks, Ki-young made a brave decision to face the approaching monsters. Drawing on his magical abilities, he summoned flames to the palm of his hands and called out to the monsters, hoping to divert their attention. Deokgu, once again in awe of Ki-young's abilities, couldn't hide his astonishment as he idolized the protagonist. Chanting a magic spell, Ki-young summoned a fireball on his hands, ready to confront the monsters and stall their advance. The unleashed flames danced before the monsters, leaving them astonished by Ki-young's magical prowess. As Ki-young's magic successfully struck the monster, he and Deokgu felt a surge of delight at the critical hit that led to the creature's defeat. However, their joy was short-lived as they realized that they were the only ones advancing forward. Ki-young felt a little bit paranoid that Haen and Ha-young went missing. Deokgu's unease grew as he noticed the absence of others, and Ki-young, feeling a sense of paranoia, joined him in looking around. Ki-young has a gut feeling that something isn't good was about to happen. Deokgu, realizing the oversight, apologized for not paying attention to the girls' whereabouts, especially considering they were all together just moments ago when Hyun-sung became the bait. However, Ki-young's concern was primarily directed at Haen, understanding the gravity of her being lost in such an unpredictable place. Suggesting they retrace their steps, Ki-young was determined to find the missing girls, certain they were still in the vicinity. Ki-young kept inquiring Deokgu if he's certain that he lost the girls, but he was sure that the girls were still with them as soon as they met the monsters ahead. Despite Deokgu's assurance that the girls were with them when they encountered the monsters, Ki-young found it strange that 2 people could go missing simultaneously. The worry for Haen's well-being intensified, fueled by the memory of her peculiar behavior the night before. Roaming around in search of the missing girls, Ki-young sensed a familiar and intense aura. It distracted him significantly, causing concern for Deokgu. Feeling the need to handle the situation with Haen alone, Ki-young urged Deokgu to search in a different direction, gaslighting himself in an attempt to dismiss any negative assumptions about Haen. Ki-young ran as fast as he could, following the intense aura. Meanwhile, on Ha-young's side, she was retracing the steps, picking up rocks left behind as a means to mark their path and find their way back. A bit tired from the continuous walking, Ha-young followed the pebbles she had left behind, feeling a sense of pride in marking their path. Unbeknownst to her, Haen had been silently following all along, and as they distanced themselves from the team, Haen confronted Ha-young about sabotaging the group. Surprised by the revelation, Ha-young insisted that she hadn't planned on bringing anyone with her during her escape. Inquiring why Haen had appeared, Ha-young was met with another surprise as Haen summoned her magic to create a cage. The display of magical abilities left Ha-young deeply confused. Haen felt like she has no other choice but to set things right with Ha-young. Haen summoned her magic ability, the Wind Blade. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind swept through, leaving Ha-young bewildered by the swift turn of events. She was confused with what Haein did since things were just too fast. Confused and disoriented, Ha-young found herself kneeling on the ground, the impact of Haein's magic having taken her by surprise. She felt extreme agony as her leg got amputated. Ha-young's desperate screams for help echoed in the air, but it was useless since Haein got her cornered now. Haein revealed that with her magical abilities, had effectively blocked out any sound. In a moment of vulnerability, Ha-young admitted her fault and apologized, pleading for Haein to stop the impending harm. However, Haein, consumed by her own emotions, couldn't find it within herself to feel any remorse as her sole desire was to silence Ha-young. Haein, fueled by a desire for vengeance and to inflict the pain she had felt onto Ha-young, employed her magic to place a tape over Ha-young's mouth, effectively silencing her, determined to make Ha-young suffer as much as she had. Haein emphasized the emotional turmoil she experienced when Ha-young attempted to draw Ki-young away from her. In Haein's perspective, having Ha-young around would only make things more difficult and uncomfortable for her. Convinced that the presence of Ha-young posed a threat to her emotional well-being, Haein had made a firm decision. Apologizing for what she was about to do, Haein's actions made Ha-young cry in desperation. Despite her seemingly delightful smile, Haein remained resolute in her intentions. Ha-young, still desperate to be saved from Haein's wrath, pleaded for mercy. Haein, unfazed, released her wind blade, and the room descended into a chaotic and violent scene. As Ki-young finally found Haein, the aftermath revealed a tragic outcome, with the consequences of Haein's actions unfolding in a bloodbath. Shocked by the gruesome scene in the room, where Ha-young's amputated arm flew around, Ki-young's happiness at finally finding Haein was overshadowed by the shocking violence he witnessed as Haein, who had previously worn an angelic face, now bore a murderous look. Ki-young couldn't reconcile the gentle girl he knew with the one who had just committed such a gruesome act. However, as soon as Haein's gaze fell upon Ki-young, her demeanor softened abruptly. In a state of shock over Haein's sudden violent outburst, Ki-young found himself grappling with the unexpected and disturbing reality of the situation. On the other hand, Ha-young trembled in fear, clinging to the hope of being saved by Ki-young. Ki-young was dismayed since he knew things would escalate, and he would do anything to prevent it, but it was all too late now. As he looked at Ha-young's severed arm, he couldn't deny that it was such a terrifying sight. But despite the horrors, Ki-young realized that running away wouldn't resolve the situation. Haein, still somewhat scared and uncertain about Ki-young's reaction. But to her surprise, Ki-young inquired about her well-being. Ki-young then asked Ha-young what happened to Haein, which surprised her since she was the one who was injured and hurt. Ki-young's gentle inquiries sought to understand the events leading to Ha-young's injuries. Haein, overcome with emotion, sobbed in response to the question, leaving Ki-young hopeful that she would provide an answer that aligned with his wishes. Ki-young harbored a silent hope that Haein's response would absolve her of any involvement in the injuries sustained by Ha-young. Haein began to recount her experience, explaining that upon regaining consciousness, she found herself separated from the group. Ha-young, taken aback by Haein's account, processed the information about the unfortunate events that unfolded in her absence. Despite the disturbing circumstances, Ki-young, showing empathy towards Haein, asked if she was doing all right. Ki-young embraced her as if acknowledging the trauma she had experienced. Despite a lingering sense of fear deep within him, Ki-young masked his emotions with a forced smile. Determined to offer comfort to Haein, he gently patted and stroked her head, praising her for handling the situation well. Unbeknownst to Ki-young, Ha-young, witnessing the display of favoritism, experienced a blur in her vision. In the tragic realization of her own downfall, Ha-young recognized the consequences of her actions. Attempting to avoid triggering another episode from Haein, Ki-young chose to believe that Ha-young might have inadvertently activated a trap within the dungeon, or perhaps stumbled upon a magical mechanism designed to safeguard the area. Ki-young, with a heavy heart, relayed to Haein the existence of a magical wall encountered upon entering the dungeon. Despite harboring reservations about Ha-young's usefulness to the team, Ki-young found no satisfaction in the unfortunate turn of events. As Ki-young surveyed the scene, he couldn't ignore the unnaturally clean cuts on Ha-young's body, a detail that might raise suspicions, especially from someone as perceptive as Hyun-sung. In the face of this chaotic situation, Ki-young took a deep breath. Despite the weight on his conscience, Ki-young convinced himself that this was the best course of action given Ha-young's unfortunate demise. A sense of dismay lingered in his thoughts as he made the difficult decision. In order to avoid leaving Ha-young's body to rot in the dungeon, Ki-young utilized his flame wall magic to conduct a proper cremation. The intense flames swiftly consumed her remains. Ki-young, understanding the sensitivity of the situation, acknowledged that a proper burial within the camp might have been ideal, but the current circumstances didn't permit it. Despite the difficult choice, Ki-young believed that offering Ha-young a dignified farewell through cremation was the most considerate option in their perilous reality. Ki-young, despite the grim circumstances, believed that a small gesture of respect should be extended to Ha-young. Ki-young still felt a little dismay, but for him, this was the right thing to do. While Ki-young grappled with a lingering sense of dismay, Haeun's unapologetic demeanor and growing obsession with Ki-young added an eerie atmosphere to the situation. Ki-young couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling as he noticed Haeun quietly laughing. Ki-young couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, questioning whether, on that fateful night, Haeun wasn't the only one who had transformed into a monster because he was the same. As the gloomy mood persisted, Ki-young and Haeun approached Deokgu, carrying with them the weight of the recent events. Deokgu rushed to Ki-young's side, concern etched on his face, inquiring about their well-being and the whereabouts of Ha-young. The somber silence from Ki-young spoke volumes. Deokgu immediately understood and sympathizes silently. As the trio moved forward to find a shelter, Ki-young pondered the presence of remaining monsters. Deokgu explained that Hyun-sung had managed to divert most of the threats away. Ki-young suggested to head back to the camp since Hyun-sung is capable of handling the monsters anyway. However, the strain on Ki-young's stamina became apparent as he teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Ki-young, grappling with the realization of his mana exhaustion, accepted Haeun's suggestion to rest in the dungeon for a while. Deokgu, displaying genuine concern, proposed setting up a camp before their departure, while Haeun, sharing the same concern for Ki-young, agreed to the idea. Haeun was a bit paranoid that maybe Ki-young's fatigue was the effect of witnessing Ha-young's unfortunate fate. As they found a shelter, Deokgu worked on setting up a fire for warmth. In the midst of the task, he initiated a conversation expressing sorrow over the day's events. Deokgu sympathized with Ha-young's unfortunate passing, recognizing her hard work. However, Ki-young, burdened by a different perspective, saw Ha-young as a hindrance to their team. Deokgu, understanding Ki-young's perspective, dropped the sympathy and agreed that surviving the ordeal was something to be grateful for. Ki-young, opening up about his feelings, expressed his inability to cope if Deokgu and Haeun had faced the same fate as Ha-young. This confession touched both Deokgu and Haeun deeply, leaving them blushing. As he blushes, Deokgu admits that if he faces the same scenario as what Ki-young mentioned, he would have reacted the same way. On the other hand, Haeun couldn't stop blushing from Ki-young's sweet words. Since they are settled in, Deokgu, taking the initiative to patrol the area for safety, planned to make sure they were secure. But in Ki-young's mind, there was a subtle fear of being alone with Haeun. Deokgu, showing concern for Ki-young, asked Haeun to look after him. Haeun, with a reassuring demeanor, promised Deokgu that she could be relied upon. Deokgu then decided to head out, but he promised that he wouldn't take that much long. As Deokgu assured them of his swift return, a calm yet awkward atmosphere settled in. Taking advantage of the moment, Ki-young opened his status window to evaluate his progress. To his amazement, his luck stat had ascended to level 23, earning him a heroic rank. Despite this achievement, the system continued its criticism, deeming Ki-young's overall rating as bare minimum. Unperturbed by the system's criticism, Ki-young found solace in the surprising increase in his luck stat. Despite the chaotic events of the day, he considered it an advantage for his personal stats. Intrigued by Haeun's progress, Ki-young inquired about it, which Haeun revealed a slight increase in her magic stat. Seeking more details, Ki-young utilized his mind's eye skill to inspect Haeun's status window. As Ki-young examined Haeun's stats using his mind's eye skill, Haeun's overall rating was labeled as Ki-young's #1 fan. This surprising declaration left Ki-young perplexed, as he had anticipated a more traditional assessment of her stats and progress. Taking advantage of the moment, Haeun initiated a conversation with Ki-young about the day's chaotic events. She questioned if Ki-young was saddened by the unfortunate incident. Ki-young, grappling with guilt, couldn't bring himself to lift his head, recognizing that denying any emotional impact would be a falsehood. The memory of Ha-young's tragic fate sent shivers down Ki-young's spine. Despite the tragedy, Ki-young understood that he needed to stay focused on his main goal. Recognizing the potential threat posed by Haeun's unpredictable nature, Ki-young adopted a diplomatic approach. He embraced her gently, expressing relief that she remained unharmed. Ki-young knew that, in this harsh and unpredictable world, he had to navigate carefully and act amiably to survive. Despite the tender hug, there was a noticeable absence of genuine warmth in his eyes. In stark contrast, Haeun, who had developed a sociopathic nature, found herself in tears of joy as Ki-young embraced her. Despite Ki-young's single-minded focus on his survival goal, he understood the necessity of treading carefully with Haeun. In a way, he acknowledged that she could be a crucial element in his survival, and he resolved to hold on to her until the end. Despite the acceptance, there was an air of calculated strategy in his approach, acknowledging the reality of the individuals they had become. Ki-young, feeling the urgency of the situation, made the unexpected decision to entertain a romantic interest in Haeun. Despite believing that a platonic relationship would be more appropriate, he saw it as a strategic move to quickly gain Haeun's favor and cooperation. As the atmosphere intensified and things became more intimate between Ki-young and Haeun, with blushes coloring Haeun's cheeks. But then Haeun was slightly furious as Deokgu returned from his patrolling and disrupted the romantic moment. Deokgu, realizing he had interrupted something, swiftly apologized, but his subsequent statement left Haeun startled and slightly embarrassed. Ki-young, puzzled by Deokgu's seemingly intentional interference, questioned why he suddenly took on the role of a wingman. Deokgu, with such confidence, assumed that Ki-young liked Haeun. Ki-young maintained a curious demeanor, however. His intrigue shifted as he questioned Deokgu's choice of addressing Haeun as the big sister, despite Deokgu being older. Haeun, in response to Deokgu's respectful reference, blushed as Deokgu sees her as a potential sister-in-law. Ki-young, on the other hand, found himself flabbergasted by Deokgu's assumptions. Ki-young do understand why Haeun always favors him due to her feelings, but he considered the realm of emotions to be extraordinary and somewhat perplexing. Ki-young couldn't help but wonder if Deokgu had been orchestrating the encouragement for Haeun to like him all along. Deokgu, admitting to his role in the matter, revealed that Ki-young's request to look after Haeun had been the starting point for him to actively promote a potential romance between them. Deokgu was proud, declaring himself as the love doctor who crafted love stories. But Deokgu's passion for making Ki-young and Haeun the epitome of romance left Ki-young increasingly weirded out and slightly irritated. Despite Ki-young's lack of romantic interest in Haeun, Deokgu's determination persisted, thinking he's giving Ki-young a huge favor. The realization that he and Haeun were the main characters in the romance story Deokgu wanted to craft made Ki-young cringe deeply. The thought triggered discomfort, yet Deokgu, seemingly compassionate about spreading love, remained oblivious to Ki-young's unease. As the night passed, the trio slept soundly, the sun casting a gentle glow through the holes in the dungeon walls at dawn. Amidst the quiet, Ki-young observed Deokgu, who claimed not to be very bright, sleeping loudly. Deciding it was time to wake them up, Ki-young shook off the discomfort, acknowledging the need to prepare. Turning his attention to Haeun, Ki-young gently attempted to wake her up. In her sleep, Haeun, with a cute plea, expressed her desire for a few more minutes of rest. However, the transition from a seemingly adorable sleeper to a rather demonic-looking individual upon awakening surprised Ki-young. Despite the contrasting personalities, he couldn't help but find her a cute woman with a somewhat terrifying demeanor. Recognizing the need to cooperate with Haeun in this unpredictable world, Ki-young, although slightly unnerved, decided that avoiding her was not the best choice. Ki-young made a conscious effort to approach Haeun with calmness and gentleness, patiently waiting for her to wake from her slumber. Once Haeun was fully awake, Ki-young informed her of the need to return to the camp. Ki-young was hoping for a smooth start to the new day and averted troubles. Back at the camp, Ji-hai assumed a regal demeanor, receiving a massage from her underlings and exuding an air of authority. However, Ji-hai lingered on Hyun-sung and the others who had not yet returned from the hunting trip. Timing was on their side as the camp guards spotted Ki-young, swiftly deciding to open the entrance. Ji-hai, losing her composed demeanor, hurriedly stood up to welcome Ki-young and the others back from their hunting trip. Approaching them, she commended their efforts. She then inquired about the well-being of Ha-young and Hyun-sung, which Ki-young responded that Ha-young had passed away while Hyun-sung was just running late and will return shortly. Ji-hai was shocked, but Ki-young, recognizing the need for a more in-depth explanation, hinted at a long story and inquired why they had set up a block at the entrance. Still in a state of shock, Ji-hai, seeking privacy, asked Ki-young for a private conversation. Sensing that Ji-hai might be seeking a more comprehensive explanation, Ki-young realized that her request likely indicated a desire to understand the full details. Ki-young glanced back to check on Han and, as expected, noticed her jealousy when he was talking to another woman. In response, Ki-young gently patted Hyen's head and explained that he needed to discuss something privately to reassure her and prevent Ji-hai from facing a fate similar to Ha-young's. Both Deokgu and Hyen understood the importance of privacy, respectfully moving forward in the camp. In their private conversation, Ji-hai questioned Ki-young's seemingly casual announcement of Ha-young's death and speculated that Ha-young must have done something to meet such a horrible fate. Ki-young opted for a simple explanation, stating that Ha-young had screamed amidst the monsters, almost like she intentionally made herself the bait. Ki-young, however, had to carefully navigate the conversation, pretending that they all equally suffered to shield Hyen's name from any blame. As Ji-hai and Ki-young delved into the matter of the block at the entrance, Ki-young felt a sense of relief that Ji-hai didn't press for more details about Ha-young. Ji-hai then disclosed that the previous morning, Seokwoo and some camp members had decided to leave the shelter in what seemed like an act of rebellion. This revelation shocked Ki-young, especially considering Seokwoos questionable past and their strained relationship. Confusion deepened for Ki-young as Ji-hai explained that Seokwoo had framed their departure as a mission to save Hyun-sung. Ki-young expressed frustration to Ji-hai, ranting that Seokwoo and his companions were likely feeling threatened in their current position, while an intimidating man entered the camp. Keen on learning more details, Ki-young was interrupted as Seokwoo and his subordinates made a flashy entrance. Ji-hai clarified that they were being cautious, considering the possibility of Seokwoo and his comrades planning vengeance against the camp. As Seokwoo approached Ki-young with an air of complete confidence, the camp's atmosphere grew tense. Ji-hai's disappointment hung in the air, but for Ki-young, a sense of unease settled in as Seokwoo entered with an intimidating figure by his side. Seokwoo himself faded into the background for Ki-young as his attention fixated on this mysterious individual. Ki-young, feeling a chill down his spine, went numb in the presence of this enigmatic person. Unable to comprehend the situation fully, Ki-young couldn't shake off the ominous feeling that this individual brought into the camp. Amidst the group accompanying Seokwoo, the mysterious man stood out distinctly, overshadowing the others despite their apparent skill. Ki-young's observation led to a grim conclusion that out of the 7 people who had left the camp with Seokwoo, only one had survived. Ki-young formulated a theory that the demise of the majority might be linked to their reckless actions in aiding Seokwoo. Feeling an unnerving sensation from the mysterious individual, Young Jin-ho, Ki-young decided to utilize his mind's eye. Upon inspecting his status window, Ki-young uncovered disturbing details that Jin-ho possessed a murderous tendency, yet the astonishing aspect was his rare-ranked class as a magic swordsman. Ki-young got even more goosebumps to see that Jin-ho has a killer vibe, which is alarming. Ki-young examined Jin-ho's overall rating, prompting heightened caution due to the realization that Jin-ho was indeed a dangerous individual. Taking a cautious approach, Ki-young requested Ji-hai to summon Deokgu and Hyen. Ki-young knew he had to stay vigilant in the presence of such a formidable character. Expecting a potentially tense encounter, Ki-young was taken by surprise as Jin-ho greeted him politely. Jin-ho's genuine and bright smile gave the impression of a person willing to be a companion. Ki-young, now confused, observed that despite Jin-ho's scars and a masculine physique, his smile made him appear friendly. Jin-ho shared information he had heard from Seokwoo, expressing anticipation about meeting Ki-young, an advanced magician capable of summoning flames from his hands. Deep down, frustration welled up within Ki-young as he realized Seokwoos' actions had sparked Jin-ho's interest in him. Curiosity nagged at Ki-young regarding the extent of information Seokwoo had divulged to Jin-ho about him. In contrast, Seokwoo appeared uncomfortable in Ki-young's presence. After the introductions, Ki-young offered Jin-ho and Seokwoo a tour inside the camp, showcasing the productive and harmonious living arrangements of the campers. As they strolled through the camp, the residents praised Ki-young for his hard work during the recent hunting trip. In response, Ki-young beamed with a radiant smile, expressing gratitude for their acknowledgement. However, Jinho couldn't conceal his astonishment at the peaceful and oasis-like atmosphere of the camp. The unexpected tranquility stood in stark contrast to the chaos he had experienced since the beginning. While Jinho merely expressed his amazement, Ki-young, following his gut feeling, couldn't shake the instinct to maintain caution and distance from Jinho. After some time, Dyaku and Heian hurriedly approached Ki-young with a sense of urgency, their expressions indicating concern. Dyaku and Heian quickly glanced at Jinho and his companions as Ki-young introduced them as newcomers. However, the expressions on Dyaku and Heian's faces revealed a sense of fear in response to Jinho's intimidating presence. The tension became palpable, and Jinho, perceiving the unwelcoming atmosphere, voiced his surprise and offered an apology. He explained that they were a bit on edge and needed a place to stay. Apologizing once more, Jinho encouraged Ki-young to take it easy, expressing a belief that they were not so different. Ki-young, now perplexed by the revelation, grappled with the idea that there were individuals in this world who hunted people rather than monsters. Jinho, seemingly offering more details, described bad individuals among whom there was an archer and one carrying a sword. Sensing a potential intimidation tactic, Jinho asked Ki-young if he had ever encountered anyone matching those details. Recognizing the implied challenge, Ki-young immediately raised his guard, understanding that Jinho was insinuating that he and his companions were the ones he spoke of. The atmosphere turned awkward and intense, akin to a standoff, as if a silent duel was about to unfold. Ki-young felt the weight of the challenge and maintained a sharp gaze, realizing that the situation had escalated. Jinho's companions began preparing for the impending duel. Dyaku and Heian, ready to assist Ki-young, stood prepared for the escalating tension. Jinho, visibly excited, readied himself to draw his sword, wearing a disturbing smile. Just as the confrontation reached a critical point, Hyun-sung arrived, bringing a sense of relief to Ki-young. Jinho, slightly disappointed that the anticipated duel had been averted. He quickly shifted his demeanor to a more friendly one, wearing a smile as he expressed happiness to meet Ki-young. While Ki-young was grateful for Hyun-sung's safe return, Hyun-sung curious about the newcomers. Ki-young took the initiative to introduce Jinho and his companions as individuals brought by Siakwu. Despite Hyun-sung's innate strength and gifted abilities, he, too, felt an unusual sense of intimidation when Jinho engaged him in conversation. As Jinho approached him and formally introduced himself, a chill ran down Hyun-sung's spine, a reaction that Ki-young keenly observed with concern. Ki-young couldn't help but wonder about the cause of Hyun-sung's reaction. It was unusual to see a kind and composed person like Hyun-sung expressing dismay towards others, and made Ki-young think that maybe Hyun-sung is repressing his anger. Ki-young, puzzled by Hyun-sung's unusual reaction, entertained the possibility that Hyun-sung might have met Jinho before, but it became evident that this encounter was the first time Jinho had met Hyun-sung. Ki-young swiftly picked up on the hint that perhaps in Hyun-sung's past life, or before his regression, he had encountered Jinho. The possibility lingered that Jinho might have been an adversary to Hyun-sung in his previous existence. Ki-young attentively observed Hyun-sung's reaction, noting the evident dismay that the gifted and strong individual couldn't conceal. Ki-young, noticing Hyun-sung's struggle to maintain composure, gently poked his shoulders to help him regain focus. As Hyun-sung snapped back to his senses, he politely introduced himself and extended a handshake to Jinho. Despite Jinho's attempts to appear nice and polite, Ki-young remained certain of Jinho's dangerous and killer nature. Jinho initiated a conversation, expressing gratitude for meeting Hyun-sung, the person Siakwu had mentioned as the one in charge of the camp. Jinho, displaying his curiosity, inquired about Hyun-sung's stats, intrigued by the strength he exuded, but Hyun-sung, maintaining his guarded stance, responded firmly, considering his stats to be personal information. As the conversation shifted to how Hyun-sung managed to save numerous survivors, Ki-young, on the sidelines, admired Hyun-sung's ability to handle his emotions in the face of probing questions. Observing Hyun-sung's reactions, Ki-young formulated a theory, speculating that perhaps in Hyun-sung's past life, he had encountered Jinho. And maybe Jinho may have been a malevolent villain responsible for annihilation and chaos. Meanwhile, Jinho, despite his seemingly genuine demeanor, prepared to ask Hyun-sung for a favor. A collective surprise swept through Ki-young and the group when Jinho requested permission for himself and his companions to stay in the camp. Jinho quickly reassured them, emphasizing that they wouldn't be freeloading since they had brought food supplies and were willing to contribute to the camp. Hyunsung, demonstrating his welcoming nature, decided to give Jinho and his companions a chance to become residents, believing in the camp's ethos of embracing survivors. As they officially became camp citizens, the archer introduced himself as Kim Yi-jun, leaving Ki-young still puzzled about Hyunsung's decision. Another companion, Lee Jicheol, holding a spear, politely introduced himself to Ki-young. Ki-young took the initiative to assign Dyaku the task of giving the newcomers, Jinho, Yi-jun, and Jicheol, a tour of the camp along with Jihai. Although Dyaku harbored reservations about Hyunsung's decision, Ki-young advised him to go along with it for now, but he instructed Dyaku to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to him. Dyaku, despite his discomfort with the newcomers, decided to be cordial as he politely invited Jinho and his companions to follow him for a tour. Jinho expressed delight at being accompanied on the tour, but Ki-young and Haein couldn't conceal their discomfort. Glancing back at Hyunsung, Ki-young speculated that perhaps Hyunsung, being wise, chose to keep potential adversaries close for strategic reasons. The surprise came when Ki-young observed that Jinho, a notorious individual, hesitated to engage in a supposed duel upon Hyunsung's arrival. Ki-young, impressed by Jinho's quick-witted assessment of Hyunsung's strength, began to view Jinho as a psychopath. Despite the unpleasant aura surrounding Jinho, Ki-young saw this situation as a perfect opportunity, sparking a new set of considerations and strategies. Ki-young, sensing Hyunsung's distracted and gloomy aura after the encounter with Jinho, decided to approach him to discuss the day's events. But Hyunsung was still distracted about Jinho, as his gloomy aura could be sensed by Ki-young. Ki-young inquired if he had met Jinho before, given the strong reaction. Hyunsung, not divulging full details, acknowledged a brief encounter with Jinho in the past, explaining that Jinho didn't know him well. Ki-young, understanding the complexity of Hyunsung's emotions, respected the boundaries of the conversation. Ki-young, in an attempt to be a reliable confidant, assured Hyunsung that he wouldn't reveal his feelings towards Jinho. Hyunsung, touched by Ki-young's genuine and somewhat silly approach, couldn't help but smile. Ki-young, expressing gratitude for Hyunsung's safe return, received an even deeper appreciation from Hyunsung, who was more thankful for the safe return of the entire group. As Hyunsung inquired about any concerns during their journey back to the camp, Ki-young's demeanor shifted to one of sadness. Haein, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a sense of nervousness as Ki-young will deliver the somber news to Hyunsung. Knowing he had to convey distressing news, he shared with a heavy heart that Ha-young had passed away. Shocked by the news, Hyunsung inquired about the circumstances surrounding Ha-young's demise. Ki-young somberly explained that Ha-young had fallen victim to an unidentifiable magic. While Ki-young recounted the tragic incident to Hyunsung, Haein's nerves were on edge, fearing that Ki-young might inadvertently reveal her involvement in Ha-young's demise. Ki-young clarified that the mysterious occurrence took place during their separation from Hyunsung. He explained how, on their return journey, he discovered Ha-young and Haein had become separated from him and Dyaku. Ki-young shared the grim details, describing the devastating scene he encountered when he finally located Ha-young, her limbs decapitated in a dying state. Expressing uncertainty about the nature of the magic used against Ha-young, Ki-young speculated that she might have fallen victim to a trap within the dungeon. As Ki-young expressed the details of Ha-young's tragic demise to Hyunsung, the latter, familiar with the dungeon, contemplated the notion of traps within. Ki-young, however, sensed a growing suspicion from Hyunsung, despite the fact that there were no traps in reality. Ki-young, adopting a facade of sorrow, explained his decision to cremate Ha-young, expressing concern for her body being consumed by monsters. Haein, harboring deep feelings for Ki-young, couldn't help but shed tears witnessing his emotional display. In Ki-young's mind, he grappled with the decision to reveal more honest aspects of the incident, acknowledging the evolving dynamics of the situation. Ki-young believed that his explanation to Hyunsung would be the best just to save Haein's image. As Ki-young considered how to manage the aftermath of Ha-young's demise, he believed that framing the heartless Jinho for the incident could be a strategic move. With Jinho being a magic swordsman, Ki-young saw an opportunity to create suspicion around him. In Ki-young's mind, this plan seemed like a perfect way to not only protect Haein, but also make the camp aware of Jinho's potentially dangerous personality. He envisioned it as a win-win situation that could serve the dual purpose of safeguarding the camp and preserving Haeun's reputation. As Ki-young and Hyun-sung decided to take a rest, Ki-young found himself bored. Ki-young kept staring at Hyun-sung as it has been a while since he told him about Ha-young's case. Despite having a plan to frame Jin-ho for Ha-young's demise, Ki-young chose not to mention anything about Jin-ho being suspicious or a suspect. Instead, he believed it would be more effective if Hyun-sung independently realized that Jin-ho was the cause behind the incident. Ki-young thought it wise to let Hyun-sung figure out the truth about Jin-ho, considering Jin-ho and his companions were now keeping a watchful eye on them. Ki-young decided to be cautious, allowing Hyun-sung to independently piece together the puzzle and consider Jin-ho as the main suspect in Ha-young's unfortunate fate. Ki-young was confident in his plan, knowing that Jin-ho was a criminal and a killer, making him a potential enemy for Hyun-sung in the future. As Ki-young contemplated how to deal with this dangerous individual, Hyun-sung shifted the conversation to the loot from the dungeon. Since Ki-young, Deok-gu, and Haeun didn't acquire anything significant, Hyun-sung suggested that the newcomers join them on the next hunting trip. Despite the surprise in Ki-young's suggestion, Hyun-sung saw the potential benefits of combining forces, especially with Haeun unlocking her new class as a magician. Ki-young stressed the urgency of having more manpower, but Hyun-sung expressed the need to carefully consider the decision. Ki-young, however, sensed that Hyun-sung's hesitation stemmed from the potential separation between their party and Jin-ho's during the hunting trip. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ki-young reminded Hyun-sung that they couldn't risk someone else meeting a fate similar to Ha-young's and stressed the importance of having additional support. Ki-young saw the upcoming hunting trip as Hyun-sung's opportunity to confront the person responsible for Ha-young's demise. Ki-young couldn't stop smiling, especially when his plan is perfectly crafted. It was like a well-crafted theater, with Hyun-sung as the main star taking center stage. Despite his internal satisfaction, Ki-young maintained a casual demeanor during their conversation, not pressing Hyun-sung on the matter. To his surprise, Hyun-sung agreed to the plan of having the newcomers join the hunting trip, as long as they were separated from Jin-ho's party. Ki-young was pleased with this decision, as the idea of being around a psychopath like Jin-ho was not appealing to him. Hyun-sung, ready to set the plan into motion, decided to conclude their meeting, acknowledging the need for immediate preparations. Before discussing the hunting trip with Jin-ho, he asked Ki-young to summon Haeun and Deok-gu. Ki-young, pleased with Hyun-sung's decision, committed to providing full support with his abilities. Meanwhile, in the camp, the girls were already admiring Jin-ho, who had shown consideration by assisting with labor work. Despite it being only a day, Jin-ho's helpful nature had made a positive impression on them. His actions, particularly assisting with challenging tasks, had already earned admirers. Jin-ho, however, downplayed his contributions, asserting that in their dire circumstances, survivors should naturally lend a hand to one another. There seemed to be a collective effort among Jin-ho, his companions, and even Seok-woo to portray a positive image. They emphasized their willingness to assist whenever needed, subtly ingraining themselves into the dynamics of the camp. Jin-ho voiced out his opinion that helping others aren't that much of a big deal because in their situation, they must be helping each other. Jin-ho, with his cheerful personality, expressed the view that helping others was a fundamental aspect of their shared struggle, prompting laughter and agreement from those around him. Despite the positive atmosphere, Ki-young remained wary knowing Jin-ho's true nature. He couldn't shake off the feeling that Jin-ho's charm means to manipulate perceptions and hide darker intentions beneath the surface. In Ki-young's discerning gaze, Jin-ho appeared to be nothing more than an individual with a sinister agenda, someone who sought to claim human lives. The stark contrast between this perception and Jin-ho's outwardly amiable behavior left Ki-young perplexed, pondering the true motives that lurked beneath the surface. As Jin-ho and his companions garnered praise for their helpful actions, a subtle shift occurred among the campers. Some began drawing comparisons between the newcomers and Ki-young, implying that Ki-young should emulate Jin-ho's positive demeanor. Ki-young couldn't fathom how his efforts to protect the camp were being overlooked and criticized. Choosing to disregard the gossiping campers, Ki-young approached Haeun and Deok-gu, intent on discussing the upcoming hunting trip as instructed by Hyun-sung. As Deok-gu peacefully napped, Haeun exuded a vibrant and positive energy upon encountering Ki-young. Her blush and happiness hinted at a sense of accomplishment as she revealed her mastery of new spells, including one that manipulated air itself as Ki-young took a moment to commend Haeun for honing her magical skills. With a genuine smile, she clung to Ki-young's arm, attributing her progress to his guidance. In his mind, the notion of everyone assuming a romantic connection between them irked him, while Deokgu, ever the romantic observer, sensed love in the air. Meanwhile, Ki-young, who's getting annoyed at Deokgu's genuine admiration of an idea of him and Haein becoming a couple, felt like he shouldn't give Deokgu the satisfaction he wants. As Haein, entranced, seemed to fall deeper, Ki-young and Deokgu delved into the serious matters discussed with Hyun-sung. Inquisitive about Ki-young's discussion with Hyun-sung, Haein probed for details. To her surprise, Ki-young unveiled the plan for another hunting trip, this time accompanied by Jinho and his companions. Deokgu and Haein, sensing the ominous nature of these newcomers, couldn't hide their gloominess, but understanding the potential risks, Ki-young advised them to maintain a safe distance. Despite their reservations, Deokgu and Haein pledged to give their best with unwavering determination. Ki-young made it clear that Haein could interact with Jinho's party, excluding Seokwu due to their troubled history. With determination, Haein assured Ki-young that she would avoid individuals like Seokwu. Following this brief exchange, the trio advanced to their meeting with Hyun-sung. During their passage, they encountered Jinho and his companions. It resulted in an awkward stare-down between the two groups. In that tense moment of mutual scrutiny, Ki-young's gaze bore into Jinho, emphasizing his deep-seated mistrust. Jinho reciprocated the intense gaze with a steely one of his own. Later on, the trio went to Hyun-sung. The three of them were full of energy as they greeted Hyun-sung. Even Hyun-sung was surprised that they were full of spirit despite all the circumstances. Hyun-sung, observing the trio's energetic entrance, was pleasantly surprised to see them all gathered simultaneously. Deokgu jokingly inquired whether Hyun-sung might have been keeping some delicious food hidden from them. Hyun-sung, wearing a smile, reassured them that what had occupied his time wasn't overly serious. To further ease the mood, he presented a bag he had packed, a gesture of preparation for the trio as they embarked on their upcoming hunting trip. Hyun-sung's action of opening the bag revealed a radiant glow emanating from within. The radiant glow spilled forth, captivating the attention of the trio. Even the typically nonchalant Ki-young couldn't help but feel a sense of affirmation in his decision to trust Hyun-sung from the beginning. In a surprising turn of events, Hyun-sung revealed the items hidden in the seemingly ordinary bag, each radiating a sense of hidden value despite their humble appearance. As they marveled at the unexpected treasures, Hyun-sung disclosed that during their separation in the dungeon, he stumbled upon a treasure chest containing these valuable artifacts. Choosing Hyun-sung as his leader felt like hitting the jackpot for Ki-young, especially considering that this was Hyun-sung's second chance in the other world. They all analyzed the items, and the first one was the Iron Dwarf's steel bracelet, a common ranked accessory crafted by the now extinct Iron Dwarf race. The bracelet boasted stat-boosting properties, elevating the user's stamina by 3 points, endurance by 1 point, and strength by 1 point. Next is the Sacred Healing Ring. This rare-grade ring had an air of mystery surrounding its origin, equipped with low-grade holy magic and the ability to heal, albeit restricted to once a day. The final item unveiled was the Magic Shield Ring, another rare-grade accessory with an ancient history. Despite its unknown origin, this ring could conjure a magic shield twice a day, utilizing the magic power stored within it. As they carefully examined the rings, Deokgu stepped forward, expressing his choice of the dwarf's steel bracelet. With gratitude, he donned the bracelet, promising to repay Hyun-sung for his generosity. Hyun-sung, however, insisted that their appreciation was more than sufficient. Ki-young couldn't help but feel content as the bracelet fit Deokgu perfectly, sealing their decision to let him have it. With the 2 remaining rings in front of him, Ki-young found himself admiring the Magic Shield Ring. He saw it as a valuable item, comparable to the common grade bracelets that enhance various stats. On the contrary, the Sacred Healing Ring, with its innate healing properties, seemed like the perfect fit for Haein in Ki-young's eyes. Ki-young considered the practicality of Haein possessing the Sacred Healing Ring, envisioning her swift healing abilities in case he ever got injured. To his delight, it seemed like a perfect match when Haein instinctively chose the Sacred Healing Ring without any prompting. Left with the Magic Shield Ring, Ki-young smiled awkwardly as he took the ring, completing the distribution of the valuable items. Ki-young, unable to conceal his admiration, approached Hyun-sung with a request to keep the valuable items. However, Hyun-sung insisted that the accessories were unique and could only be activated by their respective users. He believed that the trio deserved the items, but Ki-young felt a bit reserved, acknowledging that they hadn't done much for Hyun-sung yet. Nonetheless, both Haein and Ki-young genuinely expressed their thanks for Hyun-sung's generosity. Hyun-sung, in a sincere tone, reassured the trio that they need not worry about repaying him, emphasizing the camaraderie they shared as comrades. Despite Hyun-sung's genuine intentions, Ki-young found it challenging to fully trust people. Lingering doubts persisted in Ki-young's mind, wondering if Hyun-sung's goodwill was a mere act to create a sense of indebtedness. Regardless of these suspicions, having Hyun-sung as their companion was a comforting thought. Ki-young couldn't shake off the feeling that he was lagging behind, especially considering the potential he saw in Haein and Deokgu, who seemed poised to become formidable players. But Ki-young took pride in being the brains of the team. He was confident in his strategic thinking. He considered himself a valuable asset like other players in the continent. Ki-young speculated that one reason Hyun-sung kept him around was due to the loyalty and reliance of Deokgu and Haein, who valued Ki-young's input in decision-making. Ki-young envisioned a future where, if Hyun-sung were to establish a kingdom, he could take on a role akin to an administrative officer. However, Ki-young felt a need to showcase his own potential and prove that he, too, could be a valuable asset to the team. With a newfound acknowledgement of their camaraderie, Ki-young embraced the idea that they were comrades striving to support each other for stability. He recognized the need to contribute and be understanding to make this dynamic work. After the distribution of the items, Deokgu, expressing admiration for his comrades, interjected and inquired about the timing of their departure. Hyun-sung, adopting a straightforward approach, emphasized the urgency of the deployment. However, he cautioned that they must remain vigilant, as he recognized the potential threat posed by Jinho and his companions. Hyun-sung's concerns resonated with the trio, who openly admitted their suspicions about Jinho's party. Understanding the potential danger, Hyun-sung stressed the importance of being prepared, especially considering the possibility of working underground during the hunting trip. Amidst the intensity of discussing their plans and the potential danger, Deokgu lightened the atmosphere by suggesting a cheer for their camaraderie. The trio enthusiastically placed their hands in the center, and together they counted to 3, celebrating the bond and unity among them. With their hands raised high, the trio cheered, bringing life to their teamwork. Ki-young, in particular, eagerly anticipated the moment when Jinho would face justice at the hands of Hyun-sung. It seemed like Ki-young was patiently waiting for his stage to be set for the unfolding events. Seokwoo cautiously approached Jinho, a glimmer of uncertainty in his eyes, as he inquired about the possibility of cooperating with Hyun-sung's party for the upcoming hunting trip. Jinho, however, seized this opportunity to reveal his true colors. In a hushed tone, he conveyed to his companions that this expedition could serve as the perfect chance to eliminate Hyun-sung, the influential leader of the camp. Just as Jinho's party readied themselves, Hyun-sung, unaware of the underlying deceit, arrived to inspect their preparedness. Grateful for their acceptance of the proposal, he extended his thanks, genuinely believing in the potential strength that unity could bring in the hunting trip. In response to Hyun-sung's gratitude, Jinho, with a sly smile, emphasized that the hunting trip was not just about eliminating monsters, but also an opportunity to gather crucial clues about the dungeon. Jinho, the master of deception, seamlessly shifted his demeanor into one of friendliness as he engaged with Hyun-sung. His expression radiated delight, as if forging a newfound camaraderie. Ki-young, despite the apparent friendliness, he couldn't detect a single ounce of sincerity in Jinho's words. As both parties set out on their hunting trip, Jinho sensed that Hyun-sung's party had experience exploring dungeons. In response, Ki-young, carefully choosing his words, downplayed their capabilities, stating that stumbling upon the dungeon was a stroke of luck. Ki-young, utilizing a strategic move, shared the assumption that clearing all dungeons was a prerequisite for advancing in the Otherworld's tutorial. While this information was speculative, Jinho, delighted by the prospect, saw it as a golden opportunity to join forces and expedite their hunting trip. Attempting to maintain a facade of camaraderie, Ki-young and Jinho engaged in a light conversation about their occupations back on Earth, since this is a tactical maneuver aimed to momentarily lower Jinho's guard. Unbeknownst to Ki-young, Haein, sensing the underlying tension and discomfort, clung to him as a shield. Jinho's observant eyes didn't miss the constant closeness between Ki-young and Haein during their hunting trip. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired about their relationship, prompting the surprising question of whether they were dating or a couple. Haein's cheeks turned a shade of red, her heart fluttering as the unspoken truth emerged. Ki-young got nervous since Jinho seemed to be a matchmaker like Dyaku too, but then Ki-young didn't mind the assumptions since he intends to be closer to Haein. Haein's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as Ki-young openly confirmed their romantic interest and officially announced their relationship. Jinho, displaying a seemingly supportive demeanor, cheered for the newfound couple. However, it was Dyaku who wore an even broader grin. Siaku's expression soured as Ki-young declared his relationship with Haein, memories of a troubled history with them casting a shadow on his face. However, Ki-young's stress levels escalated as Haein's obsessive tendencies resurfaced in response to the public announcement. As both parties continued their journey, Hyun-sung, the appointed leader, provided an update on their progress, revealing they were nearing their destination. Ahead of them stood a large entrance, its interior emanating an eerie and gloomy atmosphere that sent shivers down their spines. Undeterred, Hyun-sung took the lead, guiding the group into the ominous depths of the dungeon. Dyaku, showcasing an unexpected display of strength, used his sheer physical prowess to open the entrances ahead of the group. Amidst the sense of wonder, Ki-young's surprise grew as a status window notification materialized before him. To his astonishment, he received a rare rank quest, one that demanded survival in the face of impending challenges. As Ki-young and his comrades descended into the underground dungeon, the compulsory rare rank quest commenced, marking a critical juncture in their adventure. However, the revelation unfolded that both parties, not just Ki-young's, had received the same quest through their respective status window systems. The realization hit them all at once when a horde of monsters awaited, and their survival hinged on defeating this formidable threat. The underground dungeon revealed a monstrous foe unlike anything they had faced before. Standing before them was not just a colossal golem, but a grotesque entity with 3 heads fused onto a single body. The sheer unnaturalness of the creature and the eerie sight of the multi-headed monster sent shivers down Ki-young's spine. The horde of 3-headed monsters exuded a disturbing excitement, their numerous eyes fixated on the group as if they had just stumbled upon a delectable meal. Ki-young's immediate instinct was to lead his comrades out of the ominous room, recognizing the overwhelming threat posed by the grotesque creatures. However, the situation took an unexpected turn as a loud crashing sound echoed through the dungeon. To intensify matters, the entrance of the room abruptly sealed shut, blocking their escape route just as they were on the brink of fleeing. In the midst of the chaos, Jinho, displaying a different approach, rallied his party to wield their weapons and face the oncoming threat head-on. Utilizing his mind's eye, Ki-young unveiled crucial information about the 3-headed monsters known as the evolved demons, and to his surprise, their stats were all ranked as common. Despite their terrifying appearance, the monsters possessed remarkably low intelligence and eyesight, a revelation that could potentially be exploited in combat. However, the sheer number of evolved demons presented a challenge made Ki-young grapple with the realization that their defensive capabilities might be insufficient. In the face of adversity, Hyun-sung, the stalwart leader, radiated determination. Despite the odds, he expressed unwavering confidence that they could overcome the imminent threat. Ki-young, who admired and looked up to Hyun-sung, found reassurance in his leader's certainty, deciding to trust in Hyun-sung's conviction to guide them through the perilous situation. Jinho, Hyun-sung, and Dyaku swiftly armed themselves with shields, adopting a strategic formation to confront the looming threat of the evolved demons. However, the cohesion of their defensive stance was disrupted when Dyaku noticed the 2 leaders, Jinho and Hyun-sung, were drawing closer. A subtle but palpable standoff ensued, a clash of determined leaders each vying to establish dominance and prove themselves as the superior decision-maker in this perilous situation. In this critical moment, Hyun-sung, known for his calm and strategic approach, assessed Jinho's intentions, trying to decipher his next move. Jinho, wearing a smirk that hinted at confidence, took the initiative, asserting that he would lead the charge against the oncoming horde of monsters. Jinho, displaying an unyielding resolve, charged fearlessly at the oncoming horde of evolved demons. Ki-young, observing the unfolding scenario, shifted his gaze to Hyun-sung, and rather than joining the frontline assault, Hyun-sung seemed uncomfortable in Jinho's presence. Ki-young, ever strategic, conserved his magical power, ready to intervene in case of an emergency. As Ki-young contemplated his next move, an unexpected development unfolded. In the blink of an eye, Hyun-sung vanished from sight, moving with the swiftness of lightning. His nonchalant expression belied the incredible speed at which he maneuvered through the battlefield. Caught off guard by Hyun-sung's unexpected attack, Jin-ho swiftly raised his defenses, successfully parrying the sword aimed at him. Despite the surprise, Jin-ho wore a smirk, his composure unshaken, and he inquired about Hyun-sung's intentions. Even so, there was a genuine sense of admiration in Jin-ho's acknowledgement of Hyun-sung's strength. In an attempt to assert dominance and display his prowess, Jin-ho effortlessly dispatched the approaching monsters without even sparing them a glance. Hyun-sung, undeterred by the taunts and uninterested in the theatrics, remained focused solely on the task at hand. With a calm demeanor and an air of nonchalance, he efficiently eliminated the monsters that crossed his path. The spectacle unfolding before them left the room in stunned silence. Even Jin-ho, who had initially tried to taunt Hyun-sung, found himself astonished by the sheer prowess displayed in Hyun-sung's fighting skills. Ki-young, though anticipating Hyun-sung's capabilities, couldn't help but marvel at the display. If Hyun-sung truly just a human, or did he possess extraordinary abilities beyond comprehension? Turning his attention to Deokgu, Ki-young noticed a transformation in his demeanor. Inspired by Hyun-sung's example, Deokgu summoned newfound strength, wielding his shield like a modern-day Captain America, which sent the evolved monsters scattering, proving himself as a formidable asset to the team. Overwhelmed with happiness, Ki-young couldn't contain his cheers for Deokgu, recognizing that he had evolved into more than just a simple shieldsman. In Ki-young's eyes, the transformation in Deokgu was nothing short of awe-inspiring. No longer confined to the role of a mere shieldsman, Deokgu had evolved into a warrior. Yet, Ki-young's anticipation wasn't solely centered on Deokgu's prowess. He was equally eager to witness Haeun's capabilities in combat. Haeun began to chant her magical incantations. A radiant green light emanated from her palms, casting an enchanting glow in the room. With a flourish, Haeun opened her palms, unleashing a spell she referred to as the Wind Bomb. The manifestation of her magic left the evolved monsters utterly flabbergasted. The unleashed power of Haeun's Wind Bomb proved to be a formidable force, scattering the evolved monsters in a single devastating strike. Ki-young couldn't contain his happiness, cheering for Haeun's impressive display of magical prowess, though a subtle unease crept into Ki-young's mind when Haeun's incantations expressing a desire to be with him. Despite the discomfort, Ki-young found a certain beauty in the fact that Haeun wasn't just wielding her magic, but also implementing strategic moves by diverting the attention of the evolved monsters toward Jin-ho's party. Eager to praise Haeun for her accomplishments, Ki-young approached her with excitement. However, his enthusiasm was tempered by a subtle piece of advice for Haeun to avoid expending her powers on aiding Jin-ho's team. Haeun, fueled by her deep affection for Ki-young, didn't hesitate for a moment. Without a word, she promptly followed Ki-young's advice. In Ki-young's strategic mind, this was a chance to rid themselves of the perceived bad guys and strengthen the unity of those who remained. Meanwhile, the situation on Jin-ho's side took a dire turn as his party began to struggle against the relentless onslaught of monsters, where they have to turn to Haeun, urging her to unleash her magical abilities. Seokwu, overcome with panic and teary-eyed, implored Haeun to use her magic immediately. However, panic turned to sheer terror as Jin-ho, their supposed savior, informed Seokwu that he needed to recharge his magic. A wave of fear gripped Seokwu as he sprinted away, desperate to evade the approaching evolved monsters. Jin-ho's companions, Yijun and Jicheol, struggled to contend with the powerful blows from the evolved monsters, taking punishing hits that left them reeling. Seokwu, despite his desperate attempt to escape, fell victim to the relentless assault of the monsters' fists. Haeun and Ki-young observed the chaotic scene, a pleased surprise evident in their expressions as the monsters seemed to align with their unspoken desire to eliminate the perceived bad guys within the team. Ki-young, with a hint of jest in his tone, jokingly encouraged Jin-ho's struggling companions to hang tight amidst the chaotic combat. Yijun and Jicheol, grappling with a dire situation, turned their hopeful gazes towards Ki-young. They silently wished for some form of support or intervention that could turn the tide in their favor. Ki-young, despite his deep disdain for Jin-ho's party, recognized the need to intervene and support them in their dire situation. Preparing to summon his magic, Ki-young adopted a sarcastic tone, telling Jin-ho's companions to hold on and think about their loved ones awaiting them on Earth. Seeing through Ki-young's attempt to buy time, Yijun and Jicheol urgently implored him to use his magic without delay. Unfazed by their pleas, Ki-young sported a sly grin as he gathered his mana, finally ready to unleash his magical abilities. With a flourish, Ki-young summoned his magic, unleashing the fiery brilliance of his fireball against the evolved monsters. The sudden surge of flames left the monsters astonished. The dazzling flames summoned by Ki-young's fireball engulfed the evolved monsters, leaving them in a state of shock and chaos. Jinho's party, relieved and grateful for the much-needed assistance, watched as the flames subsided. The initial relief felt by Jinho's party was short-lived, as they soon realized that the flames from Ki-young's fireball weren't as effective as anticipated. To their dismay, the evolved monsters, though burning, continued to move and retaliate. Yijun and Jicheol exchanged alarmed glances, realizing that the situation had taken an unexpected and dangerous turn, putting them at the mercy of the enraged evolved monsters. Ki-young's cunning strategy became apparent as it was revealed that he intentionally held back the full potential of his fireball magic to provide the monsters with a fiery coating, a tool to eliminate Jinho's party. A sense of accomplishment and amusement danced in Ki-young's eyes as he observed the unfolding consequences of his calculated actions. He even gave them a name called the Blazing Demon. The flames had an unexpected consequence as the system identified them as the evolved Flaming Demon. Despite gaining a burning instinct ability, these creatures remained low-class monsters with poor eyesight and intelligence. The flames, while making them appear terrifying, proved to be a double-edged sword, rapidly depleting their stamina and turning their apparent strength into a liability. Ki-young, taking a calculated gamble, had orchestrated the situation to fool Jinho's party into thinking they were in real trouble. Apologizing and feigning ignorance, Ki-young expressed regret over unintentionally buffing the monsters. In his mind, he eagerly anticipated Jinho's response, wondering if he would rely on his magic abilities or wield his sword to resolve the predicament created by the strategically coded evolved Flaming Demon. As chaos unfolded and the evolved Flaming Demon closed in on Jinho's party, Jinho swiftly took charge, advising his team to refrain from panicking and urging them to maintain their ranks. But Siaku, displaying a notable lack of courage, opted to flee rather than face the monsters alongside his party. Ki-young, observing this, felt a sense of disappointment in Jinho's leadership, questioning whether Jinho genuinely desired a better life in the other world. Amidst the struggle with the monsters, a dire situation unfolded as Jicheol found himself ensnared by the creatures, held like a toy doll in their grip. In desperation, Jicheol called out for Yijun, hoping for salvation from his companions, but Jinho and Yijun were just equally concerned for their friend. Facing a dire situation with Jicheol captured by the evolved Flaming Demon, Jinho turned to Heian and Ki-young, hoping for assistance in overcoming the peril his party found themselves in. Ki-young, however, explained that his magic mana had run out, leaving him unable to offer immediate help. Diaku, entering the scene, inquired about the possibility of saving Jicheol. However, Ki-young, concerned about the potential danger, voiced his reluctance that attempting a rescue might place them in a precarious situation. He further explained that he and Heian would explore alternative ways to save Jicheol, all the while harboring a deep desire for safety rather than making sacrifices. As the tension rose, Jicheol found himself with no escape options, trapped in the clutches of the evolved Flaming Demon. As Jicheol remained captured by the evolved Flaming Demon, a sense of helplessness enveloped Jinho and his best friend Yijun. Yijun's anguished scream echoed as tears filled his eyes, while Jinho, displaying displeasure at losing a comrade, grappled with the consequences of their predicament. Ki-young, however, held a contrasting belief that Jicheol's fate could have been averted if Jinho had chosen to reveal and utilize his concealed powers. Despite the apparent disadvantage, Ki-young saw an opportunity for their party in Jicheol's unfortunate incident, perhaps realizing that the dynamics within Jinho's party might shift due to the perceived failure of leadership. Feeling the weight of the situation and sensing the need for action, Ki-young turned to Heian, signaling that it was her moment to shine. Without hesitation, Heian stepped forward and summoned her powerful water attribute magic called the Gush Forth. The potent water magic cascaded down upon the evolved Flaming Demon, effectively extinguishing the flames and eliminating the monsters. Ki-young, impressed by Heian's abilities, offered her heartfelt praise, while Diaku and Hyunsung couldn't conceal their astonishment at the display of her magic. In the midst of the celebrations and admiration for Heian's prowess, Yijun stood in deep frustration, mourning the loss of his friend. Fueled by grief and frustration, Yijun's temper flared. He directed his anger at Ki-young, yelling with tears streaming down his face. Jinho and Siakwu, observing Yijun's loss of control, became concerned, while Heian and Diakgu were taken aback by the sudden outburst. Ki-young, observing the situation, turned to Heian. The intensity in her gaze hinted at her obsessive tendencies, as she witnessed someone daring to hurt the person she considered the love of her life. In the face of Yijun's anger and frustration, Ki-young, maintaining a calm demeanor, offered an apology for the loss of Jicheol. However, he rationalized that Jicheol's demise was the best option for their survival. He taunted Yijun with a sly grin, emphasizing that the paramount goal was to ensure everyone's survival. His belief further fueled Yijun's sense of betrayal and despair. Acting on his overwhelming emotions, Yijun, without hesitation, threw a punch at Ki-young's face. Witnessing the sudden act of aggression, Diakgu and Heian panicked, rushing to Ki-young's side out of concern. Attempting to defend Ki-young, Diakgu and Heian intervened, but Ki-young, blocking them, reassured that he was alright, concealing the pain he felt from the punch. In his mind, Ki-young believed he needed to endure the punch to dampen the fury of Jinho's party and present himself as pitiable. However, Yijun remained unconvinced, refusing to believe anything Ki-young said or how he portrayed himself. Recognizing the need to diffuse the escalating tension, Jinho intervened to halt Yijun's overwhelmed state, preventing any further conflict on their hunting trip. Approaching Yijun closely, Jinho reminded him to stick to their agenda, emphasizing the change of plans due to Jicheol's elimination. Attempting to calm the situation, Yijun struggled to regain composure. Meanwhile, Jinho approached Ki-young to offer an apology. He explained that Yijun's actions stemmed from grief over the loss of his old friend, reassuring Ki-young that there were no ill intentions. Despite Jinho's efforts to mend the situation, Yijun remained defiant, publicly stating that Ki-young himself admitted to purposefully sabotaging Jinho's party. Ki-young, recognizing the need to appear pitiful, instantly bowed his head, pleading for forgiveness. He apologized persistently, shouldering the blame for the turmoil within the group. The shocking scene left Hyunsung, Diakgu, and Heian equally surprised as they witnessed Ki-young's unexpected act of submission. Continuing with his strategy to appear pitiful, Ki-young took it a step further by pretending to tremble, insisting that he should be left behind due to his perceived liability. He overacted to an extent, stating that he deserved the same fate as Jicheol since he failed to save him. Ki-young's theatrics proved highly effective, managing to convince even his own comrades that his distress was genuine. Deep down, he felt a sense of satisfaction as people seemed to rally to his side, offering comfort and support. However, amid the crowd, Yijun remained unconvinced, refusing to buy into Ki-young's act, but Jinho, recognizing the escalating tension, made efforts to calm Yijun down. Siakwu, drawing from his own experience, advised Yijun to calm down and be cautious around Ki-young, emphasizing Ki-young's cunning nature. He suggested laying low around Ki-young, particularly after witnessing Ki-young's capabilities in saving Heian from Siakwu's advances. Yijun attempted to engage in a civil conversation with Ki-young, hoping for resolution. However, Ki-young remained entrenched in his self-pity act. Ki-young was deeply apologizing to Yijun while his strong companions stood by, offering intimidating glares to encourage Yijun to accept the apology. Feeling pressured by both Ki-young and his own party, Yijun grappled with the decision to accept the apology and diffuse the tension or maintain his stance of distrust towards Ki-young. Yijun, feeling trapped and misunderstood, grappled with the idea that he had become the antagonist in the situation. Convinced that Ki-young was relishing in the manipulation, Yijun chose to walk away, unable to endure the perceived injustice. In contrast, Ki-young reveled in the success of his acting, finding amusement in the chaos he had orchestrated. While he enjoyed the satisfaction of fooling those he deemed as adversaries, Jinho keenly observed Ki-young, suspecting that the entire display was nothing more than an elaborate act. In Jinho's contemplative thoughts, he found himself surprisingly impressed by Ki-young's intellect, considering the possibility of recruiting him into his team. However, Hyunsung, ever observant and perceptive, discreetly watched Jinho, sensing the ulterior motives behind his consideration of Ki-young. This awareness left Hyunsung feeling uneasy about Jinho's intentions. Siakwu, attempting to lighten the mood, struck up a conversation with Ki-young. He acknowledged Ki-young's clever maneuvering and playfully teased him about manipulating everyone to be on his side, subtly alluding to the controversial events that transpired, including Jicheol's unfortunate fate. The cringe on Ki-young's face was so palpable that it startled Siakwu, triggering memories of a past encounter where he crossed Ki-young's boundaries. Siakwu promptly retreated to the safety of his own party, realizing that getting too close to Ki-young might lead to undesirable consequences. Ki-young's demeanor turned serious, a clear indication that he was keeping his guard up, especially around Jinho's party. The tension in the air lingered, and Ki-young's focus shifted as he spat out some blood, feeling the aftermath of the punch delivered by Yi-jun. The pain setting in, Hyun-sung approached Ki-young to check on his well-being, concerned about the effects of the blow. Despite the pain he felt, Ki-young maintained a facade of normalcy around Hyun-sung, refraining from expressing the discomfort he experienced. Hyun-sung, showing genuine concern, extended his hand as a gesture of assistance, an act that touched Ki-young deeply. In that moment, Ki-young cherished the privilege of being Hyun-sung's comrade, finding solace in the bond they shared. However, in the midst of this comforting moment, Haein noticed something amiss. She picked up a tooth, a tangible piece of evidence from the recent confrontation. Ki-young, sensing the burning rage behind him, became aware that someone harbored intense emotions, potentially leading to further complications within the group. Facing Haein's intense emotions, Ki-young felt a mixture of fear and surprise. As he looked into her tear-filled eyes, he realized that her concern for his well-being ran deep. The unexpected act of keeping his tooth added a layer of sentimentality to the situation, leaving Ki-young perplexed. Sensing the delicate balance between Haein's love and her potential for vengeful rage, Ki-young chose to play the victim a bit more by coughing up blood from his injury. Haein, deeply concerned and emotional, rushed to Ki-young's side. Her demeanor shifted from sweet to a more intense, almost frightening expression as thoughts of vengeance crossed her mind. Ki-young, however, recognized the need to tread carefully. He pondered the delicate situation, realizing that if he allowed Haein to unleash her fury on Jinho's party, it could lead to more chaos. Deciding to lay low for the time being, Ki-young understood that strategic patience was key. As the group settled in after the tumultuous incident, Siakwu's displeasure towards Ki-young became evident through intense glares. Ki-young, feeling a sense of satisfaction from getting under their skin, especially Siakwu's, subtly conveyed that he would never allow Siakwu to touch Haein. Taking advantage of the situation, Ki-young decided to play with Siakwu's emotions, further stoking his jealousy. He clung to Haein, hugging her gently. Deep down, Ki-young enjoyed the game he was playing, reveling in the knowledge that Siakwu would never have the chance to be with Haein. Intent on taking his acting to the next level, Ki-young decided to add a touch of clumsiness to his performance. Pretending to trip, he executed a graceful fall, portraying himself as a cute and clumsy guy. The act worked seamlessly as Haein quickly caught him, holding his waist. The gesture made the atmosphere become overly romantic, but Ki-young cringed a bit at the unintended intensity. Despite the unintended romantic flair, at least Ki-young achieved his objective. As Ki-young glanced back at Siakwu, he couldn't help but revel in the jealousy written all over Siakwu's face. It was as if Ki-young had stolen Siakwu's lover right from under his nose. While Haein didn't mind being gently hugged by Ki-young, Siakwu was visibly affected, slowly losing his composure. In an attempt to regain some control, and perhaps play the hero himself, Siakwu offered assistance to Haein. However, due to their tumultuous past, Haein promptly rejected him, asserting her independence and straightforwardly telling Siakwu to mind his own business. Siakwu's surprise at the rejection was evident, and Ki-young couldn't help but chuckle. He believed that if Siakwu had exercised some self-control in the past, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Amidst the mental games, they continued with their agenda and faced a horde of monsters in the next room. Everyone immediately gets in their position to be prepared to fight. Meanwhile, Ki-young suggested to Haein that she should stay close to Diakgu, but Haein expressed concern for Ki-young's well-being and insisting on staying with him. Ki-young, always thinking a step ahead, decided to provoke Siakwu intentionally, hoping to instigate a physical confrontation. Confident in his agility to dodge attacks from the opposing party, Ki-young believed that this would create an opportunity for Haein to enter the scene and heal him promptly. Additionally, Ki-young was chill to combat the monsters since Hyun-sung gave him an item that could shield him from the adversaries. In Ki-young's mind, he will make Siakwu the antagonist in the team. With a mischievous grin on his face, Ki-young openly questioned Siakwu about his jealousy. As usual, Siaku, who can't control himself, loses his cool and tried to confront Ki-young. Siaku succumbed to anger and swung his sword at Ki-young. Despite the pain from the impact, Ki-young motivated himself to endure it. He motivated himself that enduring this physical pain was a crucial step toward achieving his plan of painting Siaku as the antagonist. Siaku's sudden attack on Ki-young caught everyone's attention, even distracting Diaku and Heian from their battle with the monsters. The room was filled with astonishment at the sight of Siaku using his sword against Ki-young. To everyone's surprise, Siaku seemed oddly proud of his actions. While this might have been part of Jinho's party's plan to eliminate Hyunsung's party, Jinho himself appeared displeased with the unfolding situation. The mastermind behind the plan was visibly frustrated, realizing that Siaku's actions had disrupted the carefully laid out scheme. On the other hand, Siaku appeared proud of his bold move, seemingly unaware of the potential consequences. However, for Ki-young, this was a calculated sacrifice. He had strategically placed himself in a position to provoke Siaku, anticipating that it would force Jinho's party to reveal their true intentions. Jinho tried his best to be ignorant since Siaku's action just declared a duel to Hyunsung's party. Since things escalated so quickly, Ki-young is now hoping for his own team to make a move. Ki-young, hopeful for a swift response from Hyunsung and for his time to shine. As he observed his friends, Diaku and Heian took immediate action to assist him. The sight of their quick intervention brought delight to Ki-young. Meanwhile, Yijun's displeasure was evident, reflecting the tension within Jinho's party. Ki-young tried his best to press the wound to prevent it from bleeding more. Caught off guard, Ki-young felt the unexpected strike on his back as Yijun took advantage of the moment to avenge his best friend Jicheol. It was like his world was collapsing to see a wound on his back. Heian, witnessing Ki-young's injury, felt her world crumble. In Ki-young's fading consciousness, he observed the profound sadness in Heian's eyes. As he slowly lost awareness, Heian hurriedly approached him, desperate to salvage the situation. In the chaos that ensued, Heian desperately tried to wake the trembling Ki-young. Meanwhile, Diaku took a stand and approached Jinho to issue a warning, but Jinho, however, feigned ignorance about Siaku's intentions. With the situation spiraling out of control, Jinho, faced with the prospect of further harm, contemplated eliminating both Siaku and Ki-young. However, Hyunsung, swift and determined, intervened to prevent Jinho from causing more damage. Caught off guard, Jinho found himself struggling to match the strength and resolve of Hyunsung in this unexpected confrontation. Jinho, determined to maintain his stance, ensured that he still held his ground even after being pushed away by Hyunsung. Jinho felt challenged since he expected that he'd be less suspected from his party. The unexpected turn of events had thrust Jinho into a challenging situation as he now faced the formidable Hyunsung in a duel. While Siaku and Yijun visibly trembled in fear, Hyunsung instructed Diaku to stand guard over Heian and Ki-young. Without hesitation, Diaku swiftly approached Heian and Ki-young, ready to offer his assistance and protection. Since Siaku and Yijun realized that Siaku just pushed them out of the bus, they decided to flee in the hunting trip. But Siaku, fueled by a desire for revenge and ignoring the urging of his frightened companion, Yijun, decided to stay behind in the hunting trip. Firmly committed to confronting Ki-young and settling the score, Siaku clutched his sword with unwavering confidence. Diaku and Heian made sure to be loud as they could so that Ki-young would stay awake. But then Diaku realized that Heian has an item that could be used for healing, which impressed Ki-young. Diaku, in a state of panic and urgency, urged Heian to use her magical ring to heal Ki-young's wounds. With determination and a deep sense of hope, Heian summoned the magic, directing it towards Ki-young's injured body. As the magical energy enveloped him, Ki-young experienced a soothing sensation. Ki-young, now fully healed and with a renewed sense of vigor, was astonished to find his body restored. Even the missing tooth had miraculously grown back. Diaku and Heian shared a moment of relief and celebration over Ki-young's unexpected revival. However, Siaku remained steadfast in his desire for vengeance against Ki-young. Undeterred, he attempted to confront Ki-young once more, only to be intercepted by Diaku, who stood as a formidable barrier to prevent any harm befalling his friend. Amidst the interpersonal tension, the looming presence of the horde of monsters in the room served as a pressing reminder that their collective survival was still at stake. Ki-young realized that it was time to utilize the unique capabilities of his magical ring. Activating the ring, he summoned a protective barrier that enveloped their immediate surroundings, shielding them from the menacing horde of monsters. Dyaku, witnessing the impressive display of magical prowess, couldn't help but be astonished, while Ki-young was relieved that Hyun-sung is a reliable companion. However, Ki-young's relief was short-lived as he noticed Haeun's absence within the safety of the barrier. Given Haeun's formidable magical abilities and her unpredictable nature, Ki-young immediately deduced that she had likely pursued Yi-jun, who had chosen to flee in the midst of the turmoil. Despite the chaotic circumstances, Dyaku, burdened by guilt for not reaching Ki-young in time, took the opportunity to offer a sincere apology. In response, Ki-young displayed a compassionate side, gently patting Dyaku's head as a gesture of reassurance. Understanding the weight on Dyaku's shoulders, Ki-young, in turn, expressed his own apology for any perceived carelessness. The soft-hearted Dyaku couldn't help but to be in tears while being comforted by Ki-young. Ki-young, with a joking tone, requested Dyaku to halt his tears, teasing him about the contrast between his emotional demeanor and robust physique. Despite Ki-young's acknowledgement of some miscalculations, he found solace in the overall outcome of the situation. On the other hand, Yi-jun ran as fast as he could to escape. Yet, a surge of fury gripped him even more intensely when Jinho had callously cast them into a perilous situation, forcing them to confront a formidable adversary like Hyun-sung without warning. While Yi-jun was completely off guard escaping, he was caught by Haeun's wind blade. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't react when his foot was decapitated. Yi-jun's frantic gaze shifted backward, only to be met with the unnerving sight of Haeun veiled in an unsettling aura of terror. Panic surged through him, prompting desperate cries for assistance, unable to fathom the abrupt shift in Haeun's demeanor. Haeun uses her air bomb magic to prevent Yi-jun from screaming. Yi-jun was shocked as he struggles to talk, his mouth filled with blood, while Haeun explained how he crossed the line by harming her precious Ki-young. But for Haeun, she was more concerned by the fact that Yi-jun just spit some blood on her clothes and afraid that Ki-young might punish her. This time, Haeun has a bit of self-control as she decided to keep Yi-jun alive with a horrifying warning to never cross the line again. Unfortunately, Yi-jun's life already flashed before his eyes. He remembered the words he spouted as he runs away, and the sight of Haeun with the predatorial eyes. Haeun was surprised as Yi-jun passed away in front of her. Meanwhile, on Ki-young and Dyaku's front, the duo successfully apprehended Siakwu. Siakwu still had the guts as he insinuated that their actions might incur Jinho's wrath, suggesting potential consequences for daring to apprehend him. Siakwu exuded confidence, asserting that Haeun would eventually regret not choosing him and that Hyun-sung had abandoned them all. Ki-young, however, seized the opportunity to emphasize that Siakwu had missed a critical point in their party's change of plans. With a sly grin, Ki-young clarified that Jinho was the one who abandoned his comrades. Deep down, Ki-young couldn't help but feel satisfied that Jinho had recruited someone as light-headed as Siakwu, which made executing his plans much easier. Seizing the chance to taunt Siakwu, Ki-young expressed gratitude, claiming that Siakwu was the reason he was now closer to Haeun. This only fueled Siakwu's anger, and he vowed revenge. Ki-young, however, dismissed Siakwu's threats, metaphorically stating that he had merely provided him with utensils and a bowl of rice, though considering Siakwu was currently tied up and unable to use them. The atmosphere got darker as Ki-young presented Siakwu with a grim choice of death to relieve himself from his predicament. Dyaku, anticipating the severity of Ki-young's decision, was advised to look away if he found it too difficult. Siakwu, feeling the weight of impending doom, yelled out in protest. Ki-young, however, remained steadfast, emphasizing that the options presented were the most reasonable given Siakwu's actions. The realization dawned on Siakwu that he would now have to face the consequences of his choices. Accused of madness, Ki-young responded with a smile, claiming that Siakwu was no different. Stripped of his earlier arrogance, Siakwu realized he had to humble himself and begged Ki-young for mercy. However, Ki-young remained unmoved by any sense of remorse as he raised his spear. Ki-young, having brought an end to Siakwu's existence, reflected on the familiar scenes of death he had witnessed before. Recollections of people pleading for salvation, only to be led into traps by Ki-young himself, resurfaced in his mind, in which he dispatched Siakwu was, in essence, no different from his past actions. Ki-young acknowledged the inevitability of such actions in the quest for survival. Siakwu, now a part of the Fallen, joined the ranks of Yijun and Jicheol in the realm of the departed. Ki-young then sought to comfort Diaku. He reminded him that the choice they made was one of necessity, preventing them from meeting a similar fate. As the atmosphere grew heavier, Diaku initiated a conversation with Ki-young. He inquired about his religious beliefs or if he was a Christian. Ki-young straightforwardly asserted that he did not believe in any gods. Amidst the aftermath, the status window system emerged, presenting Ki-young with the opportunity to choose a new occupation. The unexpected appearance of the status window brought a spark of excitement to Ki-young. Diaku, taken aback, witnessed Ki-young's renewed determination. In a more serious tone, Ki-young shared a piece of advice with Diaku, urging him never to succumb to death. Continuing their journey through the dungeon, Diaku and Ki-young engaged in a conversation about choosing a new occupation. The decision proved to be challenging for Ki-young, as all the options seemed appealing. As they progressed, Hain caught up with them and immediately sought out Ki-young. She embraced him tightly, expressing her concern for his well-being. Hain inquired about any lingering pain, and in response, Ki-young shared the news of Siakwu's demise. Ignoring Siakwu's fate, Hain expressed her primary concern for Ki-young's well-being. When Diaku inquired about Hain's whereabouts during the recent events, he sought an explanation from her. Ki-young contemplated whether to assist Hain by crafting a narrative that portrayed her pursuit of Hyunsung as an act of concern. However, Hain chose honesty over deception and revealed that she hadn't gone after Hyunsung. She struggled to articulate her emotions regarding Ki-young's injuries and the anger she harbored towards those responsible. Diaku surprisingly empathized with Hain, recognizing her emotional struggle despite her actions against Yujun. Witnessing Hain's tears, Diaku felt a sense of panic, understanding the weight of the situation. Ki-young, however, assured Hain that she had nothing to apologize for, expressing genuine appreciation for her protective anger when he was harmed. In Ki-young's eyes, Hain remained the lovely and kind person he cherished. Ki-young, sensing Hain's emotional turmoil, comforted her by gently cuddling her. Observing the situation, Diaku felt a sense of accomplishment, believing that he successfully brought Ki-young and Hain closer together. Ki-young, noticing Diaku's satisfaction, urged him to coax Hain. Despite the unintentional fear factor, Diaku was content, having orchestrated the circumstances that seemed to foster romance between Ki-young and Hain. Ki-young, perceptive to Diaku's hidden agenda, realized the intentions behind his friend's actions. After some time, Hyunsung caught up with them. Upon seeing him, he speculated that Jinho had proven to be a formidable opponent. Hyunsung then inquired about the other party's whereabouts. In response, Ki-young openly admitted to eliminating them. In response, Hyunsung revealed that he, too, had successfully dealt with Jinho without uttering a word. Hyunsung clarified that engaging in a duel with Jinho's party was a necessary choice for their survival, emphasizing the potential danger to the camp if they were the ones eliminated. Ki-young appreciated the alignment of their perspectives and felt reassured by Hyunsung's understanding. Hyunsung commended his team for making the right decision, acknowledging that they would face even greater challenges in the future. Despite uncertainty about the comfort his words might provide, Hyunsung expressed sincere hope that the group would overcome the challenges ahead. Although the team still harbored dismay over recent events, they collectively expressed gratitude towards Hyunsung for his understanding. As they moved forward, Hyunsung inquired about Ki-young's injury from the opponents. Ki-young expressed gratitude, acknowledging that without the special abilities bestowed upon them by Hyunsung's gifts, they might not have survived. With genuine delight, Ki-young swore never to forget Hyunsung's generosity. Observing Hyunsung's demeanor, Ki-young could sense the leader's pride in their accomplishments. After the intense events, Diaku suggested that their team take a break and rest in the dungeon, considering they were all exhausted. As they walked together, Ki-young felt that their bond was strengthening, forged through the crucible of the crises they had overcome. He took comfort in the assurance that his relationship with the team, especially under Hyunsung's leadership, would remain steadfast and reliable. Ki-young gazed at his comrades with a genuine expression, treating them as his cherished treasures. As they settled in the temporary shelter, the room, adorned with a candle chandelier. The room was filled with the warmth and comfort of a lit fire. Ki-young, still reveling in the realization of the value he placed on his friends, caught the attention of Hyunsung, who noticed him lost in thought. To divert attention, Ki-young changed the subject and informed Hyunsung about the occupation options presented in his status window. Hyun-sung, curious about Ki-young's choice, inquired about the kind of job he intended to take. Ki-young, still uncertain about his decision, sought advice from Hyun-sung and opened his status window, allowing the team to contribute to the decision-making process. The status window began loading as it prepared the options for Ki-young. As the status window loaded and presented the options, Ki-young was faced with several choices: Summoner, Demonic Lancer, Dark Magician, Alchemist, and Fire Magician, all ranked as rare occupations. Ki-young, while acknowledging the greatness of the available options, couldn't help but feel relieved that the Swindler occupation was not among them. Ki-young also considered the potential liability if Deokgu were to choose a commander job, especially given Deokgu's perceived lack of intelligence. As he delved into the details, the first option, Summoner, this occupation would grant him the ability to summon creatures and messenger familiars, with potential upgrades to other summoner jobs like Tamer, Familiar Summoner, and Summoner of magical creatures. Ki-young envisioned a scenario where he wouldn't have to engage much in combat, relying on his summoned minions. The next option was Demonic Lancer, a mid-range position that utilized both magic and lances, requiring intermediate knowledge of spears and magic. As Ki-young proceeded to read about the Dark Magician, Hyun-sung expressed interest, signaling that he wanted to listen to the details. For the Dark Magician, Ki-young discovered that it was a long-range magician specializing in dark magic, and its power level seemed to surpass the other occupations listed. Haein anticipated as Ki-young prepared to read the Alchemist and Fire Magician occupation. The Alchemist occupation is more focused on studying magic chemistry rather than engaging in combat. This occupation involves continuous research and offers potential upgrades such as drum manufacturer, magician of alchemy, or homunculus expert. As Ki-young prepared to read the details of a fire magician, Hyun-sung kindly interrupted to express his opinion about Ki-young choosing an occupation. Hyun-sung believed that Ki-young's magic ability wasn't high enough for a demonic lancer, and he lacked the necessary skills to use a spear effectively. Though Deokgu and Haein were supportive, Hyun-sung wanted to be practical, emphasizing that Ki-young wasn't built for battle. Additionally, Hyun-sung expressed concerns about the high mana consumption of a fire magician and the potential dangers of being a dark magician. Ki-young was relieved that Hyun-sung shared his mindset, both agreeing that the best options were either alchemist or summoner. Ki-young imagined that if the other world was set in a historical timeline, people would likely protest if they saw him using magical abilities. Despite this, he was grateful that Hyun-sung was providing genuine insights and clues to help him choose the best occupation. Hyun-sung believed that Ki-young should also consider the alchemist job, highlighting its potential for creating potions and medicines. Although the summoner job was enticing, Ki-young could explore creating a homunculus. Because of Hyun-sung's valuable insights, Ki-young finally made a decision on which occupation to choose. Opting for the alchemist occupation, a rare one. Ki-young recognized its importance in providing unlimited supplies for healing and mana boosts. He jokingly remarked to Hyun-sung that he would have no competitors in choosing alchemist. As Ki-young settled on his choice, Deokgu entered the scene to share his thoughts. With a serious expression, Deokgu suggested that someone like Ki-young should consider becoming a dark magician. The revelation surprised everyone, although Haein was the only one openly supportive of whatever Ki-young chose. Hyun-sung, however, advocated for the alchemist occupation, arguing that it was the perfect fit for Ki-young. Another debate ensued between Hyun-sung and Deokgu, both presenting their cases for what suited Ki-young best. Deokgu enthusiastically imagined Ki-young as a dark magician, visualizing him as a powerful warlock capable of exterminating monsters. However, Hyun-sung disagreed, stating that the dark magician role might look cool publicly, but would be impractical in terms of functionality. To Deokgu, the image of Ki-young wearing a pitch-black cloak with an intimidating aura was thrilling. Hyun-sung remained adamant about steering Ki-young towards a more practical option, emphasizing the benefits of the alchemist occupation. While Deokgu was enthusiastic about the dark magician idea, Ki-young couldn't help but agree with Hyun-sung's rationale. As the debate continued, Ki-young started to regret seeking their input, feeling annoyed by the ongoing discussion between Hyun-sung and Deokgu. Both Deokgu and Hyun-sung held their ground as they protest which option suits Ki-young. Tension escalated as Deokgu and Hyun-sung continued their argument in front of Haein, each passionately advocating for their preferred occupation for Ki-young. Haein, caught in the middle of their dispute, felt the weight of their expectations. But as for Haein, she couldn't choose either. In her mind, she envisioned Ki-young as an alchemist, portraying him as a handsome scientist with an air of intellect. She then visualized him as a dark magician, where he exuded a mysterious charm while embracing the darkness. Haein, overwhelmed by her vivid imagination, found it difficult to choose between the two occupations for Ki-young. Meanwhile, as Ki-young contemplated the potential benefits of becoming a dark magician, Hyun-sung seized the opportunity to introduce a remarkable item. To add an interesting twist, the item turned out to be exclusive to alchemists, aligning perfectly with Ki-young's chosen occupation. Hyun-sung, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, presented Ki-young with an alluring item. Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Alchemy. It seemed to be a comprehensive guidebook written by Ramus Tucker himself. Hyun-sung then looked directly at Ki-young's eyes, as if like he was trying to seduce Ki-young to choose alchemy. Ki-young, caught off guard, couldn't help but express his amazement at the coolness of the item. Deokgu, sensing a touch of bribery in Hyun-sung's actions, stepped in to voice his concern. Hyun-sung, undeterred, continued to insist that Ki-young would make an excellent alchemist, emphasizing that the book was designed exclusively for practitioners of alchemy. Ki-young, in his own thoughts, couldn't help but marvel at the array of exclusive items that seemed to be part of Hyun-sung's repertoire. Ki-young couldn't help but notice the apparent wealth of incredible items in Hyun-sung's possession, making him wonder if there was an exclusive inventory for seasoned players that they, as newcomers, hadn't accessed yet. The debate between Hyun-sung and Deokgu continued, each fervently pushing their preferred occupation for Ki-young. Meanwhile, Haein, showing her unwavering support, assured Ki-young that she would stand by whatever decision he made. As Ki-young unveiled his decision, he intentionally let a moment of suspense linger in the air. Deokgu's disappointment was palpable when Ki-young announced that he had chosen to be an alchemist, but he quickly clarified that it wasn't influenced by the book Hyun-sung presented. Haein, on the other hand, cheered enthusiastically for Ki-young, while Deokgu grappled with his lingering dismay. As Ki-young officially selected the alchemist occupation in the status window, Hyun-sung attempted to console Deokgu, urging him to accept the outcome. Without any delay, Ki-young was now a certified alchemist. Remarkably, the system, known for its critical remarks, couldn't conceal its acknowledgement of Ki-young's progress and applauded his excellent choice. Ki-young blushed, pleasantly surprised to receive praise from the system itself. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung couldn't hide his happiness about Ki-young's choice. Ki-young took a closer look and noticed how Hyun-sung's eyes were sparkling as he held the book. Ki-young, in his mind, felt that Hyun-sung was proud because he'd be more useful now. He also felt proud that he's no longer just a barely useful administrator, but an alchemist in the stock exchange. As Hyun-sung handed the book to Ki-young, Deokgu remained a good sport and congratulated him for his choice. Ki-young's humility and gratitude shone through as he expressed his determination to fulfill Hyun-sung's expectations. But Hyun-sung remained humble and brought a chuckle from Ki-young, who appreciated the leader's encouraging and supportive nature. Inwardly, Ki-young felt a surge of confidence that becoming an alchemist had not only aligned with his capabilities, but also garnered the trust and investment of Hyun-sung. Ki-young immersed himself in the contents of Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Alchemy, finding himself engrossed in the knowledge it offered. While the others rested, he was drawn to the intricate details and insights that the book provided. The more he delved into its pages, the clearer it became that pursuing alchemy required specific equipment and exclusive catalysts tailored for alchemists. As he contemplated the potential applications of his current magic, Hyun-sung, who had been immersed in his studies throughout the night, stirred awake. Curious about Ki-young's restlessness, Hyun-sung inquired about the reason behind his sleepless state. Ki-young, with a focused look in his eyes, explained that the wealth of knowledge from the alchemy book kept him engrossed. As Ki-young shared his progress, he couldn't shake off the feeling of awkwardness, observing Hyun-sung's astonishment at the strides he had made in his studies. Sensing the need for a change in topic, Ki-young shifted the conversation to the looming quest they had yet to complete about facing the final boss. Acknowledging the unfinished survival quest, Hyun-sung expressed his hope that the following day would bring forth more clues and opportunities for the team. Ki-young's mind buzzed with theories as he considered the possibility of an escape route nearby. He pondered the intricacies of the other world. The lack of context provided by the starting point in the beginning lingered in his thoughts. As night settled over them, Ki-young's mind churned with thoughts about the continent, a haven for those who survived the tutorial world. However, amidst the vastness of the other world, a mysterious figure with long silver hair held a strong aura. This enigmatic man revealed to his underlings that he had discovered a sword and shield, significant elements that would seemingly replace someone he once knew. In the intricate tapestry of this world, guilds and organizations played a significant role, and the silver-haired man found his place within a guild known as Blue. The group began their day with a light-hearted atmosphere, indulging in dad jokes and corny humor. Hyunsung, typically composed and serious, surprised everyone by joining in with the joke, "What does a nosy pepper do?" Then, with a deadpan expression, he delivered the punchline, "Gets involved in jalapeno business." Despite the corniness of the joke, Dyaku, in particular, couldn't contain his laughter, finding the humor in the dad joke. Ki-young and Haein, while acknowledging the lameness of the joke, exchanged amused glances. Starting the day with laughter, Ki-young felt a sense of comfort and camaraderie among the team members. Despite the challenges they faced, the team was initially concerned about finding a way to escape the perilous environment they found themselves in, especially when encountering formidable adversaries. In the midst of uncertainty and encounters with untrustworthy individuals, Hyunsung emerged as a beacon of light in Ki-young's life. Ki-young couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of happiness, a sentiment that even Haein couldn't overlook. Haein reciprocated Ki-young's happiness, appreciating the genuine joy she saw in him. Ki-young, in turn, felt content knowing that, thanks to Hyunsung, he found himself in the right place. As the party continued their journey, they stumbled upon something intriguing. The party encountered a mysterious, large door that matched Hyunsung's description from the previous night. Ki-young found it amusing, realizing that Hyunsung seemed satisfied with their journey so far. Hyunsung then gestured to Dyaku, indicating that he should be in charge of opening the door. Without wasting any time, Dyaku utilized his sturdy physique to push open the massive door. As the door creaked open, Ki-young experienced a strange sense of déjà vu. To their surprise, they found themselves in the same peculiar location once again. Ki-young couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion since he anticipated an exit to the outside world. They found themselves in a peculiar room adorned with a large magic circle at its center, as if it were a symbol invoking a spell. To add to the mystery, a new quest notification appeared before the party, introducing another set of challenges and uncertainties in their journey. The party was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a rare ranked quest, heightening the level of mystery in the room. The discovery of another door within the space intrigued them, prompting Dyaku to swiftly attempt to open it. However, his efforts proved futile as the door remained steadfast and unyielding. Ki-young found himself contemplating the possible methods for overcoming the challenge presented by the sealed door. Amidst his musings, he was taken by surprise as Hyunsung stepped forward. It seemed as if Hyunsung had an idea, as he confidently approached the mysterious magic circle within the room. Surprisingly, Hyunsung summoned a magic light on his hand. A sense of awe filled the room as Hyunsung summoned a magical light onto his hand, directing it towards the intricate magic circle. Ki-young, catching on to the pattern, understood that the party needed to contribute their mana to activate whatever lay beyond the sealed door. With the combined effort of the entire party, the rare compulsory quest was successfully completed. They were all so happy to finally complete the quest they were looking forward before. As the sense of accomplishment settled in, Ki-young couldn't help but fixate on Hyunsung. The subtle smile on Hyunsung's face hinted at a genuine sense of accomplishment, an acknowledgement of the progress they had made together. However, as his expression shifted to one of anger, it became evident that the journey ahead held even greater challenges. The radiant butterflies in the room captivated Ki-young's attention, casting a serene and enchanting atmosphere. In that moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment, as if the beauty around him justified the trials they had overcome. As the magical butterflies danced gracefully, a symbol of their collective achievement, the substantial door in the room began to swing open. The door swung open, revealing a blinding light that nearly overwhelmed Ki-young's senses. As his eyes adjusted, he beheld a man standing before them, holding a microphone, and extended congratulations to the party for their safe return from the tutorial. To Ki-young's surprise, he felt a deep familiarity with the man standing before them. The man revealed himself as the one responsible for overseeing the tutorial stage, identifying as a vice master of the Blue Guild. The silver-haired man finally revealed his identity as Lee Sang-hee. He expressed his honor at meeting the survivors of the tutorial stage, Kyung finally recalled seeing Sang-hee before in the starting point, where he appeared almost like a goddess. Overwhelmed by the situation, Deokgu couldn't help but ask Lee Sang-hee if he was the one responsible for transporting them to the other world. Sang-hee revealed that he served as the vice master under the Holy Empire, established in the name of the goddess Benegor. Sang-hee shared that the Blue Guild, to which he belonged, was entrusted with managing the tutorial dungeon for the current season. Like the others, he was summoned to Earth and compelled to take part in the other world. Having assumed the role of a manager, Sang-hee explained that his primary responsibility was to guide the survivors out of the tutorial stage and back to the outside world. Sang-hee shared a promising revelation, stating that they not only intended to guide the survivors back to the outside, but also aimed to rescue those still within the tutorial stage. While they were still in the dungeon, Jihai and the rest awaits for them to return. Moreover, Sang-hee outlined a plan to educate the survivors on adapting to the new environment in the other world. Sang-hee laid out the logistics, explaining that the door in the dungeon would remain open for 3 days after the quest had been cleared. However, before proceeding, Sang-hee requested the party to surrender their weapons, as she intended to guide them to their guild's camp. As they advanced, Sang-hee delegated the responsibility of caring for the remaining individuals in the tutorial stage to one of her comrades. Intrigued by Sang-hee's capabilities, Kyung decided to utilize his mind's eyes to analyze her. The analysis revealed that Sang-hee's class was a sacred knight, and her stats were ranked as heroic. Reading Sang-hee's overview, Kyung learned that she was a remarkable individual who had nearly reached her full potential, possessing exceptional endurance and strength. Despite his initial skepticism, Kyung chose to remain calm, especially since Hyun-sung didn't exhibit any negative reactions towards Sang-hee. However, Kyung couldn't shake the feeling that Sang-hee's kindness might be attributed to their party being the ones who cleared the quest. Kyung observed that Sang-hee's people were efficiently handling matters, and the camp was regaining control. However, Kyung felt a pang of disappointment as he realized he would be leaving without bidding farewell to Jihai. Exiting the door, they were greeted by a bright sunny day. The sight of birds freely flying around left them all astonished. Genuine happiness filled their eyes as they beheld a new and different perspective of the world. Before them stretched a civilized and peaceful kingdom. Deokgu relished the taste of grilled food, while Sang-hee couldn't help but feel fortunate as they witnessed an eagle soaring majestically in the sky. Observing their hunger, Sang-hee suggested preparing a meal to celebrate their success in clearing the dungeon. Deokgu, filled with enthusiasm, invited everyone to enjoy grilled squid with him. But as he looked at Hyun-sung, his emotions are different from the others. Kyung thought that maybe Hyun-sung is thinking something deep. Concerned about Hyun-sung's demeanor, Kyung approached him. Kyung, sensing a shift in Hyun-sung's emotions, subtly attempted to bring him back to the present moment. With a warm and hopeful smile, Kyung expressed his gratitude for the journey they had undertaken together under Hyun-sung's leadership. He wished for their continued success as a team, hopeful for the adventures that lay ahead. Hyun-sung's face brightened with joy upon hearing Kyung's heartfelt words. Hyun-sung reciprocated Kyung's sentiments with a reassuring smile, expressing his trust and reliance on Kyung's support. After a while, the party was given a ride in a carriage. The party continued to soak in the scenery as the carriage traversed the historical settings of the other world. Amidst the enchanting backdrop, Haein and Hyun-sung particularly relished the experience as they savored the taste of the grilled squid. Kyung relished every moment, finding a sense of comfort that had eluded him since his transportation to the other world. In the carriage, Sang-hee engaged in conversation with Hyun-sung, commending them for completing the dungeon in 3 months, a feat typically accomplished in 6. Eager for more information, Deokgu joined the discussion, learning about the existence of multiple tutorial dungeons managed by various holy empires. Sang-hee mentioned that she would provide more details about the Holy Empire once they were settled. Kyung observed the surroundings, noting that the place resembled the Middle Ages based on the locals' clothing. While Sang-hee acknowledged the prohibition against asking questions about the tutorial, her curiosity prompted her to inquire about how quickly Hyun-sung's party managed to clear the dungeon. Sang-hee expressed a keen interest in learning more details, particularly given the accomplishment of only 4 individuals clearing the challenging quest. Hyun-sung responded, attributing their success to their teamwork and dynamics. As he mentioned that they also rescued people during the tutorial, Deokgu enthusiastically added that Hyun-sung played a pivotal role in saving individuals at the camp. Sang-hee praised them as amazing newcomers. Later on, the people from the camp are now guided to be a part of the Holy Empire. Ki-young observed the stark contrast between the treatment his party received and the terrified survivors being escorted by guards. The guards were stern and the survivors looked scared, creating a stark juxtaposition to the warm reception Hyun-sung's party experienced. In Ki-young's imagination, the members of Hyun-sung's party became like celebrities in the town, known for their remarkable achievement in clearing the dungeon. He envisioned them being treated like superstars due to their success. Ki-young was proud of their adaptability as a raiding team, feeling a sense of accomplishment for what they had achieved together. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. The party stepped down from the carriage and marveled at the sight of the castle that served as the guild's headquarters. The luxurious and grandeur of the place left them astonished, as if they were witnessing such opulence for the first time. Ki-young took his time to inquire about Hyun-sung's objectives now that they had reached the continent. Once inside the guild's headquarters, the party was taken aback by the extravagant welcome they received from the people inside. They referred to them as the heroes of the raiding team. The unexpected acclaim left the four of them in a state of shock. Sang-hee apologized for startling them, explaining that the guild had intended to hold a fancy welcome for them. As the people cheered and welcomed them enthusiastically, Deokgu couldn't hide his enthusiasm. However, Ki-young was more focused on analyzing the surroundings, particularly intrigued by the fact that Sang-mi, despite being the vice president, seemed to be organizing all the events. Even with the luxurious surroundings and the warm welcome, Ki-young couldn't shake off his skepticism about the situation. The extravagant nature of the guild headquarters and the eager producers raised Ki-young's suspicions even more. The guild was quick to recognize the potential of Hyun-sung's party and saw them as valuable assets. Investors and producers were already expressing their interest in recruiting the party. But one skeptical investor raised concerns about the authenticity of Hyun-sung's party's achievements. The party was led to the dining hall, where a sumptuous meal awaited them. The aroma of the delicious and juicy meat filled the air as they took their seats. Deokgu eagerly indulged in the delicious-looking meat, savoring every bite with anticipation. While the rest of the party enjoyed their meal, Ki-young remained vigilant, sensing an underlying motive behind the lavish presentation. Ki-young couldn't shake off the feeling that the guild was putting on an extravagant show for them. Despite Ki-young's suspicions about the guild's intentions, he couldn't find any concrete evidence to support his doubts. However, his skepticism heightened when he noticed something peculiar that the golden spoon he held felt unnaturally light. This discovery only fueled Ki-young's uncertainty about the guild's true nature. As the introductions unfolded, Ki-young and his friends openly shared their character classes. When it was Ki-young's turn, he nonchalantly announced that he had chosen the path of an alchemist. However, to his surprise, Sang-hee's reaction did not seem to reflect approval or admiration for his chosen occupation. Ki-young couldn't shake off the feeling of unease, thinking that he might have made a bad impression on Sang-hee with his choice of being an alchemist. Turning to Hyun-sung, who had initially praised the alchemist occupation, Ki-young began to overthink. He wondered if Hyun-sung's encouragement to choose that path was merely a means to receive free potions. Feeling the need to prove himself after the perceived bad impression, Ki-young made a silent vow to show the value of being an alchemist. On the other hand, Deokgu was delighted with the meal. Deokgu tried to lighten up the mood that his grandmother advised him about not taking food from strangers, although the delicious meal was too tempting to resist. Amidst the comfortable atmosphere, Hyun-sung seized the moment to address the underlying business aspect. He candidly questioned Sang-hee about the possibility of their special treatment being linked to the guild's need for their assistance. Sang-hee, impressed by their perceptiveness, acknowledged that indeed, the guild sought the help of Hyun-sung's party. Sang-hee, recognizing the importance of the decision, assured them that there would be no pressure in joining the guild. She proceeded to present various proposal plans, meticulously prepared to demonstrate the benefits and advantages of aligning with the guild. Hyun-sung, not one to beat around the bush, interrupted Sang-hee to seek full details before delving into the proposals. Sang-hee began by explaining that they were currently in the continent of the other world. Despite the luxurious appearance of the guild, Ki-young remained skeptical, especially noticing that many of the items appeared to be fake. Ki-young's thoughts raced, considering the possibility that Hyun-sung might have a hidden connection to the Blue Guild from his previous life. Panic set in as Hyun-sung began showing signs of interest in joining the guild. Ki-young wondered if there was something specific that Hyun-sung needed or was hiding from the rest of the party. Ki-young, frustrated by Hyun-sung's mysterious nature, struggled to decipher what might be going on in his mind. A theory started forming in Ki-young's thoughts, that perhaps Hyun-sung was once a pushover in his previous life and ended up in an incompetent guild. The mere idea brought tears to Ki-young's eyes, as it seemed to explain Hyun-sung's kind and understanding demeanor. Ki-young, consumed by curiosity, wondered about the companions Hyun-sung had in his previous life. Despite the mysteries surrounding Hyun-sung, Ki-young was determined to be a brother-like figure to him. He strongly felt that Hyun-sung should avoid trusting anyone from this point onward, and hoped that Hyun-sung would place his trust in Ki-young alone. Ki-young's gaze lingers on Hyun-sung during their lunch, hoping for trust in shaping their shared future. Meanwhile, Sung-hee provides a brief overview of the continent, highlighting its diverse lands beyond the Holy Empire of Beniger. Sang-hee reveals that besides the Republic and the Kingdom Alliance, the continent boasts other large countries known as the Top 3 Nations, emphasizing cooperation and balance among them. Sang-hee discloses the difficulties in forming alliances with the continent's natives, particularly for Earth's foreigners like them. Ki-young pays close attention as Sang-hee elaborates on the various entities coexisting on the continent, including wizards, elves, dragons, and lizard men. Sang-hee informs the party that guilds within each kingdom cooperate and are required to send forces in the event of a war. However, unless a guild is deemed too strong, opposing parties are reluctant to challenge them due to their powerful weaponry. Sang-hee clarifies that the dungeon used for testing foreigners opens only once a year. Additionally, she reveals that the current location where Ki-young and his friends are situated is entrusted to foreigners for managing the dungeon. Sang-hee elaborates that all guilds, regardless of size, rotate in managing the tutorial after its conclusion. She also notes that the guild in charge of the tutorial gains a chance to interact with the raiding team during that period. Dyaku, innocently unaware, joins the conversation, assuming they are now part of the Blue Guild. Sang-hee clarifies that they are a corporation scouting them for potential recruitment and salary negotiations. She jokes about the perks they've experienced being bribes, but Ki-young senses a hint of truth in her words. While observing Sang-hee, Ki-young contemplates that if he were in her shoes, he might have lied about certain things, given her seemingly honest demeanor. Ki-young recognizes that while the Blue Guild portrays itself as trustworthy, there's likely a sense of desperation in their recruitment efforts. He decides to inquire about the Blue Guild's standing within the Holy Empire. Realizing that this question might put pressure on Sang-hee if the guild's status isn't as prestigious as it appears. Sang-hee candidly reveals that the Blue Guild is currently not the largest guild and was previously a representative of the Holy Empire. She avoids speaking negatively about the Blue Guild, but mentions challenges they faced beyond their control. Sang-hee remains resolute and encourages Ki-young and his friends to consider joining, assuring them that the guild's offer is competitive with other guilds. Ki-young grasps that the Blue Guild's humble demeanor is driven by a quest for revival. He comprehends their strategy to present an appealing image, but recognizes that their business goals are separate from his party's interests. Ki-young has firmly decided to reject the offer, foreseeing the challenges that lie ahead for them. Ki-young wishes for Hyun-sung to decline the Blue Guild's offer so they can join larger guilds. However, Ki-young's hopes are dashed when Hyun-sung praises Sang-hee and expresses interest in her offer. Sang-hee is thrilled by Hyun-sung's request for detailed terms to consider, but Ki-young is not pleased with this development. Ki-young acknowledges the necessity of aligning with Hyun-sung as the group's leader, even if he has concerns. He trusts that Hyun-sung, as a regressor, will make a sound decision despite being somewhat of a pushover. Despite initial doubts and overthinking, Ki-young ultimately grasps Hyun-sung's plans and intentions. Ki-young speculates that Hyun-sung might be using the Blue Guild strategically. He carefully observes Hyun-sung and becomes certain that there's more to Hyun-sung's decisions than meets the eye. Ki-young entertains the theory that Hyun-sung wasn't actually a pushover in his past life. Ki-young trembles with the realization that Hyun-sung could have been the guildmaster of the Blue Guild in his past life. This theory aligns with Hyun-sung's strength and influence, which are difficult to quantify, and he possessed considerable influence to confidently join a struggling guild. Although not completely sure, this theory seems the most logical to Ki-young, especially given Hyun-sung's familiarity with Sang-hee. After a satisfying meal, Sangi urges everyone to rest as she plans to introduce them to the Human Resources Department the next day. Hain approaches Ki-young with a positive attitude, discussing the enjoyable meal they shared. As Hain clings to him, Ki-young contemplates the idea that Hyun-sung might want to return to the Blue Guild to offer them positions where their talents can be put to good use. Ki-young's mind is consumed with thoughts of Hyun-sung's future plans. Yet, he can't help but admire Hyun-sung as a lovely person. With a slow smile, Ki-young appreciates having such a smart ally by his side. As they prepare to depart, Ki-young senses that Hyun-sung has meticulously planned everything. He views the Blue Guild as their target, indicating a strategic approach to their next moves. Sang-gi retrieves the keys for the room where Ki-young and the others will be resting. Upon handing them the keys, she emphasizes that they should contact her if they need anything. Sang-gi is taken aback when Ki-young expresses his gratitude and refers to her as Vice Guildmaster. Ki-young smiles politely, intending to convey his genuine sincerity. Sang-gi reciprocates with a smile, though Ki-young's primary intention is to leave a positive impression. Once Sang-gi leaves, Ki-young invites his friends to inspect the rooms and select the ones they prefer. Ki-young is taken aback when his friends show disinterest in his offer to choose their rooms. He notices Hyun-sung's subtle reservations about the place. Inwardly, Ki-young hopes that Hyun-sung will be more open as he fears that his keen observation skills might lead to developing the trait of a mind reader. Hyun-sung appears curious about Ki-young's opinion, prompting Ki-young to invite him to check out the room's quality. Upon entering, they are amazed by its cozy and elegant appearance. Deok-gu and Haen express genuine joy, feeling as though they haven't slept in such comfort in a long time, while Ki-young contemplates mind games he could engage in with them. Ki-young was polite and tries to make Hyun-sung comfortable, sensing his nervousness about asking questions. However, Ki-young feels overwhelmed by unintentionally making someone like Hyun-sung nervous. Taking the initiative in the conversation, Ki-young admits that he never expected to encounter such a homely structure again. Ki-young enjoys the VIP treatment, but finds it difficult to get accustomed to. On the other hand, Deok-gu voices feeling pressured by the Empire and recent contracts. Hyun-sung joins in as well, suggesting they select a guild that will benefit them, considering that other guilds will also seek their favor. However, Hyun-sung believes that they would be treated better in a guild that values their contributions, like the Blue Guild, and he hopes Ki-young shares this view. Despite Ki-young's reservations about joining the Blue Guild, he eventually agrees with Hyun-sung to avoid conflict. Deok-gu seeks reassurance about their guild affiliation, while Haen prioritizes Ki-young's comfort in deciding their next move. Ki-young expresses his curiosity about whether there will be unexpected profits waiting for him in the Blue Guild. Hyun-sung's eyes light up with excitement as Ki-young considers that the Blue Guild might be acceptable. However, Hyun-sung feels a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that Ki-young is still not completely confident in his decision to join the Blue Guild. Hyun-sung agrees that they all have the freedom to choose a guild that would benefit them, even though he feels saddened. Meanwhile, Ki-young experiences a cramp in his leg, but internally decides to follow Hyun-sung's choice, recognizing Hyun-sung's status as a regressor and wanting to avoid making a foolish decision. While Hyun-sung feels down, Ki-young, Haen, and Deok-gu agree to rest in their respective rooms so they can explore the guild later. Hyun-sung rises feeling dejected, yet Ki-young perceives that Hyun-sung is seizing this second chance in life to make improvements. As Hyun-sung bids goodnight, Ki-young's focus shifts to negotiating with the guild's deal. Despite this, Ki-young remains concerned about Hyun-sung's mood. Hyun-sung retreats to his room, and Ki-young hopes that he will be offered a position once they join the guild. The sadness in Hyun-sung's demeanor is palpable as he enters his room. While his room is illuminated by the sun reflecting on the window, Hyun-sung's actions suggest deep nostalgia as he touches the walls, seemingly reminiscing about every part of his room. His slow pace hints at a longing to be back in his familiar space once more. Despite gazing at the sunset through his window, his eyes reflect gloominess, indicating an underlying sadness or contemplation. In Hyun-sung's terrible flashback of his first life as a guildmaster, he vividly remembers the anguish of witnessing his members being annihilated. Despite the tragic events, his past members continue to express their trust in him and apologize. Among them, a woman sheds tears and earnestly apologizes. In Hyun-sung's haunting memories, it is revealed that he had a member named Haen who was also eliminated. Another member's tears reflect the agony of having to defend an empire responsible for killing its own citizens. What's truly nightmarish is how Hyun-sung recalls his guild members losing hope, deeply affected by the belief that humanity was on the brink of annihilation. The horrifying memory of seeing all his members die in front of him is vivid in Hyun-sung's mind. Every bloody detail and each death is crystal clear in his memories, haunting him with the repeated apologies and the negativity of the past. The image of Hyun-sung as the last man on the other world resurfaces repeatedly, adding to the weight of his traumatic experiences. And the present moment, Hyun-sung struggles to lift his head high, weighed down by the memories of past horrors. Silently, he apologizes and makes a promise to make things right this time around. However, what bothers him the most is the mysterious adversary from his past life, the one who wore a mask. Hyun-sung is snapped back to reality just by remembering his mysterious adversary from the past. Overwhelmed by his memories, he catches his breath, but is ultimately unable to hold back his emotions. He begins to cry and tries his best to hold himself together. Hyun-sung envisions a positive image of his friends, Ki-young, Haein, and Deokgu, smiling together. He believes that this time is different and that he can make things change for the better, for the sake of his fallen comrades from his first life. Despite feeling depressed, he holds on to the belief in himself that he can make a difference. The next morning arrives with a bright and cozy atmosphere. Ki-young takes a bath before getting ready for the day. Ki-young feels cozy and refreshed as he puts on his clothes, prepared for the day ahead. After getting ready, he is ready to leave his room. Meanwhile, Haein waits outside Ki-young's room, anticipating their outing together. Haein feels awkward when Ki-young asks why she's standing outside his door. She confesses that she's been waiting for him because she wants to accompany him to the interview. Ki-young wonders if Haein's overly sweet behavior is appropriate. After a while, Hyun-sung is the first one to go for the human resources interview. Ki-young, Haein, and Deokgu wish him good luck as he gets up. As they all sit in silence, Ki-young contemplates his strategy, believing he could navigate the interview better if it were conducted in a group setting. He listens carefully, wondering about the applause he hears in the room and speculating if Hyun-sung was given a test during his interview. After Hyun-sung, Haein is called for the human resources interview. Ki-young hears applause during Haein's interview, making him uncomfortable as he suspects it might be a test. After Haein, Deokgu is called for his interview. Ki-young enters the room for his interview, feeling apprehensive about potentially being exposed as the party's trap card. However, he hopes that his current status is sufficient to pass the interview. Upon entering, he is astonished by the sight of the room. During Ki-young's interview, he is surprised to find that all of the Blue Guild members are present in the room to interview him. Among them, Sang-hee and another female member show genuine smiles, indicating a positive reception. However, there are also senior members present who appear strict and focused on their duties. During Ki-young's interview with the Blue Guild, some members display frowns and grumpy demeanors, asserting their dominance. They first inquire about Ki-young's character class, and he explains that he initially started as a mage, but advanced to become an alchemist as his second class. Ki-young mentions that he no longer wants to be a standard mage, prompting the human resources team to move on to the next question. During Ki-young's interview with the Blue Guild, two people in the back chuckled at his statement about being an alchemist, while the HR corrected him that alchemical magic is not an efficient choice. The HR then asked about Ki-young's status mana, to which he replied that its value was 8. The HR chuckled at the low value, but Sang-hee coughed to signal him to be more polite. They attempted to compare him to his friends who were more advanced, but then decided to halt the interview instead. Sang-hee interfered to lessen the tension and shifted the conversation to talk about the contract conditions. She explained that the salary would be 700 gold annually and a contract duration of 7 years, but the man next to Sang-hee advised Ki-young to consider joining other guilds. Sang-hee called out a man named Lee Seolho for being disrespectful, but Seolho still believed that Ki-young was not suitable for their guild. Sang-hee tried to calm Seolho down, but he persisted in his opinion, stating that Ki-young was only carried by his friends during the tutorial round. Ki-young felt saddened by the situation, as he believed that the Blue Guild was making him look like a complete idiot. Ki-young admits that they all have impressive status, but the only reason his score is lower is because of his alchemist support class and his relatively low mana. He then asks Sang-hee if that's all the conditions, but she explains that there would also be various benefits and insurance akin to accident or life insurance. She also explains that the guild could also have a lab suited for Ki-young, and he could even train with an instructor. One of the guild members was surprised that Sang-hee was too nice with her conditions, but she just believed that Ki-young has the potential since he's part of the clearing team. Ki-young acknowledges Sang-hee in his mind, noting her humility and kindness while still addressing the guild's urgency. However, another guild member voices his opinion that parties in tutorial rounds often part ways, and Ki-young's fee should be lower since he's not equal to his friends. Ki-young feels dismayed by the guild members' comments, but couldn't deny that everything they were saying was a fact. He realizes that in the real world, parties often part ways due to joining other groups, financial considerations, and personal circumstances. Ki-young believes deep down that the idea of parties parting ways won't apply to him and his friends. Ki-young believes that his friends are not greedy. Ki-young couldn't fathom the idea of his friend Deokgu being driven by greed or money. Similarly, Ki-young found it inconceivable that Haein, who harbored deep affection for him, would ever reject him. Lastly, he couldn't imagine Hyun-sung having such a high ego that he'd rather talk to an ant than Ki-young. Ki-young believed that his bond with his friends was stronger than any affiliation with the Blue Guild, confident that his friends wouldn't stand for any insults directed at him. Despite feeling annoyed by the guild member's demeanor, he decided to overlook it in favor. Back to reality, Ki-young maintained his politeness and smiled as he expressed his appreciation for the conditions mentioned by Sang-hee. The HR spoke more kindly, offering to clarify the details for Ki-young, and noting that other guilds might not accept him due to his status as an alchemist. Despite this, Ki-young surprised them by not immediately agreeing. Instead, he smiled and said he would consider their offer. The HR was shocked by Ki-young's refusal to immediately accept their proposal. The Blue Guild members expressed concern about timing as the demonstrations approached, emphasizing the urgency of Ki-young's decision. Despite their initial chuckles, they grew dismayed at the prospect of Ki-young joining other guilds, realizing the potential value of his alchemist class in their production. Despite the insults and doubts cast upon him, Ki-young remained steadfast in his choice to leave until Sang-hee stood up. Sang-hee handed Ki-young the Blue Guild's brochure and contracts, but Ki-young decided to set them aside for later review. Seolho, who had insulted Ki-young earlier, now seemed to recognize his own impudence, understanding the dire situation of the Blue Guild. As Ki-young walked away, he couldn't shake off the feeling that the contract wasn't even worth his time to read, because the situation is about to drastically change in a few days. As Ki-young walked out, he appreciated Sang-hee's offer, but couldn't accept feeling like he was being recruited out of necessity. Deokgu and Haein were delighted with the polite treatment from the Blue Guild. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung believed that the guild was trying to recruit them due to their lack of members. The three friends eagerly awaited Ki-young's decision, hopeful to join the Blue Guild. Ki-young was confident in Haein and Deokgu's loyalty, but he was concerned about Hyun-sung's insistence on joining the guild. He perceived Hyun-sung as overly agreeable and impatient, which added to his dilemma. Ki-young firmly believed that joining the Blue Guild was the optimal choice. He reasoned that it was preferable to be a significant presence in a smaller guild than to be overshadowed by larger ones, envisioning a challenging yet rewarding journey ahead. Ki-young surprised Hyun-sung by revealing that he would consider joining the Blue Guild, contrary to what Hyun-sung had assumed. Ki-young also suggested that there should be a way to increase their salary and value, showing confidence in Hyun-sung's understanding of the matter. Haein and Deokgu were surprised by Ki-young's statement, but Hyun-sung already grasped the essence of what Ki-young was talking about. Hyun-sung smiled and affirmed Ki-young's point. At the same time, Ki-young and Hyun-sung were confident that they could increase their value during the demonstration. Ki-young believed that the Blue Guild understood that other guilds would show interest in them if they demonstrated their skills. He also thought that the Blue Guild must realize they were their best chance at revival, given the opportunities they would receive from other guilds. Ki-young hoped Hyun-sung would agree to his plan, especially since Hyun-sung could sell himself at a higher price. Deokgu and Haein, however, were a bit anxious as they assumed Ki-young planned on joining other guilds. Ki-young, Hyun-sung, Haein, and Deokgu have come to a significant understanding and bond. They are determined to stick together. They were all genuinely happy as Hyun-sung expressed that he wanted to stay with the three of them as well. Ki-young tried to conceal his blush as he imagined Hyun-sung potentially earning a significant amount of money from other guilds. Meanwhile, Diaku suggested sharing a toast with cold beer, but Ki-young advised them to remain focused and alert for the time being. Ki-young also asked Han if she agrees with their plan. But Hayan took this as an opportunity to ask Ki-young out on a date with her. Hayan playfully teased Ki-young, suggesting that she might not focus on her studies if he turned down her invitation for a date. This lighthearted dare added a bit of pressure on Ki-young, knowing that Hayan usually abides by her promises. Hayan's smile illuminated the room as Ki-young agreed to go out on a date with her. However, the atmosphere shifted to a hint of awkwardness when Ki-young extended the invitation to Hyun-sung and Diaku. Diaku discreetly gestured to Hyun-sung, urging him to decline Ki-young's invitation, hoping to create an opportunity for Hayan and Ki-young to be alone together. Meanwhile, Hayan's gaze was fixed on them, silently pleading for them to refuse so she could have a private moment with Ki-young. Ki-young attempted to reason with Hayan, emphasizing the importance of hard work and focus at the moment instead of engaging in leisure activities. Hayan agreed as she prioritized being with Ki-young over anything else. In Ki-young's thoughts, he acknowledged Hayan's admirable attitude and understood why she prioritized being with him. Meanwhile, Diaku subtly hinted to Hyun-sung that Hayan desired some alone time with Ki-young, but Hyun-sung didn't catch on to the hint. Hayan's frustration grew as she couldn't secure alone time with Ki-young. But Ki-young felt it was crucial for Hayan to become more independent, especially to present a strong and impressive image during the demonstration. He chose to spend time with Hayan and the others so that it could make their studying better. Ki-young made a mental commitment to work hard, but he also hoped that his friends would put in even more effort, considering they were the main actors in the upcoming demonstration. Wanting to please Hayan and create a positive atmosphere, he encouraged everyone to prioritize Hayan's preferences for their activities that day. Hayan agreed to Ki-young's suggestion, expressing her desire for some alone time after their group hangout. Ki-young grinned, showing his willingness to go to great lengths to ensure his friends shine in their upcoming activities. A few days passed, and as the demonstration approached, Ki-young and his friends seemed to exude a tense atmosphere while staying in their rooms. In one room, Diaku and Ki-young were together, with Ki-young focused on studying. Ki-young stretched and yawned, feeling the strain from the extensive reading he had done. He then shifted his attention to Diaku, who was deeply engrossed in reading the brochure and discovered that the nearby restaurant was renowned for its star chef from Earth. Diaku's imagination ran wild as he pictured all the mouth-watering dishes he could savor, thanks to the fancy treatment in the other world. However, a tinge of frustration crept in as he longed for his grandparents to experience the same luxury and treatment he was enjoying. Ki-young couldn't help but think that Diaku should keep his overwhelming emotions in check, considering his intimidating size might startle his grandparents. However, Diaku's demeanor quickly shifted to one of excitement and blushes as he imagined being treated as a special person. Ki-young smiled as he realized that their treatment would change from now on. The camaraderie between him and Diaku led to a shared laugh, appreciating each other's perspectives and insights in the room. Diaku's sudden shift to a gloomy mood cast an eerie aura around him, surprising Ki-young. He inquired about the sudden change, wondering what might be bothering his friend. Diaku expressed concerns about Hayan's well-being. Since he heard that she had been crying in her room for several nights, he advised Ki-young to take care of her. Ki-young explained to Diaku that Hayan's emotional state was likely a withdrawal due to her obsession with him. He believed that his distance might be beneficial for her, but Diaku felt that Ki-young's approach was a bit extreme. Ki-young gave Diaku a taste of his baguette to emphasize that he had good reasons, and encouraged Diaku to focus on his training. Diaku, understanding Ki-young's point, accepted the baguette and decided to concentrate on his training without further persistence. In Ki-young's mind, maintaining a certain distance from her is necessary for their party's success. Because aside from having Hyun-sung, Ki-young values Hayan's potential as a future archmage with legendary rank. Ki-young believed that growth potential is essentially akin to dormant ability, and with higher dormant ability can increase their stats much faster. He confirmed this theory since Ki-young had increased his intelligence and luck status, which is now in the heroic rank. Ki-young wants Hayan to push beyond her limits, as she's in a significant growth period and has advanced to her second class as an elemental mage. He continues to study while contemplating his methods for Hayan's growth. Ki-young believed that Hayan had the potential to grow significantly further and faster than her current rate of progress. But he actually developed a method he called the Jung Haein Push and Pull Project during their time in the tutorial dungeon. This method was aimed at encouraging Haein's growth by praising her for achieving significant milestones, akin to commending an obedient student. However, Ki-young's approach would sometimes turn cold when Haein showed no progress with her powers. A few days ago, during their date, Haein clung to Ki-young and expressed her desire to be sweet with him forever. Ki-young replied, sharing the same ambition as her. Immediately, Ki-young mentioned that they should avoid physical contact until the demonstration and Haein should score 100 points. Haein felt horrified at the thought of being distant from Ki-young. She became determined to work hard and earn Ki-young's praise, leading her to put in extra effort and dedication to improve her skills. Ki-young believed that his method of maintaining distance from Haein is the most effective right now. Ki-young explained to Deokgu that he aimed to prevent Haein from getting distracted because the demonstration held significant importance. It serves as the stage where the Blue Guild's board of directors would assess their abilities and potential. Ki-young noted that the demonstration would attract scouts from other guilds, adding to the pressure of the event. He expressed a desire for everyone to succeed equally and recognized that his close presence might not be beneficial for Haein. Ki-young's explanation about Haein needing to learn independence made Deokgu realize the depth of Haein's feelings for Ki-young. Deokgu teasingly commented that Ki-young and Haein's relationship was rare and special in modern times. However, Ki-young expressed concern about Haein's intense feelings for him, making her a complete yandere. Despite this, Ki-young's main focus remains on ensuring that both Haein and Hyunsung, who are key players in their group, excel and shine in their endeavors. Ki-young believed that if numerous guilds were interested in them, their value and bargaining power would skyrocket. He imagined the prospect of having substantial wealth at their disposal, leading to a comfortable and prosperous life for everyone in their group. The demonstration event commenced the next day. There was a well-groomed host guiding the attendees into the venue to witness the showcase of the tutorial raid team's demonstration. The organizers efficiently guided Ki-young and his friends to their designated entrance, informing them that their demonstration would commence in 15 minutes. As they advanced, Ki-young couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between this event and their experiences in the tutorial dungeon. Ki-young acknowledged a sense of security despite his reservations about some members of the Blue Guild. As they approached the entrance, he couldn't help but notice familiar faces passing by the window. Ki-young and his friends were taken aback to see the people from the shelter they had rescued during their time in the tutorial dungeon. Ki-young scanned the crowd, hoping to spot Ji-hai among them, reminiscing about her persistence, but she was noticeably absent. Ki-young believed that he and Ji-hai would have made a perfect duo to prove the Blue Guild wrong and make them regret underestimating them. As Ki-young and his friends entered the arena, his eyes sparkled with excitement at the grandeur of the event unfolding before them. The grandeur and meticulous preparations left him amazed, realizing that they were truly valued as players. Deokgu shared in his astonishment, while Hyunsung seemed more experienced, as if he had encountered similar events before. After their entrance, Sang-hee confidently approached the microphone and introduced herself, capturing the attention of the important guests from various countries gathered for the event. In her speech, Sang-hee highlighted the journey of Earthlings like her, emphasizing their time as foreigners in the continent. Sang-hee couldn't believe how quickly they had transitioned from the tutorial dungeon to hosting such a significant event. As she spoke, a guest from another guild listened attentively. This guest was not only beautiful, but also had a muscular and intimidating presence. The guest's smile reflected her anticipation for the day's demonstration event. Sang-hee expressed gratitude to the guests from different countries, some of whom carried an air of royalty about them. Sang-hee, representing the Blue Guild, expressed her hope that all attendees would be blessed by the light of the goddess, Benigger. Following her speech, the handsome host took the mic to officially kick off the show. Ki-young, Deokgu, and Hyunsung settled into their seats, with Ki-young aiming to leave a positive impression by appearing cheerful in front of the crowd. The first one to take the stage for the demonstration was Haein, who appeared visibly nervous as she faced Ki-young. Ki-young was expecting to see the bubbly and cheerful Haein, but he didn't know that she now looked pale and tired. Haein's eyes were eagerly searching for Ki-young in the crowd as she prepared to perform. As Haein spotted Ki-young, it was as if all her exhaustion faded away and her day brightened. However, Ki-young looked deeply concerned as he noticed that Haein didn't seem all right. Deokgu cheered for Haein as he spotted her entrance on the stage, but Ki-young couldn't help but feel concerned about Haeun's weight loss. He was a bit dismayed, thinking that Haeun might have overworked herself while practicing her magic powers. The host asked Haeun to give him a hint when she's ready, introducing her to the crowd for her performance. In Haeun's mind, she was determined to impress Ki-young, fearing that he might leave her if she failed to do so. Haeun was consumed by thoughts that Ki-young might leave her if she failed, given his preference for capable individuals. Clutching her magic staff tightly, she prayed for an outstanding performance to prove her worth. Haeun envisioned hugging Ki-young tightly, driven by her fear of failure. As negative thoughts clouded her mind, she couldn't hold back tears, overwhelmed by the pressure to succeed. Haeun's fear of failure stemmed from her past experiences of abandonment, deepening her anxiety about Ki-young leaving her. The host, sensing her emotional state, felt a bit awkward witnessing her distress. But then there was a sudden disturbance at the event, causing a significant commotion and startling the host. Panic spread throughout the crowd as everyone felt the intense magnitude of the event. Ki-young, amidst the chaos, hoped that Haeun would take control of the situation since this was their only shot to make a lasting impression. Ki-young fervently prayed for things to go smoothly, hoping for teamwork and success. Meanwhile, on the stage, Haeun summoned all her powers, determined to give her best performance despite the chaotic circumstances. Haeun, with a mix of determination and concern in her eyes, summoned a powerful magic she called Explosion. The magical energy surged upward for safety reasons. Haeun's spell unleashed a massive fireball that appeared both destructive and menacing, showcasing the intensity of her magical abilities. Ki-young watched in profound astonishment, realizing the effort and dedication Haeun had put into perfecting her magic over the past few days. The stage crumbled under the immense pressure exerted by Haeun's powerful spell. The spectators in the crowd instinctively covered their ears and clung tightly to their seats. After witnessing Haeun's powerful magic, Ki-young struggled with the intensity of the pressure, feeling as though his eardrums might burst at any moment. Following her performance, two individuals from other guilds were deeply astonished by Haeun's exceptional display of magical prowess. Sang-hee and Seolho were astonished by Haeun's power, unable to believe the extent of her abilities. Meanwhile, Haeun caught her breath on stage after delivering a breathtaking performance that left the audience in awe. Haeun shed tears of joy, hoping that she had made Ki-young proud with her performance. Meanwhile, Ki-young wore expression that seemed to convey that he must never to underestimate Haeun's capabilities. Ki-young felt incredibly nervous, unsure of how to express his emotions in that moment. However, witnessing Haeun's outstanding performance, he cheered for her with all his might, showing his support and pride in her achievement. On the other hand, Deok-gu and Hyun-sung were fascinated by Ki-young's composure, as he showed no fear of Haeun's immense potential. Ki-young proudly shouted Haeun's full name, declaring that she was part of his team and feeling a deep sense of pride in her abilities. After Haeun's impressive performance, the crowd erupted in cheers, applauding her magical prowess. She became the center of attention, with several guilds approaching her for negotiations, recognizing her potential and talent. She walked out feeling the attention of numerous guilds trying to approach her, while Ki-young felt satisfied that everyone recognized Haeun's value and saw her as an asset. But despite the interest from various guilds, Haeun's sole focus remained on Ki-young. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment in knowing that her performance had met Ki-young's expectations. On the other hand, Ki-young was satisfied with the outcome as it aligned with what he had anticipated. Ki-young pondered over the idea of rewarding Haeun for her outstanding performance, considering the admiration she received from numerous fans. Meanwhile, everyone clamored for Haeun's attention, eager to have a moment to speak with her. The guild with a regal appearance started strategizing to assess Haeun's personal data with the intention of recruiting her. The guildmaster displayed a keen interest in Haeun, expressing hopes of recruiting her into their ranks. Haeun ran excitedly towards Ki-young with open arms, brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Ki-young rushed towards Haeun, though internally he felt a sense of panic as he contemplated how to reward her. Ki-young, using his mind's eye ability, carefully assessed Haeun's status as she approached. He was thoroughly impressed to find that most of Haeun's stats were either ranked legendary, rare, or heroic, and her mana stat had ascended to level 41. Ki-young continued to delve into the overview of Haeun's status, noting the system's sarcastic advice to take care of her due to her impressive status and perceived yandere attitude. He also took the opportunity to check the status of other people in the arena, which further impressed him as Haeun's level was comparable to that of guildmasters and seasoned professionals. The host struggled to regain control as everyone's attention was fixated on Haeun, making it challenging for him to quiet the crowd and return them to their seats. Meanwhile, Ki-young apologized to Haeun for the immense effort she had put. Haeun reassured Ki-young that her self-training hadn't been as difficult as it may have seemed. Haeun also reassured Ki-young that she had managed well during the challenging week of training. However, Ki-young became increasingly nervous as Haeun inquired about the reward he had promised, as he couldn't think of any suitable reward at that moment. Haeun, without any hesitation, pouted her lips as if she was ready to receive a kiss from Ki-young. The sudden romantic gesture surprised everyone, revealing Haeun's relationship with Ki-young to the crowd. He initially felt uncomfortable with the idea of kissing Haeun in front of everyone. But as Ki-young glanced at the surprised faces of the Blue Guild members, he had an idea. In that moment, he understood that this unexpected situation could serve as an opportunity to showcase his value within the team. With a thoughtful expression, Ki-young gently touched Haeun's cheeks. He decided to show his affection for Haeun in a more respectful manner as he leaned in and kissed her on the head. While Deokgu and Hyunsung blushed at the sweetness, for Ki-young, this was an opportunity to demonstrate to everyone that their unity was unbreakable. Ki-young's simple and wholesome revenge to the Blue Guild was to show that if they wanted Haeun, then they must accept Ki-young as well. He laughed secretly, satisfied that everything went according to plan. However, Haeun couldn't contain her emotions and hugged Ki-young tightly, giggling and clinging to him. Haeun giggled as she held onto Ki-young tightly, displaying her strength that surprised him. Their affectionate moment resonated with everyone, but the host intervened, requesting the audience to return to their seats as the event needed to proceed. The host proceeded to announce Hyunsung as the next performer on stage. Hyunsung confidently removed his jacket, signaling his readiness. Ki-young, along with Haeun and Deokgu, wished Hyunsung luck and encouraged him to do his best in the demonstration. Despite the supportive atmosphere, Ki-young couldn't help but notice Hyunsung's natural charm and effortless attractiveness. Deokgu teased Ki-young about feeling like a third wheel with him and Haeun, but Ki-young reminded him to stay focused. As Ki-young was looking forward to Hyunsung's performance, anticipating it to be outstanding. As the host announced that Hyunsung's demonstration would involve a duel, Ki-young took a moment to assess Hyunsung's opponent, Kim Swordsung, who boasted higher stats than Hyunsung. Hyunsung, sensing the challenge ahead, switched into serious mode as the countdown for the duel began. Ki-young, observing from the crowd, was confident that Hyunsung would undoubtedly dominate the stage with his skills. When the host signaled that the duel was about to commence, both Hyunsung and Swordsung ascended into the skies. During the demonstration event, Ki-young observes Hyunsung and Swordsung's duel. The two fighters move so fast that their clashing swords cannot be seen by the naked eye. As the battle progressed, Swordsung found himself struggling to keep up with the intensity of the duel, while Hyunsung remained calm and composed. Swordsung couldn't understand how a newcomer like Hyunsung could be so intimidating, especially as he observed the confident grin on his face. As the intensity of the duel escalated, the force of their strikes sent Swordsung flying backward, leaving him bewildered about Hyunsung's strength. Despite being pushed back, Swordsung was determined to give his best effort, gritting his teeth as he tried to maintain his stance. Hyunsung's agility and quick decision-making impressed Swordsung, who was taken aback by Hyunsung's ability to stay focused and efficient in combat. Additionally, Swordsung couldn't help but notice Hyunsung's striking appearance. As the battle continued, Swordsung were surprised when Hyunsung suddenly backed away from the confrontation. Going back to Ki-young, he was impressed with Hyunsung's performance. Ki-young observed Hyunsung fighting in a serious mode for the first time during the demonstration event, while Swordsung tried his best to match Hyunsung's skill. Hyunsung displayed the finesse of a seasoned swordsman, almost as if he were playfully dueling rookies. Both fighters gracefully swung their swords as they passed each other, demonstrating their skill and agility in combat. Ki-young observed that Swordsung appeared unscathed, leading him to realize that Hyunsung had intentionally held back throughout the entire duel. Ki-young speculated that Hyunsung chose to conceal his full potential to avoid arousing suspicion or drawing too much attention to himself. Ki-young observed how Hyunsung used basic swordsmanship, yet managed to impress the crowd with his smart tactics. Ki-young couldn't help but blush and feel flustered, realizing how intelligent and strategic his friend was during the duel. Ki-young believed that while the crowd going wild for Haein was understandable, they were overlooking the true value of their team. He felt that Haein's success shouldn't overshadow the contributions of others in their group. Ki-young believed that the true treasure of their team was their leader, Hyun-sung. Meanwhile, Sword-sung was baffled by Hyun-sung's unpredictable actions during the duel. Ki-young was eager to witness more of Hyun-sung's strategic prowess. However, his expectations were overturned when Hyun-sung unexpectedly dropped his sword during the duel. Ki-young found the turn of events intriguing, especially considering it was a swordsmanship duel. On the other hand, Sword-sung felt relieved that Hyun-sung opted for a lighter approach. Sword-sung's surprise was palpable as he opened his eyes to find Hyun-sung's fist coming at him almost magically. Hyun-sung appeared transformed, resembling a superhuman in that moment. Hyun-sung maintained his low-key approach, allowing Sword-sung to believe he had successfully deflected Hyun-sung's punch. To balance the duel, Hyun-sung even let himself be pushed back to the wall by Sword-sung's force. Hyun-sung took it a step further to make the situation seem genuine, briefly pretending to be knocked out. The intensity of the duel captured the attention of everyone present, including members of the Blue Guild who were fixated on the match, eager to see the outcome of Hyun-sung's strategy. Sword-sung showed sportsmanship by expressing concern for Hyun-sung's well-being after their match, to which Hyun-sung smiled and gracefully accepted the outcome as his loss. While Ki-young recognized the pretense, he was impressed by Hyun-sung's commitment to his strategy, showcasing his high agility and endurance stats. Ki-young admired Hyun-sung's strategic control in not overpowering his opponent too much. And he noticed that while some still viewed Haein as superior, the professional and larger guilds recognized Hyun-sung's true potential. After Hyun-sung's performance, Deokgu was called upon to demonstrate next, eagerly introducing himself as the shieldsman. Deokgu slowly approached the stage. But before that, Ki-young, Haein, and Hyun-sung wished him good luck before his performance. Deokgu appeared confident and unruffled as he began his demonstration. However, things took an unexpected turn when his face was suddenly struck by a monster. Despite this, Deokgu used the incident to showcase his endurance as a shieldsman, continuing the demonstration for 3 minutes to demonstrate his skills. The host quickly clarified that the monster on stage was under control for safety purposes, and Deokgu would receive medical attention from professional priests after his performance. Ki-young, observing Deokgu's demonstration, recalled his playful nickname for Deokgu as his meat shield, but the actual demonstration turned out to be remarkably intense. Ki-young, ready for his demonstration, stepped forward as it was his turn to showcase his skills. As Deokgu and Ki-young passed by each other, Deokgu expressed confidence in Ki-young's upcoming performance. Ki-young returned a smile. He felt that being close to his friends was beneficial. As he walked up to the stage, it made him feel secure and confident, even though it was his first time showcasing his skills as an alchemist. Ki-young was grateful to Deokgu for getting him a catalyst in advance, which saved him from expensive purchases. During his performance, Ki-young chanted a spell that summoned multiple magic circles on the ground. He struggled with his mana's inefficiency, but aimed to maintain consistency in his demonstration. Ki-young summoned a spell called Flame Pillar after summoning all the magic circles, realizing that it required more stamina than mana. The magic circles began to radiate beautifully, and Ki-young ensured that the flame of his magic was blue, symbolizing his admiration for the Blue Guild. Ki-young aimed his flame pillar directly at the mannequin, showcasing its destructive power. Despite it being his first time using alchemy magic, Ki-young was surprised by its strength compared to his previous abilities. However, he also realized that using this level of magic in a real fight would require considerable effort, leaving him with mixed feelings about its practicality. After Ki-young and his friends finished their performance, representatives from other guilds wasted no time in trying to recruit them. Ki-young and his friends felt the pressure as they sensed the approaching crowd of people eager to negotiate with them. The crowd yelled their names, hoping to catch their attention and initiate negotiations. Ki-young and his friends were highly valued, with guilds starting to bid and offer them significantly higher salaries. They were considered such valuable assets that some guilds were willing to offer more lucrative deals. Representatives from various guilds eagerly presented their business cards, highlighting the capabilities they had witnessed in Ki-young and his friends during the demonstration. Ki-young and his friends became the stars of the event, causing pressure on the Blue Guild, which feared losing the group that could potentially revive their declining guild. Ki-young felt satisfied seeing the dismay on the faces of the Blue Guild members, especially after being underestimated previously. As Ki-young and his friends were surrounded by crowds and offers, the guildmaster, who appeared beautiful and muscular, made a flashy entrance. She leaped from the second floor, landing before Ki-young and his friends. This unexpected stunt surprised everyone, including Ki-young, who couldn't understand why some guilds went to such lengths to win them over. What struck Ki-young even more was the guildmaster's demeanor. Instead of trying to please them, she asserted her dominance. Ki-young and his friends were taken aback by the guildmaster's unconventional approach. Her powerful force and aura sent Ki-young flying to the wall, leaving him confused about her intentions. Despite her intimidating presence, the guildmaster called them a bunch of cuties and expressed her desire to have a conversation with them. Ki-young and his friends, including the initially composed Hyun-sung, were taken aback by the guildmaster's entrance, which exuded immense strength and authority. Ki-young, in particular, felt intimidated as he hadn't anticipated encountering such a monstrously strong woman. Ki-young speculated whether the woman was the leader of a formidable guild, as her presence seemed overwhelming. Curious about her capabilities, Ki-young activated his mind's eye skill to assess the type of stats and abilities the woman might possess. Ki-young was astounded by the information revealed about Chahira. Her name alone carried weight, being known as a ranked legendary mercenary at 28 years old. As he scanned her stats, ranging from level 67 to 97 and mostly falling in the legendary, heroic, and rare categories. Hira apologized for her dramatic entrance, attributing it to her tendency to charge forward when she gets excited. She then shifted the focus to praising Haein and Ki-young, and introduced herself as the guildmaster of the Red Mercenaries, one of the 3 major guilds. Ki-young's initial intimidation eased as Hira approached them with a calming demeanor. He couldn't help but notice her striking beauty, reminiscent of a saintess. Ki-young smiled as he respectfully introduced himself to Hira. However, he noticed the intense atmosphere as Haein clung to him, displaying signs of jealousy. Ki-young felt a mix of emotions as he stood beside Haein, trembling slightly as he extended his hand to shake Hira's. Despite Haein's presence beside him, he aimed to leave a good impression and hoped for a positive interaction as he greeted Hira with a handshake. Hira approached Haein to make a proper introduction, but Haein ran behind Ki-young. Ki-young apologized to Hira and explained that Haein has a severe fear of strangers. Hira cuts to the chase and begins negotiating by offering them a salary of $2 million. Ki-young feels electrified by the offer, especially since it's $2 million individually, which is much higher than what the Blue Guild offered them. However, he noticed that Hyun-sung seemed determined to join the Blue Guild instead. Hira explained that the Red Mercenaries specialized in close-range battles against monsters, providing some insight into their guild's focus and strengths. Ki-young learned from Hira that the Red Mercenaries had decided to nurture mages and priests to complement their close-range combat style. This strategic decision reflected Hira's desire to bring about positive changes in her guild, which Ki-young found intriguing and promising. Hira acknowledged Ki-young's value as an alchemist and highlighted his ability to create healing potions, a role typically fulfilled by a priest. This recognition tempted Ki-young to accept the offer, especially considering how the Blue Guild had treated them with skepticism and underestimation. Hira explained that she could only accommodate Ki-young and Haein due to the available positions for mages in her guild, as most of her members were already fighters. This decision put pressure on Ki-young, as accepting the offer would mean leaving behind Deokgu and Hyun-sung. Ki-young found himself in a difficult position, especially with Hyun-sung signaling him and hoping that he would turn down Hira's offer. Despite the pressure, Ki-young couldn't deny that Hira's offer was impressive. Ki-young's comment about Hira's offer sent a wave of concern through Deokgu and Hyun-sung. Despite Ki-young's initial hesitation in responding to Hira's offer, his expression hinted at a final decision being made in his mind. Deokgu and Hyun-sung were nervous and afraid that Ki-young might actually join Hira. Ki-young understands that Hira is already a fighter and a shield combined, and it is sweet to be nurtured as a mage. However, Ki-young decided to turn down the offer as he valued the strong bond and friendship he had developed with his friends during their adventures in the tutorial dungeon. Additionally, Ki-young took into account Hyun-sung's insights into the future. Hira's demeanor shifted once again as she sensed Ki-young's interest in her offer. However, despite her expectations, she chose not to exert pressure as she believed in respecting people's choices and principles. Hira couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as she admitted to herself that Ki-young was indeed her type. Instead, she gently touched his cheeks, leaving Ki-young feeling confused about her unpredictable nature. Hira then advised Heian to learn how to suppress her bloodthirst since Hira could sense it. Heian, despite her strength, felt intimidated by Hira's presence. Hira looked at Heian and felt that she would not tolerate any disrespect from her. Ki-young was caught off guard as Hira leaned in and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. He felt a rush of nervousness, especially since Heian was standing right next to them. After receiving a soft kiss on the lips from Hira, Ki-young found himself unable to move or resist. But he hoped that Heian would understand the situation and his reaction. After the shared kiss between Hira and Ki-young, Heian, in particular, was flabbergasted by the situation, leading to her loud reaction. Alongside Dyaku, he was shocked and screamed in response to what they witnessed. Hira's kiss to Ki-young appeared to carry significance beyond the gesture itself. After the kiss, she released Ki-young and mentioned that she had other matters to attend to. Hira wanted to teach Heian a lesson about controlling her emotions, particularly her bloodthirst. Hira's gift of a necklace to Ki-young left him both puzzled and grateful. Hira smiled as she informed him that the necklace is a gift. Ki-young was given a rare ranked necklace called the Mana Pendant by Hira. This pendant boosts the wearer's magic power by 3 points, offering a significant advantage in magical abilities. Ki-young's demeanor shifted to calmness as he recognized the utility of the Mana Pendant he had received from Hira. Despite turning down her offer, he began to view Hira as a potential mentor figure. Ki-young promptly concealed the Mana Pendant he got from Hira, mindful of Heian's potential emotional reactions. The group of 4 then proceeded to move forward in the arena, while others continued to clamor for their attention. Some recruiters tried to persuade Ki-young with sweet words, suggesting that he might change everyone's perception of alchemy. Ki-young responded respectfully, stating that he would try his best to contact them if possible. Meanwhile, Dyaku vented his dislike towards Hira to Hyun-sung. Dyaku wanted Hyun-sung to interject, but Hyun-sung was engrossed in observing Ki-young managing the recruiters. Hyun-sung remarked that Ki-young could present himself in a pleasing manner when needed. He then shared with Dyaku his belief that Ki-young was aware of his actions on a deeper level. In Ki-young's perception, he sensed that Hyun-sung silently appreciated him for establishing a connection with Hira, despite rejecting her offer. However, Ki-young felt anxious due to Heian's apparent discomfort following the incident where Hira kissed him. After concluding their interactions with the guild recruiters, the Blue Guild finally approached them. The Blue Guild's demeanor displayed shame as they realized they had underestimated Ki-young. Ki-young wore a slight grin as he inquired with Sang-hee about potential changes to the contract conditions. He felt satisfied witnessing their expressions, particularly after he and his friends demonstrated their capabilities during the event. Ki-young speculated that the Blue Guild might view him as a significant member of their friend group, despite Hyun-sung being the party leader. Sang-hee requested some time from Ki-young, intending to present a more appealing offer. Consequently, Ki-young instructed his friends to return first as he prepared for a meeting with the Blue Guild. Heian acknowledged Ki-young's decision, yet her eyes betrayed an unpredictable emptiness. Ki-young resolved to assist Heian in managing her emotions, particularly her jealousy. He then headed to the Blue Guild's meeting room to kick off the negotiation. Meanwhile, Sang-hee seemed somewhat embarrassed, but made an effort to toughen up for the discussion. Ki-young attempted to hide his pride as Sang-hee presented an annual salary of 5,000 gold along with new weapons and accessories of heroic and rare ranks. Ki-young's joy was immense, akin to Light Yagami's demeanor when facing an adversary in Death Note. He eagerly welcomed more offers, feeling cherished, special, and lavished with opportunities. Sang-hee also suggested extending the contract by an additional 3 years. Sang-hee was truly keen on having Ki-young and his friends join the Blue Guild, and she was motivated to come up with even more enticing offers to make that happen. Sang-hee surprised Seolho with an offer for Ki-young to have his own squad unit within the Blue Guild rather than joining an existing one. Ki-young was thrilled as Sang-hee elaborated that a team leader held equal standing with the administrative leader. Sang-hee even proposed restructuring the Blue Guild to include a non-combatant personnel division. And of course, she would be appointing Ki-young as the team leader for non-combatant administrative personnel. Ki-young couldn't contain his joy, his face taking on an awkwardly joyous and blushing expression. However, Seolho objected to Ki-young seemingly being spoiled by the offers. He had become furious by asserting his dominance with his magic baston. This sudden turn caught Kyung off guard as he realized he had been affected by Seolho's mana bloodthirst. Sang-hee raised her voice, urging Seolho to avoid reckless behavior. Seolho, feeling that Kyung was attempting to deceive them by assuming authority, grew even more agitated. Despite Sang-hee's efforts to pacify Seolho, he remained triggered and resentful. Kyung began to understand that his new role as team leader was a source of contention for Seolho. Kyung remembered that Seolho had previously held the position of administrative leader in the past. Kyung came to the realization that Seolho might be reluctant to share his leadership title with him. This prompted Kyung to consider ways or bluffs to break free from Seolho's influence. Despite Sang-hee and the administration's directives for Seolho to restrain himself, he remained convinced that he had the situation under control. Seolho contemplated erasing Kyung to preserve his authority. This angered Kyung, who saw Seolho's actions as arrogant and selfish. Kyung decided to bluff by challenging Seolho to carry out his spell. He stared directly into his eyes and daring him to eliminate him then and there. Seolho's cocky demeanor and confidence led him to believe that there would be no repercussions for his actions. Meanwhile, everyone in the room listened attentively as Kyung prepared to disclose a revelation. Kyung conveyed that Hira wouldn't react well if something negative occurred to him. Seolho promptly halted his magic spell upon hearing Hira's name, even though Kyung doubted that Hira would be concerned about the situation. Kyung opted to bluff by pretending to have a close bond with Hira. With confidence, he referred to her as a big sister to him. This revelation shocked everyone in the room, given Hira's immense influence across the continent. He presented the pendant as evidence of their supposed relationship, even though they were not blood-related. Seolho refused to believe every word that Kyung had said, but deep down, Kyung knew he was just making it up since he had recently met Hira. However, Kyung emphasized that he and Hira had literally just shared a kiss back in the arena as solid evidence of their closeness. Seolho inquired about Kyung's relationship with Hira, but Kyung shifted the conversation to the holder of the negotiation rights in the guild, threatening a newcomer as the real issue. Kyung cautioned Seolho about the potential negative impact on their reputation, particularly if Hira were to discover the situation. This realization left Seolho feeling powerless, understanding the gravity of the situation for the Blue Guild's life and reputation. Sang-hee, on the other hand, asked Seolho to cease his recklessness. However, Kyung wanted to ensure that none of them would try to harm him again, as he had one more card to play. Sang-hee and the other administrators were nervous to see Kyung brimming with confidence and knowledge. Seolho fell silent, while Kyung pondered that something was amiss within the Blue Guild. Kyung then inquired about why the Blue Guild lacked a guildmaster and why this position was vacant. Sang-hee was astonished that Kyung was aware of the absence of their guildmaster. Kyung calmly explained that it was apparent the guildmaster was missing, especially since other guildmasters like Hira had attended the event. While Sang-hee agreed to share the details about their guild with Kyung, Seolho continued to struggle with his emotions, yelling at Kyung. Seolho believed that Kyung was merely joking and attempting to undermine the authority of the Blue Guild. Kyung realized that Seolho's emotional reactions stemmed from his fear of losing authority rather than concern for the guild's well-being. Despite Kyung's efforts to convey that Seolho's attitude wasn't beneficial for the Blue Guild's revival, Seolho saw Kyung's stance as arrogance. Kyung observed that the guild seemed to be deteriorating internally and emphasized that he and his friends were not involved in causing these issues. They were merely following their leader, Hyun-sung. Kyung looked directly into Seolho's eyes and clarified that he had no intentions of engaging in conflict, only seeking negotiation. Kyung playfully teased Seolho, suggesting that he might have lost his senses due to age. When Seolho tried to punch him, Kyung swiftly dodged the blow and taunted Seolho again, highlighting how his reaction illustrated the dysfunction within the Blue Guild. This further angered Seolho as Kyung pointed out his role in the group's decline. To add a final touch to his teasing, Kyung referred to Seolho as akin to stagnant water. Seolho couldn't contain his emotions and forcibly pulled away from Sang-hee's embrace to confront Kyung. Without hesitation, he grabbed Kyung's shirt. Seolho was already furious, feeling insulted by Kyung's intelligence. Sang-hee slowly walked out of her seat to approach Seolho, sensing the escalating tension. Seolho emphasized that Kyung had no right to speak as if he owned the Blue Guild. However, Ki-young interpreted Seolho's possessive language regarding the Blue Guild as a sign of his greed. Sang-hee once again requested that Seolho to release Ki-young, but Seolho maintained that he had the authority to handle the situation. Ki-young observed Seolho's high opinion of himself, noting his lack of respect for Sang-hee, who held the position of vice guildmaster. Ki-young also understood that Seolho disliked him because the true prize for recruitment was his friends. However, Ki-young believed that Seolho needed to cease his reckless behavior. Furthermore, Ki-young thought that while the law might operate differently in the jungle, Seolho had indeed gone too far in his actions. Seolho's pride prevented him from accepting criticism from a newcomer like Ki-young. However, Sang-hee intervened before Seolho could act impulsively by issuing a warning. Her intimidating demeanor, coupled with the readiness to use her powers. This caused Seolho to hold back and refrain from speaking further. Ki-young reflected in his mind that while there were aspects of Sang-hee's leadership he didn't favor, she remained the conscience of the Blue Guild. He saw Sang-hee's swift action in escorting Seolho out as beneficial for him. When Seolho warned of revenge and departed, Ki-young felt like he was playing the role of a cliché villain from stories. Sang-hee then approached Ki-young, expressing her embarrassment over Seolho's immature behavior. Sang-hee explained that her members were disheartened due to their guildmaster's disappearance. Ki-young, however, suspected that Sang-hee was protecting her people's image, believing they might actually be relieved by the absence of their guildmaster. Despite this, Ki-young wanted to alleviate Sang-hee's feelings by apologizing for his negative remarks about the Blue Guild. Sang-hee expressed gratitude, and Ki-young assured her that she didn't need to worry about the contract, though Ki-young secretly wanted to become an executive already. Sang-hee was delighted that Ki-young showed interest, and Ki-young was equally pleased, believing that his influence might rise due to Hira. He reminded Sang-hee of her promise to make him an executive, eager to wield power. Sang-hee assured him that forming a new organization wouldn't take long, especially with their need to strengthen their military force, and Ki-young's group was perfect for the task. However, Ki-young was eager for authority, knowing he had made enemies in the guild and needed protection. As Ki-young plans to employ political methods, Sang-hee explained that preparing heroic items might take some time. Ki-young expressed excitement about these items, remembering that Hyun-sung owned some as if they were regular items. After their conversation, they apologized to each other for the intense incident earlier. Ki-young bid farewell after their pleasant talk, feeling that Sang-hee was a perfect citizen in his mind. Ki-young attempted to appear pitiful as he slowly walked out. He deliberately displaying a dismayed expression when he glanced back at Sang-hee. This act startled Sang-hee and fooled her into believing Ki-young's mental play. However, Ki-young's actual purpose was to make Sang-hee think that she should have done more for him. Ki-young felt relieved as he left the room, hoping that Sang-hee would continue to pity him as it aligned with his plan. He believed that if Sang-hee remained consistent in pitying him, everything would unfold according to his plan. Ki-young was a bit excited as he walked down the hallway, anticipating meeting up with his friends. When he caught up with them, he informed them that he had some business with the Red Mercenary. Ki-young elaborated to his friends that he needed to have a discussion with Hira. Haein was not pleased to hear it as her jealousy rises once again. Despite her visible displeasure, Ki-young emphasized that his sole objective was to ensure the best outcomes for their group. Ki-young clarified to his friends that it would be beneficial to have someone watch their backs. He stole a glance back at Hyun-sung, blushing slightly as he noticed Hyun-sung's evident approval and satisfaction with his plan. However, their brief moment of contentment was quickly overshadowed when Haein suddenly began crying. Haein sobbed uncontrollably, expressing her fear that Ki-young meeting with Hira would result in her being disregarded or cast aside. Ki-young, surprised by Haein's intense reaction, acknowledged that he still had to manage her overwhelming emotions despite believing he understood her well. He gently tried to comfort Haein. Ki-young decided to take Haein for a walk to have a conversation with her, despite feeling a bit guilty that he needed authority for protection. Deokgu and Hyun-sung expressed concern as they noticed how downcast Haein appeared. Holding her hands gently, Ki-young hoped to convey to Haein that what benefits him would also benefit her. Ki-young realized that Haein was deeply affected by the incident when Hira kissed him, as she couldn't even blush while holding her hand. As they walked together, Haein murmured, asking Ki-young not to continue with his plan of meeting Hira. She was so anxious that she even insisted on going with Ki-young, but Ki-young reassured her not to worry about a thing. Haein's aura started to darken as Ki-young continued to refuse her requests. She began to beg Ki-young not to meet with Hira, expressing that it would drive her to the brink of insanity. Haen began to show tantrums as she felt like Ki-young was not listening to her. Ki-young found it increasingly difficult to understand Haen as she became more obsessed. Haen's eyes turned red, indicating her escalating emotional turmoil as she continued begging Ki-young to stay and not meet with Hira. Ki-young realized that his distance during their training period had caused Haen to become more affectionate around him. This realization made him more terrified of her. Haen began spouting nonsense, murmuring words like blaming herself and ensuring that Ki-young would still love her. Ki-young gently pressed Haen against the wall. He placed one arm against it as he looked at her with a romantic gaze. Haen eventually regained her composure, her eyes shining brightly. Haen's heart raced as she looked at Ki-young's face. Ki-young wanted to take things with Haen slowly and purely, but he felt compelled to tell her that he loves her. Haen blushed intensely, as if those 3 words had given her a sense of assurance. Ki-young considers Haen one of his most valuable assets. He likened her to a powerful card in his strategic approach. He believes that he doesn't necessarily need to be the strongest among his friends, as he can acquire strong allies to bolster his position. Haen cried again, expressing her deep love for Ki-young and hoping he would understand the sincerity of her feelings. Ki-young reassured Haen that his intentions were solely focused on protecting her and that he never intended to harm her. He also mentioned that establishing a good relationship with Hira could offer additional protection for Haen, but she insisted that she didn't need external alliances. Haen experienced a flashback that sent shivers down her spine, recalling a moment when Hira's intimidation made her feel uneasy. This memory made Haen question her own strength, wondering if she was not yet strong enough for certain challenges. However, Ki-young's gentle laughter brought comfort to Haen, reassuring her and making her feel like she's already strong. Ki-young advised Haen to become stronger for his sake, gently caressing her cheeks. He wiped the tears from her eyes and expressed his wish for her to become much stronger than she is now. However, Haen misunderstood Ki-young's words, thinking that he was solely concerned about their physical strength. Ki-young also assured Haen that he would never allow Hira to share a kiss with him ever again. The 2 of them finally shared a kiss, although Haen believed that they needed to be apart due to their lack of power to protect each other. Haen's obsession with Ki-young grew as she resolved to become even stronger than Hira. After sharing a gentle kiss with Ki-young, Haen's spirits lifted. She became resolute in her determination to grow stronger, with the goal of being able to protect Ki-young. Seeing Haen calm down brought satisfaction to Ki-young. From that moment on, Haen vowed to dedicate herself to training so that she could safeguard her beloved Ki-young. After some time, Ki-young reached the Red Mercenaries' headquarters during the night. Ki-young caught the attention of a night duty guard as he arrived. She immediately recognized Ki-young as the man who had been kissed by Hira during the demonstration event. Ki-young proceeded to remove his cloak and informed the guard that he had come for a meeting with Hira. Ki-young wore the pendant and hoped that Hira would approve of the conditions he was about to propose to her. As he was guided inside the headquarters, Ki-young observed the size of the guild and considered them legendary masters. Standing in front of Hira's room, he reminded himself to stay calm as he had prepared for this moment. Ki-young knocked on the door, but the response he received was eerie silence. Undeterred, he knocked for a second time, hoping that Hira was not away and would soon answer the door. Ki-young was caught off guard as Hira kicked the door open, assuming it must be one of her members disturbing her. She was irritated because she had been sleeping, which startled Ki-young deeply. As Hira got a grip of the situation, she was surprised to see Ki-young's presence in their headquarters. She was happy, thinking that Ki-young might have considered joining the Red Mercenaries. Hira became confused as Ki-young clarified that he did not intend to join and seeks clarity on why he had come to their headquarters. Hira made it clear that she doesn't like men who play games, but she also believed that Ki-young wasn't the type to return after sharing a kiss previously. Hira approached Ki-young and directly asked him about his precise goal. Ki-young noted that while Hira could be unpredictable, she had a fundamentally straightforward personality. In response, Ki-young straightforwardly asked Hira to be his sponsor. Hira couldn't immediately comprehend his goal, leading to a moment of silence between them. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the confusion, Ki-young hesitated to repeat what he had said. Ki-young was surprised to see a smile on Hira's face, indicating her interest in his goal. Intrigued by his honesty, Hira invited Ki-young to follow her to her room for further discussion. Playfully, she joked that she's a sucker for boys with a pretty face like Ki-young's. Ki-young was surprised by Hira's amicable response. She patted the side of her bed, inviting Ki-young to sit down first. With a playful demeanor, she insisted that Ki-young sit right next to her, and he must act cute and charming. Hira explained that since Ki-young wanted her to be his sponsor, she wanted to know if he was to her liking. Ki-young blushed, as he had misunderstood when Hira told him to act cute earlier. Hira clarified to Ki-young that she meant investing in their party would be mutually beneficial. She also found it odd that Ki-young was the only one who showed up from their guild, considering her interest in Haein as well. She then asked Ki-young why she should watch over him and his friends if they joined other guilds. Ki-young assured Hira that he wasn't asking for help without offering benefits in return. Hira was delighted by Ki-young's confidence in what he had to offer. Ki-young, however, felt conflicted about acting submissive towards Hira, who had a dominant personality, as it made him despise himself to some extent. Hira then asked Ki-young to pitch his proposal and explain the other benefits he could offer besides just clearing the tutorial dungeon. Ki-young informed Hira that his idea involves employing both Haein and Hyunsung as allied forces. Ki-young began praising Hyunsung and Haein, highlighting their remarkable talents and potential for growth, and how they could become powerful assets and be of great use to Hira. However, Hira appeared uninterested and prompted Ki-young to provide more details or elaborate further on his proposal. Ki-young felt a bit pressured as Hira was playing hard to get and demanded more details about his idea. Hira emphasized that it didn't matter if Hyunsung and Haein were to become the strongest, as she already held a strong reputation as one of the most powerful figures across the continent. Hira also mentioned that her guild had ample funds to purchase potions from magicians, and she noted that her members possessed talents comparable to Hyunsung's. Hira emphasized to Ki-young that she desired complete control, clarifying that Haein and Hyunsung would be considered allies rather than members of her guild. Ki-young was left speechless as Hira emphasized that her focus was on those who were loyal members of the Red Mercenaries. Ki-young started to worry, contemplating that if Hira rejected his proposed conditions, he might end up being at her beck and call. Hira indicated that she had alternative options for Ki-young, suggesting that he need not pitch any unnecessary or nonsensical ideas. Hira proposed that Ki-young should simply act obedient and cute towards her, promising generous rewards and benefits not just for him, but also for his friends. Ki-young felt compelled to proceed with his second plan, considering Hira's proposition. Ki-young's action of ripping the pendant Hira had given him was driven by his desire for her to understand his anger. After tearing it apart, he then presented her with the pendant she had gifted him. Hira was taken aback as Ki-young threw the pendant at her. Hira was a bit puzzled by Ki-young's act of rebellion. Ki-young made it clear to Hira that he perceived her treatment of him as akin to using him as a doormat, despite not requiring such treatment. Hira was taken aback by Ki-young's refusal to submit to her, especially considering the rewards she had bestowed upon him, such as gold. Ki-young made it clear to Hira that his primary desire was for her, specifically referring to her as the mercenary queen Cha-hira. He then straightforwardly mentioned that what he truly wanted was her influence, encompassing aspects like her strength and fame. Ki-young feigned contentment with just desiring Hira's influence, even though he was aware that he desired more from her. This pretense caused Hira to display her most intimidating side, reacting as if Ki-young had overstepped boundaries with his actions. Ki-young humbled himself in front of Hira, acknowledging that he understood his position very well, down to his core. He then proceeded to make himself appear pitiful by highlighting facts, such as being a nobody and a novice. Ki-young acknowledges that he is a member of a well-known party, but he also sees himself as a rookie who lacks the ability to act independently. Ki-young, wanting to avoid appearing egotistical, resorts to employing manipulative tactics. He then humbles himself by kneeling down and sincerely tells Hira that all he needs is her. Ki-young attempted to adopt a cute and submissive demeanor with sparkling eyes, which had the effect of electrifying Hira, who was intrigued by this display of vulnerability and charm. Hira complimented Ki-young for being adorable, causing him to ponder whether his charming behavior had indeed been effective. She also acknowledged Ki-young as the first man to ever act so boldly in her presence, recognizing his unique approach. Hira was impressed by Ki-young's confidence and gave her approval for his idea. She expressed her hope that Ki-young had already prepared some potions, and that she currently required only the basics of alchemy. Lastly, in order for extending protection to Ki-young's friends, is that he must add the value of his offer to her. Ki-young feels nervous as he still lacks knowledge about alchemy. As Ki-young pulled out his book, he exuded confidence in his plans to create potions for future sales. Hira recognized the book as the Ramas Tucker, which is valuable, and made Ki-young realize that he should have mentioned the book earlier in their conversation. Ki-young playfully teased Hira, suggesting that he would only share 1% of the valuable Ramas Tucker book with her. He then confidently spoke about his potion-making plans, expressing his belief that they would soon enter the market and lead to financial success. Hira then gave Ki-young the opportunity to pitch more of his ideas. Ki-young explained his proposal for an amicable relationship between the Red Mercenaries and the Blue Guild. However, Hira flinched, sensing that Ki-young might be attempting to deceive or take advantage of his own guild. Ki-young conveyed his belief that Hyun-sung would lead the Blue Guild to significant growth, which would also be advantageous for the Red Mercenaries. He simply requested Hira's investment in their endeavors, but Hira sought further assurance given Ki-young's confident and prophetic attitude. Ki-young decided not to reveal his secret, especially considering Hyun-sung's status as a regressor. Instead, he presented Hira with a list of names of mages that she might require, allowing her to choose from the list if she desired their services. Ki-young felt pleased when he saw Hira's reaction, knowing that she acknowledged the skills of some of the mages on the list he provided. Ki-young made an effort to seem intriguing, even though some of the names he mentioned were of little value, while others were indeed skilled mages. Hira felt a bit teased by this, but Ki-young recalled their agreement that providing one basic of alchemy would result in something in return. Ki-young urged Hira to consider accepting his proposal, emphasizing that it would grant her access to more knowledge about the valuable book. He observed that she appeared to be deeply contemplating whether or not to accept his offer. In Ki-young's imagination, he had expected Hira to be a lovey-dovey character similar to those in the manhwas he had read. However, he soon realized that Hira was quite the opposite, as she approached her decisions with a thoughtful and thorough mindset. Ki-young feels nervous about the potential for rejection, knowing that Hira is meticulously evaluating the advantages and disadvantages of their deal. He becomes increasingly anxious as Hira takes her time to respond, fearing that he may have pushed her too hard or made her uncomfortable with his proposal. Ki-young found himself unable to understand what Hira was thinking as he noticed a fiery intensity in her eyes. He began to blame himself, concerned that his ego might have influenced the situation and that Hira might indeed reject his offer. Ki-young's anxiety reached a peak as he began to overthink, imagining that his life was in jeopardy. He reflected on the important people in his life and became emotional, shedding tears. Despite this, he was surprised when Hira negotiated to raise his potion profit to 3%. Hira proposed that she would also have a say in the protection method she would use for Ki-young. She made a solemn oath, swearing on her name that no one would ever lay a hand on Ki-young without her consent, emphasizing her authority in deciding how to protect him. Ki-young harbored some suspicion initially, but Hira reassured him that he would witness the level of protection he would receive once he accepted the deal. With limited options, Ki-young eventually agreed to Hira's offer. After their intense negotiation, Hira bid farewell to Ki-young and affectionately called him her darling. Ki-young responded with a smile as he walked out of the door. Ki-young wondered if their conversation had made his protection under Hira official. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he was surprised to see a group of red mercenaries heading towards Hira's room. Ki-young chose to eavesdrop on the meeting, and he observed that most of the red mercenaries followed Hira's decision regarding their alliance with him. He was taken aback when one of Hira's members expressed a deep devotion to protecting him. Ki-young grinned with the realization that his protection under Hira was now officially established. Feeling content, he made the decision to leave the headquarters. As he removed his cloak, his smile remained, reflecting his satisfaction with the outcome. He became playful, hopping around and making heart signs to express his happiness. When addressed as Mr. Ki-young, he giggled, feeling a sense of accomplishment and professionalism. Ki-young was thrilled about sharing the news with the Blue Guild, but his excitement was interrupted when his status window revealed a new title. Upon checking, he was surprised to find that he was now officially acknowledged as Hira's lover. Ki-young's joy quickly turned into shock as he stared blankly at his status window. He was so astonished that he couldn't utter a single word. Ki-young's reaction to the surprising revelation caused him to start sweating, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He had a sudden realization that because he had expressed his need for Hira's influence, she had decided on a method where he was officially declared to be her lover. Now, 2 weeks had passed since his meeting with Hira, and he had to come to terms with this new status in his life. In the meantime, negotiations with the Blue Guild progressed smoothly for Kyung. As soon as he opened his personal account, he received the down payment immediately. Additionally, the promised executive position was granted to him shortly afterward. Kyung, who manages his own squad, had a moving day for their base. Spending more time in the Blue Guild, he found it not so bad as he noticed the guild had a system divided into several parts. Because of this, Kyung finds it easy to move around without feeling the pressure of the higher-ups, especially when he is with his friends. What's more, Kyung received the non-combatant Special Administrative Officer title in the guild. Kyung felt like his position in the guild was rushed, as he had hoped for a position equal to Seolho's. However, despite these concerns, Kyung still enjoyed his time in the guild because he found it comfortable and conducive to his activities. As he was about to enter his office, Hyun-sung immediately rushed towards Kyung to give him a heads up. When Kyung opened the door, he was met with a lot of items that almost buried him. Kyung opened the door to his office and discovered all the lovely gifts from Hira inside. However, he couldn't help but wonder if these gifts were sincere or if he was being teased for his arrogance. As he tried to carry all the gifts, he noticed that some members of the Blue Guild became gloomy in his presence. Turns out, these two were tasked with sorting out Kyung's gifts, and they were getting weary of the task, but they felt compelled to do so due to Kyung's increasing influence within the guild. Additionally, rumors had started circulating that Kyung was perceived as a playboy because of his involvement with Han. Kyung was indeed content, knowing that no one would dare to cross him, but his thoughts soon turned to his real lover, Han. He realized that Han was also someone not to be trifled with. Kyung saw Han as both lovely and sweet, but he also perceived her as a yandere and a bit intimidating. He remembered a time when Han almost lost her composure when Hira started aggressively giving gifts and rumors spread about their relationship. Naturally, Han cried again, but Kyung did his best to explain to Han that his relationship with Hira was solely business-related. He emphasized that Han was the only person he truly loved, but Han's mind was preoccupied with the goal of training hard to protect Kyung. Going back to the present, as they walked down the hall, Hyun-sung initiated a conversation. Hyun-sung was curious about the context of Kyung's meeting with Hira, a topic Kyung had been eager to discuss with him for weeks. Kyung revealed some truths to Hyun-sung about his conversation with Hira regarding the need for protection, but he hadn't expected the playful twist of Hira declaring him her lover. Hyun-sung was pleased that Kyung had made a good impression on Hira, especially considering their strained relationship in his previous life. From Kyung's point of view, he suspected that Hyun-sung's pride stemmed from the fact that the Hira they encountered in this timeline was different. Kyung thought that excelling in their alliance would be like icing on the cake, but he found it challenging due to his new role as Hira's lover. Hyun-sung then shared with Kyung that Haein was currently at the lake behind their headquarters. Hyun-sung updated Kyung that Haein was likely practicing her magic abilities by experimenting with multiple attribute magic. He also mentioned that Deokgu was currently building a boat next to Haein at the lake. Kyung asked Hyun-sung why Deokgu was building a boat, and Hyun-sung recalled that Haein had requested a boat ride, which he allowed because it could be beneficial for their training. However, Kyung found it suspicious, considering Deokgu's proficiency as a wingman. Hyun-sung updated Kyung about the discussions at the party leaders' meeting regarding a dungeon called the Garden of Terror. It was revealed to be a rare ranked dungeon recently discovered, and their guild appeared to be taking charge of it. Hyun-sung just wanted to give Kyung a heads up about the upcoming expedition to the Garden of Terror, mentioning that other members would be interested in joining their party. Kyung found it intriguing that other Blue Guild members were showing interest in their party for the expedition. Kyung assured Hyun-sung that he had everything under control for now, relying on his knowledge, and is looking forward to the tutorial dungeon and the potential for selling potions. Hyun-sung observed Kyung's determination to hustle and work hard for money, especially given the substantial investment the Blue Guild had made in recruiting them. Kyung smiled, indicating his trust in Hyun-sung's decision, but deep down, he hoped that Hyun-sung would recruit members who would prove useful to exploit. Following their discussion, Hyun-sung opted to leave first as he had other matters to attend to. Kyung looked forward to meeting the other survivors after the tutorial dungeon. His smile indicated his satisfaction, considering their conversation to be fruitful. He also swore to support Hyun-sung in his decisions and actions, recognizing Hyun-sung's status as a regressor. As Kyung enjoyed his coffee, He became aware of the numerous tasks and felt eager to meet the new members they would recruit, as well as kickstart the training program. Ki-young created numerous to-do lists like a typical teen girl and expressed a desire for 10 bodies to accomplish all his tasks. However, even as he contemplated his workload, Ki-young couldn't shake Ji-hai from his thoughts. Ki-young found relief in Hyun-sung entrusting him with the role of an admin, allowing Hyun-sung to reconnect with people from his past life. However, despite being on the right path, Ki-young couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't sufficient. Ki-young believed that Hyun-sung was the most crucial person at that moment, and he felt the need to earn more of Hyun-sung's trust, or he might lead to abandonment. Going back to his tasks, Ki-young decided to create a list of items he planned to send to Hira. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.